Chapter 189. After Oro-Ka ate the barrier fruit, a paramecia type, all the maids in the Cross family gained significant abilities, except for Kuina, who remains unable to use any. Thus, Khan assigned the task of hunting down Shiki, the golden lion, to Karina, who had recently been promoted to top officer. Oro-Ka, with her barrier fruit powers, was sent along to ensure Karina's safety. The battle itself was entrusted to a perfectly coordinated team of elite members. Karina, upon receiving the mission, remained calm and confident. Over the years, she had gained experience, from accompanying Khan into Impel Down to securing the devil fruit on Long Ring Long Land. By the time Khan acquired the barrier fruit, Karina was already leading missions on her own. With Oro-Ka's protection, Karina was certain she wouldn't fail, unless they faced an enemy that even the perfect squad couldn't handle. So far, no one had survived an encounter with the 3 perfect squad members combined with the disruption caused by Karina's dark fruit powers, a Logia ability. For this mission, Karina sought help from just one person, Viola, who had moved from Dressrosa to Amazon Lily. Viola had also eaten a paramecia-type devil fruit. Karina used the abilities of Perfect 5, who had the teleport fruit, to transport their group of 3 daughters and 2 perfect squad members from Wano country in the New World directly to the Sabyati archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line. Viola, who had become an ally, had a significant role. Not only were her abilities valuable and needed protection, but she had also become one of Khan's women in the last few years. Both Scarlet and Viola, after Hancock and Mary, were part of Khan's circle. Once Khan secured the sisters, he didn't leave them in Dressrosa. Since they possessed pure gold, their lives would span hundreds of years, and they didn't need to face the daily grind of ruling a kingdom. Scarlet left the responsibility of Dressrosa to Doflamingo, allowing her and Viola to live on Amazon Lily, overseeing both Wano and Amazon Lily alongside Hancock and the other women. Doflamingo, now managing Dressrosa, had become the Cross family's official representative to the outside world. Over time, Khan became a legend in the New World and the youngest emperor of the sea in history. The Cross family had grown into a dominating force in 3 major industries: arms, medicine, and entertainment. Every corner of the world bore the Cross family's influence. Their dominance was so vast that even the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest crew in the world, dared not provoke them. Unbeknownst to many, the Cross family had almost entirely monopolized the trade of weapons in the New World. Even Whitebeard's medical supplies came from the Cross family. If anyone dares to challenge the Cross family, unless they have a justifiable reason, even if they're killed by the Cross family, the Whitebeard pirates will likely not intervene. If the Whitebeard pirates were to retaliate, they would face serious consequences, namely, losing access to guns and medicines on the black market. Even if someone tried to purchase these supplies on behalf of the Whitebeard pirates, the cost would skyrocket. This is because the major powers receive discounted rates on black market arms and medicines. Without access to quality weapons or medicine, or if they only have subpar guns and junk medicine, the strongest pirate crew in the world, with their aging captain Whitebeard, would become an easy target for other ambitious pirates. Thus, Whitebeard's second-in-command, Marco, has issued strict orders that no one is to cause trouble in the Cross family's territory. This shows just how vast and powerful the Cross family has become. As the family's external representative, Doflamingo has risen to great prominence, commanding both respect and fear. His influence now rivals what it was originally. In the past, Doflamingo merely aligned himself with Kaido, terrified of him, to the point where even Kaido's top officers could intimidate him. But in this life, Doflamingo has become the Cross family's spokesperson, and even Kaido treats him with care. Kaido, needing large amounts of ammunition to keep control of his territory, including the pirate haven on Hachinasu Island, knows that treating Doflamingo well might result in favorable negotiations for weapon prices. This shows that even the mighty can humble themselves when necessary. After losing Wano and Onigashima, Kaido won't attempt to reclaim them unless he's confident in victory. Instead, he begrudgingly buys weapons from Khan's Cross family. Doflamingo's management of Dressrosa has even been tolerated by the world government, though with one condition. Scarlet must attend the World Summit every 4 years as the representative of Dressrosa. Scarlet, of course, gladly accepts such a prestigious position. Meanwhile, back with Karina's group, Viola uses her devil fruit ability, the Glare Glare fruit, to quickly locate the Golden Lion's island. Shiki, preparing for his East Blue destruction plan, has already raised the archipelago to a height of several kilometers above the White Sea. Finding Shiki's base was easy for Viola's clairvoyance powers, as the islands weren't hidden in the White Sea's clouds. Sister Viola's clairvoyance is truly impressive. With your help, this mission is bound to go smoothly, Karina praised, skillfully boosting Viola's confidence. Then, with Oroka by her side, Karina smashed a jar on the ground. Boom! As the jar burst, smoke enveloped Karina and Oroka. When the smoke cleared, the two women, who had been dressed in stylish outfits, were now fully equipped in black combat uniforms, their faces concealed by black helmets. Seeing Karina and Oroka ready, Viola also changed into her own combat suit. Once suited up, the three women and the perfect team activated their stealth mode. In the blink of an eye, they teleported, not just vanishing through invisibility, but teleportation itself. When they reappeared, they were standing in midair, supported by floating devices. Below them lay the floating islands that made up the base of the legendary flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 190. According to the information provided by the master, Shiki, the Golden Lion, had a ship's rudder stuck in his head because of the storm during the naval battle at Ed War and nearly died. Although he managed to survive, his conqueror's haki, which once shook the seas, has completely faded over the past 20 years due to that rudder. However, the master also mentioned that if Shiki were to remove the rudder, he might regain the ability to use his top-tier conqueror's haki in the final moments of his life, so we cannot give him that chance. There was also his escape from Impel Down. Shiki lost his feet in the underwater prison, which threw off his balance. Even though his swordsmanship is still at the level of a master swordsman, it's no longer the same as when he was in his prime. So for this mission, we have an absolute intelligence advantage. Looking down at Fuchsia Village in the center of the archipelago below, Karina, the mission commander, first boosted the team's morale, then seriously said, "But legends are legends. Even if the opponent has lost his top-tier conqueror's haki and his dual-sword technique is no longer unmatched, we still can't underestimate these old-era sea emperors. To prevent him from using the abilities of the float fruit to counter us or escape, we'll continue using assassination tactics as before." After saying that, Karina turned to Viola beside her. "Sister Viola, please use your Paramecia ability, your farsight and clairvoyance, to check if Shiki is at his base. When I scouted the floating islands earlier, I confirmed Shiki is in the mountains on this island," Viola immediately replied. "Good, we'll remain invisible for now. Perfect 5, you'll use the ability of your Paramecia teleport fruit to take us behind Shiki. This will be crucial for installing the scanning devices and uploading all bounty information. I trust this will be an easy task for you. After that, Orogia, you're up." After confirming Shiki's presence in Vilmijo, Karina laid out her strategy. Once she finished, the invisible team of 6 vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they had already moved into a relatively spacious room. Not far in front of them stood a man in a kimono, his long blonde hair nearly touching the ground. Upon seeing this man, a scarlet light flickered in the eyes of Perfect 3, Perfect 4, and Perfect 5, who had come along with the group. In their vision, next to the long-haired man, a bounty poster with an evil grin immediately materialized. The figure on the bounty was none other than Shiki, the Golden Lion. After confirming the target, Perfect 5, following the plan, used the ability of the teleport fruit to instantly bring the invisible Karina and Orogia to the front and back of Shiki. Barrier Ball. Dark Vortex. As soon as they teleported to their positions, Orogia and Karina immediately activated their devil fruit abilities. Moreover, their movements were perfectly in sync with Perfect 5's teleportation, clearly showing this wasn't their first time working together. Ehoo! The sudden sound startled Shiki, the golden lion, who had not only lost his haki and swordsmanship, but also much of his sharpness over the past 20 years. Before he could instinctively use the float fruit's ability to lift himself into the air, his pupils suddenly contracted. An irresistible gravitational force yanked him down almost instantly. A hand, shrouded in a jet-black mist, appeared out of nowhere and stuck to his body. Golden Lion's eyes widened in shock as his devil fruit powers vanished the moment that hand touched him. In a panic, he tried to suppress the fear rising within him, grabbing the famed swords tied to his stumps and slashing at Karina, who had also dropped her invisibility after the attack. But his movements were unnaturally slow, as if he were moving through molasses. Beside him, another figure had appeared unnoticed, sending out a pink wave of light that passed right through him. It was at that very moment that Shiki realized his float fruit powers were gone. The one who fired the light was Perfect 4, who wielded the paramecia slow fruit. With his conqueror's haki long gone, Shiki had no way to resist the slowing effect of this power. Pache! As Golden Lion struggled to understand why his body wouldn't respond, a sharp, fleeting pain slashed across his neck. In the next instant, his world began to spin and blur as his vision dimmed, his consciousness slowly slipping away into darkness. Before everything went black, Shiki's fading eyes barely made out 6 figures, 3 women and 3 men. Among the men, he thought he recognized a figure resembling a young prodigy, one who reminded him of someone from the Roger Pirates. He believed his name was Douglas Bullet. The one who beheaded him was Perfect 3, who had consumed the paramecia combined fruit, created from the fusion of Douglas Bullet's bloodline factor. Thus ended the life of the Golden Lion, a legend of the old era, who had once stood equal to the likes of Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard, and Patrick Redfield. Without even having the chance to use his devil fruit abilities or his swordsmanship as a great swordsman, Shiki was slain by Karina's 6-person assault. The stealth function of their battle suits concealed them at first. Then, using Viola's paramecia ability, the glare fruit, they locked onto Shiki's position. Perfect 5 then teleported them within striking distance using the teleport fruit. After that, Perfect 5 used the fruit's power again to bring Karina and Orogia directly behind Shiki. Orogia employed the barrier fruit to trap Shiki within a spherical barrier, restricting his movements and preventing escape. Karina followed up with the dark fruit's ability, sealing Shiki's devil fruit powers. Then, Perfect 4's slow fruit further hampered his movements, reducing him to a snail's pace. Finally, Perfect 3 delivered the killing blow with a cold weapon, decapitating Shiki. This was Karina's tactic, an overwhelming combination. Those without haki, or who lacked the time to use it, would meet the same fate as Shiki when faced with the flawless teamwork of Karina's crew. In recent years, no one has been able to counter Karina's strategy once it has been set in motion. The 6-person team had taken down Shiki in mere seconds. Karina, having grown used to such scenes, casually took the backpack from Viola, the only one who hadn't participated in the fight but had provided crucial assistance. She pulled out a fruit from the bag, beginning the claiming process. Before long, the fruit in Karina's hand transformed into a paramecia devil fruit, one of immense power. The float fruit, in terms of its abilities, rivaled even the paramecia quake fruit. It was now ready to take its place among the most famous of the paramecia class, the float fruit. Chapter 191. Boom! Almost the moment Karina seized the Golden Lion's float fruit, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. This sudden earthquake was a response to the loss of balance in the floating islands, including Fuchsia Village and the surrounding ones. Had Karina not captured the devil fruit so quickly, the tremors would have started even sooner. Just like how, when Sugar loses consciousness, the people she turned into toys revert to their human forms, all inorganic objects covered by the Golden Lion's float fruit remained suspended, even while he slept. However, if the user dies or loses consciousness from a severe impact, that floating power vanishes instantly. And now, the violent tremors were the islands losing that floating power, starting to fall from the sky. Perfect Five, get us out of here quickly, and bring the golden lion's body. Violet, using her clairvoyance, saw what was happening and immediately instructed Perfect Five beside her. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Violet, the others, and Shiki's body disappeared from the building's interior. When they reappeared, they had returned to the open sky. Below them, the islands were falling, but the inhabitants, an airborne race with wings on their arms, were flying freely. The Golden Lion had yet to officially begin his East Blue destruction plan, or recruit pirates to rebuild his flying pirates, so the islands were mostly inhabited by this winged race. For them, the collapse of the floating archipelago wasn't a fatal threat, but rather the beginning of a new life, free from the Golden Lion's rule that had oppressed them for over a decade. Seeing this, the kind-hearted Karina sighed in relief. If it weren't for the execution of this beheading plan, being the most effective strategy, she wouldn't have allowed the situation to endanger these people without giving them a chance to escape. But now, knowing they survived, Karina's lingering guilt quickly faded. With a clear mind, she turned to Perfect Five and instructed, "Take us back, Perfect Five." Similar to how Seraphim, Vegapunk, and the world government have different levels of authority in the original story, Karina had full command over the perfect work and the duplicator. Meanwhile, the personal maid group, along with sisters Scarlet and Violet, had the next level of authority. Following Karina's order, Perfect Five once again used the power of the teleport fruit to transport Karina, the three sisters, the rest of the perfect works, and the Golden Lion's body back to Amazon Lily. From the moment Karina received Khan's mission to killing the Golden Lion, taking his float fruit, and teleporting back to report, it took her less than an hour. Without the Paramecia teleport fruit, what could one accomplish in an hour? Even Khan himself would take longer than that just to hand over supplies. If they had sailed to the first half of the Grand Line, using Violet's clairvoyance from Sabyati Archipelago to find the Golden Lion's base camp, it would have taken more time. At most, Karina and her sisters could have ventured an hour beyond the waters of Wano, but even then, they wouldn't have made it to the outer seas of Dressrosa. This shows just how vital the teleport fruit is for strategic missions. Khan wasn't at all surprised by how quickly Karina and her team completed the task. After all, this wasn't the first time she had handled a mission with such speed. With Karina's quick-thinking mind, her precise intelligence as a traveler, and the powerful abilities of the perfect squad, Violet and Oroka, Karina could easily devise more than one tactical approach. When Karina handed over the float fruit, Khan gently patted her head in response to her expectant look as if asking for credit. However, he soon found himself hesitating. Should he give this Paramecia fruit, which rivaled even the Quake fruit in power, to Kuina? She was the only one among the Cross family maids who hadn't consumed a devil fruit and didn't seem interested in doing so. Or should he find someone else, train them as a powerful new asset, or create a new perfect work to wield the float fruit? After a moment of deliberation, Khan decided Kuina would be the one to eat the float fruit. Like teleport fruit, it was better to have real humans use it to unlock its full potential rather than perfect work. And among the Cross family maids, Kuina was the best candidate. She had undergone genetic surgery via the Opop fruit and had transcended the limitations of ordinary humans, becoming an upgraded version with enhanced physical abilities and longevity thanks to pure gold. With her strength, she could definitely develop the float fruit's power to match Shiki's level. Khan then summoned Kuina, expecting to have to persuade her to become a devil fruit user. However, to his surprise, Kuina didn't hesitate. Upon hearing how strategically important the float fruit was for the family, she immediately ate it without any second thoughts. After watching her actions, Khan finally understood Kuina's motivations, and he felt a deep sense of relief. Over the years, Kuina had come to value Khan and her sisters more than her original dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman to prove herself to her father. Just like Karina, who aimed to become the family's top cadre, Kuina wanted to be someone important in Khan's heart. Though usually quiet and unobtrusive, Kuina had noticed how Karina and Nami, who had joined the Cross family after her, became key members of the household. This led her to consider becoming a devil fruit user to help Khan and share the burden. Yet, she had never acted on this desire. Now, with the opportunity presented directly by her master, and the chance to wield such a crucial power for the family, Kuina no longer hesitated. Thus, a new generation of float fruit users was born. And Kuina's decision brought Khan, the world's greatest master strategist, another moment of pride, knowing that he had helped shape her growth. Chapter 192. The death of Shiki, the Golden Lion, or more accurately, the news of his defeat and mysterious disappearance, quickly spread across the world. Due to the collapse of the archipelago, the sight was truly spectacular. Unless it was sheer coincidence that no ships or people were within an unknown number of nautical miles, it would have been impossible for no one to notice the scene of the falling archipelago. As soon as people saw the image of the archipelago falling, they reported it to the Marines. The fleet, led by Marine Admiral Borsellino, Kizaru, quickly determined that this archipelago falling from the sky was the base of the Golden Lion. On the island fragments, or some of the islands still floating on the sea, Kizaru found the lion emblem of the Golden Lion and the flag of the flying pirates. Kizaru, with his vast knowledge, quickly deduced the reason behind the island's fall. Someone had either defeated or killed the Golden Lion. Kizaru didn't know much about the float fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, or the legendary pirate who had once caused chaos at Marineford. But having read the devil fruit encyclopedia, Kizaru knew that only when the user of this fruit is defeated or killed, the inorganic matter held aloft by its powers regain its freedom. Thus, Kizaru was convinced that Shiki was either dead or unconscious. Kizaru then ordered a large number of non-devil fruit users and soldiers with strong swimming abilities to dive into the sea to search for the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, he and the soldiers with weaker water abilities searched the islands floating on the sea. Despite their efforts, Kizaru and his fleet found no trace of the unconscious Golden Lion, his body, or even any remains. Kizaru concluded that the mysterious individual or group who had defeated the Golden Lions had either kidnapped him or taken his body. Since no one had traded Shiki's body for the bounty, his mysterious disappearance not only spread worldwide, but also became one of the biggest mysteries of the year. However, Kizaru believed this mystery would not remain unsolved for long. Because Khan extracted Shiki's bloodline factor and kept his body frozen, Khan was planning to use Shiki's bloodline factor to create a perfect specimen. Soon, the mystery of Shiki's disappearance would be unraveled. After all, before his disappearance, Shiki had only appeared once. He had not revealed his East Blue destruction plan, nor had he made any public efforts to rebuild the flying pirates. As time passed and Shiki remained unseen, the world government and Marine headquarters lowered their alert level. At the same time, a major event in the second half of 1520 in the Sea Circle calendar stole the spotlight from the mysterious disappearance of the Golden Lion, causing a global sensation. The headline was shocking. All members wanted the culprits behind the destruction of the judicial island Enai's Lobby, Straw Hat Pirates. The cover featured a photo of Enai's Lobby engulfed in flames and a sloop in the distance, but the emblem of the Straw Hat Pirates was still visible. However, the content of this news is very official and could only deceive ordinary people who don't have deep knowledge. The forces with strong intelligence networks, or those with exceptional intel capabilities, knew the truth almost immediately. The real cause of the destruction of Enai's Lobby wasn't due to the actions of the Straw Hat Pirates, but rather the result of a buster call. Yet the one who initiated the buster call wasn't any of the three admirals, the fleet admiral, or the 5 elders who hold such authority over the Marines. Instead, it was Spandam of CP9. He had temporarily obtained buster call clearance from one of the admirals and launched it on Enai's Lobby, the base he managed. And why? Because of a group of pirates. That group was none other than the Straw Hat Pirates. What makes the situation even more laughable is that the buster call, designed to wipe out everything, failed to eliminate the pirates. In fact, they managed to escape. To cover up this embarrassing scandal involving both CP9 and the Marines, the world government had no choice but to shift the blame onto the Straw Hat Pirates. As a result, this once little-known crew from East Blue, whose captain and vice-captain were the only ones with bounties, suddenly became famous worldwide. The bounty for Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy, skyrocketed to 380 million berries. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro's bounty soared to 150 million berries. Chef Blackleg, Sanji received his first bounty of 130 million berries. With these three at the helm, they instantly became this year's supernovas. Additionally, Frankie, the shipwright and key reason the crew infiltrated Anai's lobby, earned a bounty of 55 million berries. Sniper King, Usopp gained a bounty of 30 million berries. And then there was Tony Chopper, the Straw Hat Pirate's pet and doctor, who hilariously had a mere bounty of 100 berries, double his original first bounty in the series. With just 5 members and 1 pet, their combined bounty exceeded 700 million berries, with 3 of them already standing as supernovas of the year. Even though Nami and Robin were missing from the crew, the Straw Hat Pirates had become even more notorious than before. Much of this was due to the butterfly effect caused by Khan. In the original timeline, Spandam temporarily obtained Buster Call authorization from Admiral Aokiji, intending to test the Straw Hat Pirates and capture Robin. The Straw Hat Pirates had broken into En's lobby to rescue Robin. But in this life, Robin had already become one of the major players in the New World, and Aokiji had no particular reason to involve himself with the Straw Hat Pirates or give Spandam the Buster Call Golden Den Mushi. Yet somehow, Spandam still managed to acquire Buster Call clearance. Where did this authority come from? It all traces back to the mysterious disappearance of the Golden Lion not long ago. In the original timeline, the Straw Hat Pirates encountered Shiki, the Golden Lion, on their way to the Sabyati Archipelago after leaving the Devil's Triangle. The Golden Lion's base was located between the Devil's Triangle and Water 7. When the islands fell, Kizaru not only brought his fleet, but also sent Spandam and CP agents to assist. As a result, Kizaru temporarily granted Spandam one-time permission to use the Buster Call. The Straw Hat Pirates, in this timeline, clashed with Frankie over a different matter. In the original story, the conflict arose when the Frankie family stole the berries the Straw Hats had earned from selling gold. But in this life, Khan had already emptied the Golden Land to construct the Grandie New World. So, even if the Straw Hats happened upon Skypia, they were just adventuring there with no direct enmity toward Frankie. On the contrary, Usopp's love for the Going Merry touched Frankie, which quickly led to a close bond between him and the crew. Frankie was then chosen by Luffy to be the shipwright for the Straw Hat Pirates. Once Luffy makes up his mind, he's stubborn. To save Frankie, who was believed to be captured by CP9 due to possessing the blueprints for Pluton, Luffy led the Straw Hats, along with the Frankie family, into Enai's lobby to rescue him, much like in the original story. This was the version of the Enai's lobby incident experienced by the Straw Hat Pirates in this timeline. When Khan learned about it all, what else could he do but sigh and say, "Liberation fighters, the son of destiny is truly extraordinary." Khan didn't even doubt that if an admiral had intervened, Luffy might have awakened the rubber fruit early. No, the Zoan-type human fruit model. Nika. Chapter 193. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In those 2 years, although the original Summit War didn't happen, the Grand Line, and more specifically, the New World, became incredibly lively. This excitement didn't include Kaido's 3 disasters, who were still holding the title of Yonko, nor Khan's takeover from Kaido's 3 disasters and the eventual rise of the 5 emperors. Because during these 2 years, the New World was injected with new vitality. And this vitality wasn't like in the past, when only one super rookie became famous across the world. As Morgans called the supernovas of the Sea Circle calendar 1520, the worst generation. When this year's supernovas entered the New World, they quickly stirred up chaos among the pirates, even those beneath the 5 emperors. In both the original story and this timeline, the worst generation, serves as a golden backdrop to highlight the Son of Destiny. It's only when compared to the Son of Destiny or the pirate emperors that they seem insignificant. But when facing pirates of similar strength, or even stronger than themselves, the worst generation always manages to crush their opponents, even defeating the strong with what seems like a disadvantage. Just like Shanks, who returned to the Grand Line after Sea Circle Calendar 1510, and Monkey D. Dragon, no matter what they did, they always seem to be favored by fate. Over the past 2 years, the remaining 7 supernovas of the worst generation, including Trafalgar Law, who sided with the Marines, charged into the New World, announcing the arrival of a new era at an incredible pace, exciting Morgans to no end. By 1520, in the second year of the Sea Circle Calendar, Eustace Kidd, captain of the Kidd Pirates, claimed the top bounty. His bounty ranked first at 380 million berries, overtaking Luffy, who, with a bounty of 370 million berries, had shot tens of millions higher than in the original timeline. As for his right-hand man, Massacre Soldier Killer, his bounty rose to 200 million berries. Other supernovas, like X-Drake, also saw their bounties break past 200 million berries. Even Urouge, the Mad Monk, who had the lowest bounty among them, saw his bounty soar to 280 million berries, surpassing Killer's bounty. This was because, just as in the original timeline, Urouge defeated one of the top officers of the original Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Snack, who was once one of the Sweet Four generals, defeated earlier by Portgas D. Ace. Snack once again became a stepping stone for a supernova, further cementing his shame within the Big Mom pirates. Even though Charlotte Katakuri pleaded on his behalf, Charlotte Linlin still took 10 years of his life as punishment. Aside from the pirate supernovas shaking up the New World, Trafalgar Law, whose fate had been rewritten by Corazon, rose to the rank of Marine Vice Admiral, holding a prestigious position in Marine headquarters. As a descendant of the D family, Trafalgar Law's talents were exceptional. Even though he was a member of the worst generation in the original timeline, it seemed fate still favored him. As the adopted son of Marine Admiral Corazon, Law had valuable connections. He returned to Marine headquarters with Corazon and was placed in the Marine Academy, where he underwent training under the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, proving himself to be an extraordinary talent. By the age of 17, he had already mastered Marine 6 styles. At the age of 19, Law mastered both armament haki and observation haki. This level of talent and progress made Trafalgar Law the most hidden and powerful figure among the supernovas. If the worst generation ever went up against Law, he could easily crush them single-handedly. Unless Luffy had some advantage, no one would be able to stand against him. At the same time, at 19, Law, who was born into a family of doctors, displayed exceptional medical talent, which led him to further his studies at the Marineford Hospital. By the time he was 22, Law had graduated from both the Marine Academy and the Marine Hospital simultaneously, starting his career as a Marine major at headquarters. In just 2 years, by 1520, Law achieved a rapid triple promotion, advancing from major to rear admiral in record time. This swift rise made him a rare supernova within the Marines. This was the result of both his strength and his connections. As an orphan taken in by Fleet Admiral Sengoku's adopted son, Law bore Sengoku's mark. Having emerged from the Marine Academy and hospital with the endorsement of both Zephyr and the hospital dean, along with his work healing countless soldiers, Law's rise faced no real obstacles. He became the face of the new generation of Marines, and within 2 years, Law had ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral, a position with real power in Marine headquarters. His rapid rise to Vice Admiral even stirred envy in Smoker, who had also recently been promoted to the same rank. If Smoker hadn't been such a rebellious figure in his early days, he might have climbed the ranks even faster or become the face of the new generation, instead of Law. But there's no changing the past. Smoker, who still hasn't mellowed out, couldn't have played the political game necessary for such a rapid rise. In fact, if it hadn't been for his obsession with chasing down the Straw Hat Pirates, Smoker might never have left East Blue. once Trafalgar Law became Vice Admiral at headquarters, he was officially transferred to the G1 branch in the New World, becoming a Vice Admiral with actual authority. Since the Summit War never happened, Sengoku did not retire and continued to lead from the front lines. As a result, Aokiji never left the Marines, and the trio of admirals, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akinu, remained in place. This altered the fates of two individuals in particular. The first was Fujitora Issho, who had eaten the paramecia-type Zushi no Mi press fruit, and the second was Aramaki, who had eaten the Logia-type Mori no Mi woods fruit. As for Smoker, his path largely followed the same route as before. He was transferred to the G5 branch in the New World. This sums up the 2-year journey of the Worst Generation and Trafalgar Law. Now, regarding the number 1 supernova on the list, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, responsible for the destruction of Enai's lobby. Much like his foster brother, Portgas D. Ace, Luffy vanished for 2 full years after arriving at the Sabyati archipelago. By July of 1522 in the Sea Circle calendar, when the second half of the Great Pirate Era was just beginning, the ship built 2 years earlier, funded by the world's largest shipbuilding company, the Galila Company, reappeared at the Sabyati archipelago. That ship was the Thousand Sunny, which had just been coated and was now ready to dive into the deep seas on its way to Fishman Island. However, before the Straw Hat Pirates returned to the Sabyati archipelago to get their coating and head to Fishman Island, another ship had arrived there first. On board, this ship flew a flag that struck fear into the hearts of all, whether pirates, ordinary people, or fishmen. It bore the symbol of a blue dragon. This ship carried the second-in-command of the pirate world's new generation, and its dragon emblem had gained notoriety over the past 19 years. Whether in the Four Blues or both halves of the Grand Line, everyone knew this symbol. It was the heavenly dragon emblem of the Cross family, symbolizing the strongest creature in the world. And the ship itself was none other than Grandine, the second most famous vessel of the Great Pirate Era after the Moby Dick. The Grandine was also the flagship of the world's top entertainment city. Chapter 194. The way the Grandine arrived at Fishman Island wasn't through some teleportation power like the paramecia-type teleportation fruit. Instead, it descended from the New World, over 10,000 meters above, via a coating process to safely enter the underwater realm. However, when the Grandine docked at the port, the pirates and fishermen who recognized the famous ship didn't witness the appearance of the individual they'd expected, someone who had kept a low profile after scaling the world's highest mountain and becoming the 5th emperor. The mysterious emperor of the sea, known as the world's strongest creature, didn't make an appearance. Though this renowned figure, ranked as number 2 in the pirate world, wasn't present, the arrival of someone else still caused a huge stir throughout Fishman Island. Stepping off the Grandine was a striking figure, normally seen wearing a black and white maid outfit only in front of Khan. Draped in a black banner with a dragon emblem and long, slender legs, she descended from the ship alongside several others. This beautiful woman, recognized as the world's most beautiful, was the top figure of the Cross family. She was the second-in-command of the Cross family, a fact well known by outsiders. In recent years, her bounty had skyrocketed from 1.5 billion berries to an astounding 2.5 billion berries. She was also known as the highest ranked among all the Emperor's companions. She had consumed the rumble fruit, one of the strongest Logia fruits, and was hailed as the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Following behind Hancock were her companions: Baccarat, who had eaten the paramecia-type Lucky fruit, Najiko, who had eaten the paramecia-type Dordor fruit, and Orogia, who had consumed the paramecia-type Barrier fruit. In addition to these three, there was also the flawless number 3, who had eaten the paramecia-type combined fruit, along with a group of clones who shared identical appearances and physiques. Master's plan should be starting soon, so let's complete our task as quickly as possible. Hancock, stepping off the Grandine, addressed Najiko, saying, "Najiko, use your ability to take us directly to Ryugu Palace. I don't want to wait for those fools to come escort us." "Yes, my lady," Najiko replied without hesitation. Immediately, she used her ability to open an air door, much to the wide-eyed amazement of the pirates and fishmen watching from a distance. Without delay, Hancock, the flawless number 3, and the clone squad all stepped through the portal into the alternate space. Their mission was clear. They were there to capture Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Meanwhile, far in the depths of the sea, where darkness consumed everything, Vanderdecken IX had no idea that misfortune was silently creeping upon him as the lucky girl set foot on Fishman Island. As Hancock moved forward with her plan to take Shirahoshi, things were stirring in the New World as well. Khan, who had stayed out of the public eye for years, was finally leaving the waters of Wano, preparing to reap the benefits of what he'd carefully nurtured for so long. "Khan, big brother, we've arrived at Warhead Island," said Viola, dressed in a cheongsam bearing the Cross family emblem. She marked a spot on the map with a black pen and showed it to Khan. "Thank you, Viola," Khan replied, gently patting her on the head. He then took a transformation pot handed to him by Monet and slammed it forcefully onto the ground, signaling the start of his long-awaited plan. Alongside Khan, there were Monet, the Sugar Sisters, and Kuina, who had risen to become a top-ranking officer of the Cross family over the past 2 years. As 4 clouds of smoke spread and dissipated, Khan and his group donned combat uniforms similar to Germa 66's stealth technology, specifically the invisible black suits. Their heads were fully covered by black helmets, concealing their faces and hair, making it impossible to identify any of them. Once they had finished their transformations, Khan and his team turned completely invisible, just like Karina and her team when they assassinated Shiki, the Golden Lion, 2 years prior. "Violet, you stay here and keep an eye on Hancock and the others," Khan ordered before turning to Perfect 5, who had also entered a state of invisibility. "Perfect 5, send us to Warhead Island." Almost as soon as Khan gave the command, Violet noticed the surrounding temperature drop slightly. This confirmed that Khan and the rest of the team had left the uninhabited island. Thanks to the incredible power of the Paramecia-type teleportation fruit, Khan and his group crossed vast distances, passing several islands and shipping routes in a very short time. They arrived directly at Vegapunk's experimental base, located on the futuristic Warhead Island. Warhead Island was filled with advanced technology, and its monitoring system was so sophisticated that it could detect even the smallest fly. However, the thermal detection system wasn't advanced enough to catch Khan and his team while they were in their invisible state, so no alarms were triggered. Still, Khan didn't underestimate the dangers of the futuristic island. To avoid unnecessary delays, he activated his observation haki right after arriving, then pointed in a specific direction and issued another order to Perfect 5. "Take us to the top floor of that building." With another silent teleportation, Khan and his group appeared in the hallway of the tallest building on Warhead Island, which served as Vegapunk's real experimental base. "Take us to the 3rd room," Khan commanded, pointing toward a corridor on the left. As soon as the group materialized in the 3rd room, an elderly man with an apple on his head, wearing a white lab coat, stood before them, none other than Dr. Vegapunk himself. "Beep beep." The piercing sound of an alarm echoed through the laboratory, accompanied by flashing red lights, as soon as Khan and his team entered the room. Unfortunately for Vegapunk, before he could use his incomplete space-jumping technique to escape, his body was instantly transformed into a lifeless doll. In the next moment, a familiar spatial field, one that Vegapunk had specialized in, enveloped half of Warhead Island, but it was too late. Slice. Puff kai kai. In a matter of seconds, Vegapunk's doll-like body was sliced into dozens of pieces, suspended in the air by Khan's telekinetic powers. Even his mouth was severed into pieces, rendering him incapable of speech. Transfer. After dismembering Vegapunk, Monet, using the powers of the Opop fruit, transported Vegapunk's 6 clones, who were scattered across different locations on Warhead Island, directly in front of the laboratory. Pache Pache. Since the original Vegapunk had been transformed into a doll so abruptly, his 6 clones failed to react. As soon as they were teleported before Monet, they were swiftly dismembered into dozens of pieces by her scalpel. With Vegapunk and his 6 clones rendered incapable of fighting, moving, or even speaking, Khan still didn't deactivate his invisibility. Instead, he used his helmet's thermal detection system to locate Kuina. Finding her, Khan gently patted Kuina's shoulder. Kuina, already aware of Khan's plan for this mission, remained silent and nodded in understanding. She then crouched down and used the powers of her Paramecia-type lion fruit to take control of Warhead Island. Yes, Khan's mission wasn't just to capture Vegapunk's knowledge. He intended to take control of the entire Warhead Island itself. Chapter 195. For many years, Khan has been eyeing the knowledge stored in Dr. Vegapunk's brain. To be precise, he is focused on the seraphim, artificial devil fruits, and the knowledge of replicating devil fruit powers. However, Khan has not unlocked any of this knowledge. Even after all these years, despite absorbing the expertise of Queen, Vinsmoke Judge, and even Caesar, Khan has become an outstanding scientist, but he still hasn't been able to develop the lineage factor to Vegapunk's level. Ever since Khan became a scientist, he has been patiently waiting for Vegapunk to unlock the secrets of the lineage factor and devil fruits. For this reason, Khan also hides the existence of the Cross family and forbids Viola, who ate the Paramecia Glare Glare fruit, and Karina, who consumed the Paramecia Whisper Whisper fruit and the Logia Dark Dark fruit, from revealing their abilities to the outside world. Not only that, Khan even made specialized combat uniforms for women like Boa Hancock and the Perfect Five, instructing them to use invisibility during missions and to leave no traces. All of this preparation was for this very day. After successfully turning Vegapunk into a doll, using the power of the Op-Hop fruit to dismember him into dozens of pieces without giving him a chance to escape, and after eliminating his 6 clones, Khan ordered Kuina to use the Float Float fruit to take control of Warhead Island. Khan then had Monet use the transfer ability of the Op-Hop fruit to teleport Sentomaru, who was in charge of protecting and monitoring Vegapunk, along with some Marines and CP agents, to the lab. Just as they had done with Vegapunk and his clones, Granos and Monet acted swiftly, using the abilities of the Whisper Whisper fruit and the Op-Hop fruit to turn their enemies into dolls and dismember them into pieces. After dealing with them, Granos skillfully used the conceptual power of the Whisper Whisper fruit to erase the existence of these individuals from the memories of all who knew or remembered them. At this moment, the entire world has forgotten about Vegapunk, the world's greatest scientist whose wisdom was 500 years ahead of humanity. Unless someone had prepared a Vegapunk file in advance or possessed a memory that could counter the conceptual power of the Whisper Whisper fruit, even with powerful haki, it would be impossible to recall Vegapunk. Unless Vegapunk had an immensely powerful haki, strong enough to break free from the control of the Whisper Whisper fruit's rule over dolls and revert back into a human, the world would never remember him again. Unfortunately, Vegapunk didn't possess such an ability and never got that chance. After eliminating everyone, including Vegapunk, Khan and his crew remained hidden in stealth mode. Kuina then used the Float Float fruit to lift Warhead Island and carry it to the White Sea, 7,000 meters above the ground. For Kuina, now 24 years old and enhanced with genetic modification technology years ago, her physical strength is at the level of a highly advanced human, standing out even among them. While Kuina, in her invisible state, lifted the entire Warhead Island, Khan had the Perfect Five use the teleportation fruit to return them to the uninhabited island where Viola was waiting. Finally, Khan instructed Granos to temporarily remove Vegapunk's doll status and asked Monet to reattach Vegapunk's head. Using observation haki, Khan then began reading Vegapunk's memories every day. Just after reading the memory, Khan's face, hidden under his invisible helmet, shifted in surprise. The knowledge and memories stored in Vegapunk's brain were incredibly vast. Even though he had distributed much of his knowledge across his 6 satellites, the remaining core memories and information in his main brain were still enough to make Khan feel as if his haki reserves were being drained, like a dam letting loose a flood. Fortunately, over the years, Khan's strength hadn't stagnated. he had reached a mysterious level of power. Even though reading the mind of Vegapunk, a paramecia brain fruit user, consumed a tremendous amount of haki every second, Khan's haki reserves held up long enough for him to extract the information he wanted. Once he finished reading what he needed, Khan ordered Sugar to turn Vegapunk back into a doll and then had him dismembered again. After having the Perfect Five teleport them to Slug Island, Khan went to a specific location in the lab and pressed a sequence of buttons. Instantly, all the monitoring devices hidden in countless corners of Warhead Island, which had been recording and transmitting data to the world government via Den Mushi, shut down and entered sleep mode. Next, Khan accessed the database and deleted all the footage showing the islands shaking and the disappearance of Sentomaru and the others that had just been captured. With all this done, Khan and his crew finally lifted their stealth mode. Now, even if the world government reads through Vegapunk's archives or finds a way to counter the memory-erasing power of the Whisper fruit, they won't be able to recall Vegapunk, Slug Island, or even locate an eternal pose leading to Slug Island. Neither Vegapunk nor Slug Island can be found anymore. From Vegapunk's memory, Khan had uncovered a critical piece of information. Vegapunk never fully trusted the world government. He had only joined them due to a lack of research funding. In fact, most of the groundbreaking technologies Vegapunk had developed, from the Pacifista to laser tech, seraphim, artificial devil fruits, and devil fruit replicas, had already been completed, except for space-jumping technology, which was still in progress. He knew that when the world government no longer found him valuable or believed they had enough of his inventions to maintain the world's balance for the next 800 years, his life would be in danger. Thus, Vegapunk secretly modified Warhead Island. While others could easily craft an eternal pose to track an island by simply digging up some soil, just like making a Vivre card, this wasn't the case for Warhead Island. Even Raftel, the final island, was no exception to this method. But Vegapunk had already solved that problem. He not only transformed Warhead Island into a futuristic city, but also secretly installed a device that could block its magnetic field. When activated, this device would cause the eternal poses pointing to Warhead Island to spin erratically, malfunctioning just like a compass does in the Grand Line. Clearly, Vegapunk had been preparing for a long time to break free from the control of the world government, and he had multiple backup plans in place. Thanks to Vegapunk's preparation, Khan not only secured the island of the future, but also didn't need to relocate any of the cities or machines on Warhead Island. After activating the magnetic field shielding device, Khan didn't return Warhead Island to the waters near Wano. Instead, he took it 10,000 meters into the sky, further lowering any suspicion of his involvement. This was the same reason Khan had ordered Karina and the others to retrieve the body of Shiki, the Golden Lion, and stage a mysterious disappearance. Apart from wanting to obtain the Golden Lion's lineage factor, Khan also planned to shift the blame onto the already dead Shiki. Without Khan's telekinetic power holding up the island, his involvement would be virtually undetectable. This entire operation would be the perfect crime. Chapter 196. Just as Khan captured Vegapunk and Slug Island, things started to unfold for him in both places. The first place, of course, was Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters under the sea. With the Cross family gaining more and more power, and Wano Kuni hiding the Pluton, a weapon capable of destroying an island with a single shot, Khan didn't concern himself much with Shirahoshi anymore. Compared to Shirahoshi, Vegapunk, with his treasures such as the Seraphim, artificial devil fruits, and replica devil fruits, was the true valuable treasure. Of course, even though he wasn't paying much attention to Shirahoshi, Khan didn't want her to form a bond with Luffy. So, before taking any action, Khan specifically sent Hancock to bring Shirahoshi back. With the help of Bakura and Viola, Khan was confident that Vanderdecken IX, hiding in the deep dark sea, wouldn't be a problem for them. Khan sent Hancock, who was arrogant toward everyone except for him and her sisters, to Fishman Island to bring Shirahoshi back and make connections. Due to Khan's interference, Nami was filled with hatred towards him. As long as Jinbei was eliminated, Khan believed Nami's resolve would strengthen, and her ability from the golden fruit would awaken. Because of this, Khan didn't want to make alliances with the Ryugu kingdom before dealing with Jinbei, as it would hinder Nami from taking action. As for whether forcibly bringing Shirahoshi back would result in the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates, Khan didn't care about that either. The Summit War never happened, and Whitebeard had lived 2 years longer than originally. Khan, who had no interest in the title of the world's strongest man, was prepared to fight Whitebeard if necessary. If Whitebeard didn't know when to back down, Khan wouldn't hesitate to use the so-called strongest pirate crew as a stepping stone for the Cross family to rise to the top of the world. By capturing Vegapunk, Khan had essentially gained the power to change the world. Once he fully absorbed Vegapunk's knowledge, Khan would become a figure capable of altering the entire world's fate. At that point, Khan's luck would be on par with that of the Child of Destiny or the final villain. Whether it was Whitebeard, Shanks, Monkey D. Dragon, or even Emu and Luffy, Khan wouldn't consider any of them a threat. So, after giving Hancock the task of retrieving Shirahoshi, Khan, confident in her abilities, didn't focus on what was happening there. Instead, he had Monet reassemble Vegapunk and ordered Sasuke to deactivate the puppet status, allowing Vegapunk's memory to be fully accessed. Through Vegapunk's memories, Khan discovered how the scientist had distributed his brain to his clones, and he began directing Monet to surgically reattach the brains of the remaining 6 clones to fully retrieve all of Vegapunk's knowledge. Vegapunk's complete brain held such vast knowledge that even Khan's hacky capacity couldn't read through it all at once. However, now that Khan had completely taken over Warhead Island and had a magnetic field shielding device in place, he no longer feared being discovered by the world government. He wasn't as anxious as before when it came to reading and absorbing Vegapunk's memories. Khan planned to have Monet decapitate Vegapunk and use his head as a library until all of the knowledge could be fully absorbed and digested. While Khan was busy with this, Hancock succeeded in capturing Shirahoshi. Interestingly, Hancock didn't kill Vanderdecken IX. Instead, Baccarat followed Khan's instructions. She merely touched the weapon at the gate of the hardshell tower and made a gesture of prayer. At that moment, Vanderdecken collapsed, and the bubble protecting the Shirahoshi mark in his hand shattered instantly. With the bubble bursting, Vanderdecken IX's dreams of taking Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, for himself were dashed. Shortly after Hancock forcibly took Shirahoshi, Vanderdecken IX, desperate, allied with Hody Jones and the new Fishman pirates. Together, they launched an assault, aiming to kidnap Shirahoshi before Neptune could call for help from the Whitebeard pirates. Coincidentally, the Straw Hat pirates, having just arrived at Fishman Island, found themselves involved in this battle. They saw it as a perfect opportunity to test their growth from the past 2 years against the new Fishman pirates. Meanwhile, another location linked to Khan was an uninhabited island in the New World. It wasn't that Khan had a direct connection to this island, but the people who appeared there were linked to him. 5 individuals, Momonosuke, Kinemon, Reizo, Kinjuro, and Kikunojo, had just traveled from the past. They were sent forward in time to the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar by Kazuki Toki, using her Time fruit ability. However, after their arrival on the island, the 5 were left confused. Their time travel had subjected them to a strange force, a conceptual power called memory erasure. They had forgotten certain individuals, such as Kazuki Hiyori and other members of the 9 Red Scabbards, except for the 2 who remained with Zanesha. But the confusion didn't last long. While they had lost some memories, they still remembered Kurizumi Orochi and Kaido as their enemies, ones they were determined to defeat. However, the daunting realization was that Kaido's power and influence had grown significantly over the 20 years they had skipped. Determined, Kinemon and the others decided to take young Momonosuke to gather information on the beast's pirates. Upon reaching the island and uncovering the information they sought, they were left in shock. What happened? Kaido was defeated. Wano was taken over by a force called the Cross family 11 years ago. Cross Khan, the world's strongest creature, actually defeated Kaido, whom even Lady Toki couldn't take down. The youngest emperor of the sea, the richest man in the world, and the uncontested ruler of the underworld. During the 20 years we were gone, this kind of figure rose to power in the New World. As they held the old newspaper, Kinnaman and the others were left speechless, glancing at each other in bewilderment. What should we do now? Sensing their confusion, 8-year-old Momonosuke, with a determined look in his eyes, declared, "I will reclaim Wano." Hearing this, Kinnaman and the others were immediately filled with resolve. "We will definitely help you, young master," they swore with conviction. However, Kinnaman, with a serious expression, added, "But with our current strength, we can't reclaim Wano from those who defeated Kaido. We should head to Zoo and join forces with the Mink tribe and the moving elephant master." Kikunojo then suggested, "In that case, I'll return to Wano and see if I can gather any information to help us." "Let's split up then," Kinnaman agreed. With that, just like in the original timeline, the group decided to divide into 2 teams. Chapter 197. At this point, Khan had no idea that Momonosuke and the others had successfully arrived in the future. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The Cross family was far stronger than the Beast's pirates. Even against the combined forces of the other 4 emperors, the Cross family would still hold the upper hand in terms of both power and high-level combat capability. In the original timeline, it took the combined efforts of the worst generation captains and the 9 Red Scabbards to defeat the Beast's pirates and Charlotte Linlin barely. If Momonosuke were once again to seek the help of the Straw Hat Pirates to reclaim Wano, Khan wouldn't hesitate to end their journey in Wano's waters. Just as Baccarat's Lucky fruit could sense luck, if there were a devil fruit that could measure the level of fortune, it would reveal that Khan's luck was currently the most volatile. Khan, with the power to reshape the world order, no longer concerned himself with the so-called child of destiny. Time passed quickly, and in just half a month, Khan had finally absorbed the essential knowledge from Vegapunk's brain. This included insights into the seraphim, artificial devil fruits, bloodline factors, devil fruit replication, and even space-jumping technology. Now that he had acquired this ultimate treasure from Vegapunk's mind, Khan instructed Granos and Monet to transform Vegapunk into a doll, then dismember him into dozens of pieces and hide them in a large storage box. Afterwards, Khan used the ability of Perfect 5, who wielded the Paramecia teleport fruit, to become invisible. He then traveled to Punk Hazard Island, the site where Aokiji and Akinu had fought for 10 days and 10 nights for the position of Fleet Admiral in the original timeline. Although in this life, the island hadn't turned into a wasteland of ice and fire, it still served as Vegapunk's former research base. Khan came here to retrieve the abandoned artificial Zoan fish fruit model, Azure Dragon, which Vegapunk had discarded due to its color being pink instead of blue. Despite this detail, Khan saw value in the artificial mythical Zoan. Punk Hazard had remained under the control of Caesar Clown, who had turned it into an experimental base after Vegapunk moved on. Caesar had been conducting biochemical experiments while also working for Charlotte Linlin, much like in the original storyline. As a result, Punk Hazard became a dangerous and forbidden area where few dared to venture. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates, after forming an alliance with Jinbei and King Neptune following their victory on Fishman Island, would soon stumble upon Punk Hazard, as in the original timeline. But Khan wasn't aware of any of this. After retrieving the artificial Zoan, Khan returned to Warhead Island, located 10,000 meters above sea level. There, he called upon Karina to give her and her team a new mission: to hunt down Wapol and seize his Paramecia Munch fruit, along with his invaluable Wapol alloy. 2 years after being driven out of Drum Kingdom by Luffy, Wapol had risen to new heights of success. Using the Munch fruit's power, he invented Wapol alloy, which had become a highly prized material among scientists and a coveted resource for the wealthy and powerful. Thanks to Wapol alloy, Wapol established the evil Black Drum Kingdom and, despite its small size, built an economic empire strong enough to make it one of the top 50 nations invited to the World Summit. His rise mirrored how the Drum Kingdom had once dominated global medical resources. Now, With Wapol's newfound wealth and power, the Black Drum Kingdom had become a key player among the world government's member nations. In just 2 short years, Wapol's Black Drum Kingdom had risen to become one of the top 50 nations invited to participate in the World Summit. It's remarkable, considering the rapid ascent of his kingdom. If Wapol had a sharper mind and more ambition, like Blackbeard's, coupled with his ability to adapt and endure hardships, he might have become a major force in the world. The Munch Munch fruit, one of the most versatile paramecia fruits, could have elevated him to global significance. Unfortunately, Wapol's lack of intelligence and foresight meant he would never go far. Worse still, he had no idea that the only reason he was still alive was because Khan was treating him like a pig being fattened for slaughter. Now that Wapol alloy had been perfected, Wapol had lost his usefulness entirely. After Khan assigned the mission, Violet, who had been monitoring Wapol for the past 2 years, quickly pinpointed the location of the Black Drum Kingdom on the current world map. Without delay, Karina gathered Violet, Oro, Gia, and Granos and asked Perfect 5 to use the teleport fruit's power to invisibly transport them to the Black Drum Kingdom. Following their usual strategy for hunting down devil fruit users and assassinating high-profile targets like Shiki, the team used Violet's clairvoyance, Perfect 5's teleportation, Oro Gia's barrier ability, Karina's dark water, and Sasuke's power to turn people into dolls. Against this combination of abilities, Wapol, already weak-willed, stood no chance and was swiftly transformed into a doll. Instead of killing Wapol right away, Karina and her team looted all his treasures before having Perfect 5 teleport them, along with the loot, back to Amazon Lily. Upon returning, Karina wasted no time in contacting Khan to report their success. As usual, Khan praised Karina and then instructed her to bring Wapol and Sugar to Slug Island. Once there, Khan had Granos release Wapol from his doll state, and he used his advanced observation haki to read Wapol's memories, extracting the secret of how to create Wapol alloy. Surprised by the value of the knowledge, Khan quickly had Karina kill Wapol and claim the paramecia Munch Munch fruit. However, Khan had no intention of giving the fruit to a warrior from Amazon Lily. Instead, he planned to feed it to Perfect 11, an artificial human he was about to create. Even without Vegapunk's knowledge, Khan had mastered the art of implanting loyalty, programming into the brains of artificial humans and replicants. By writing the method for producing Wapol alloy as a program and embedding it in Perfect 11's brain, Khan was confident that Perfect 11, once empowered by the Munch Munch fruit, would be able to produce Wapol alloy effortlessly. In just half a month, Khan had secured the vast treasures from Vegapunk's brain and claimed Wapol's paramecia Munch Munch fruit and Wapol alloy. With these acquisitions, he could finally begin mass-producing his perfect creations while upgrading the earlier models. However, as Khan continued to strengthen the foundation of the Cross family, his actions stirred up a massive undercurrent throughout the New World. The brewing storm quietly spread its dark clouds, foreshadowing a turbulent era for the entire sea. Chapter 198. At the top of the Red Line, in Mariewa. In the Room of Power, the 5 elders, who appear to be the rulers of the world, were descending into fury. What is happening? Why did Vegapunk and Slug Island vanish? And why don't we remember Vegapunk at all, who tampered with our memories? What devil fruit ability is responsible for this? Their angry voices echoed through the room. Kneeling before them, a CP0 agent, who didn't dare to raise his head, trembled as he spoke. Master 5 Elders, according to our investigation, the disappearance of Warhead Island is most likely linked to the Golden Lion, who has mysteriously gone missing, but we're not entirely certain. Besides the Golden Lion, there are several others in this world with devil fruit abilities capable of lifting an island. For example, Kaido of the Beasts pirates with his mythical Zoan dragon fruit, his flame clouds can support an island, or Cross Khan, the world's strongest creature, whose telekinetic powers could also lift an island. There's also the heavy fruit, among others. We suspect that Vegapunk may have allied with this mysterious individual, aiming to escape the world government's control. It's possible that Vegapunk secretly modified Warhead Island and installed a device to block its magnetic field, preventing us from using an eternal pose to track it. As for the memory issue, this is definitely the work of someone with memory-altering abilities. Memory-related devil fruits are extremely rare, and there are very few entries in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, so we suspect it could be an unknown devil fruit power. This could be due to either the paramecia-type childlike fruit or the awakening of the memory fruit. However, from our investigation, Charlotte Pudding of the Big Mom Pirates has been in Tato Land the whole time, making it impossible for her to be on the red line, and she hasn't awakened the memory fruit. Therefore, it's highly likely that either an unknown ability user is involved, or the childlike fruit user turned Vegapunk into a doll. Additionally, over a decade ago, there was an auction in a black market in North Blue, where it was rumored that the paramecia childlike fruit was on the list. Rumored. Hearing this, the 5 elders exploded in anger. Since when does CP0 report on mere rumors? I deeply apologize, Lord 5 Elders. The CP0 agent stammered. Because it's been over 10 years since that auction, and when we tried to investigate, there were no clues left. The island itself has been ravaged by wars for over a decade and is now nothing but ruins. Not just the island, but the organizations involved in the auction, and even the participants, we lost all traces. It's as if some invisible hand has been carefully erasing all evidence over the years. Investigate further. Whether it's coincidence or deliberate, search all of North Blue if you must. Find out who obtained the paramecia childlike fruit. Yes. The CP organization's movements were massive, just as the 5 elders had commanded, giving the impression that they were turning North Blue upside down in their search. This quickly drew the attention of all major players. As the Underworld King, Doflamingo was one of the first to realize the CP organization's purpose. He simply smiled wickedly, his eyes behind his sunglasses filled with disdain. After more than a decade, they still thought they could find traces of that old auction. They were severely underestimating him. That's right, the island that was reduced to ruins by war wasn't a coincidence. An invisible hand had orchestrated it all. And that hand belonged to Doflamingo. Well, to be precise, it was Khan. After Khan obtained information from Queen and Red Judge's memories, he decided that in the future, he would extract Vegapunk's knowledge as well. The plan had already been set in motion. The childlike fruit was a crucial part of that plan. Khan was well aware that even if Sugar turned Vegapunk into a doll, the 5 elders would eventually discover the truth. Because Khan had been the one to auction off the childlike fruit in North Blue all those years ago. With CP's vast intelligence network, they would inevitably trace things back to North Blue. That's why, before Doflamingo moved the Don Quixote family to the New World and secured control over the arms and medicine trades for the Cross Guild, Khan had ordered him to start a war that would destroy the island and discreetly eliminate all witnesses. The auction's participants and the key underworld figures behind it were all dealt with, creating the perfect coincidence. More than 10 years had passed, but perhaps a few stragglers who knew the childlike fruit had been claimed by Khan were still out there. Even so, tracking them down would be a difficult and time-consuming task, even for CP. By the time they figured out Khan was the one who took the fruit, he would likely have perfected his creation and completed his masterpiece. And even if they suspected Khan, the 5 elders wouldn't dare turn against him without solid proof. They couldn't afford to. Without evidence, they wouldn't risk a direct conflict with him. After all, the world government, with only a few seraphim under its command, lacked the confidence to challenge the 7 warlords of the sea or the 4 emperors without fear. When Khan learned of CP's actions through Doflamingo, he merely laughed it off and continued his scientific research. At the same time, 2 of the 4 emperors made unexpected moves. Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, had both stirred into action. Although Neptune didn't inform Whitebeard that Shirahoshi had been taken by Hancock, Whitebeard, ever the man of justice, eventually discovered the truth. To help his sworn brother get his daughter back, the Whitebeard pirates extended an invitation to the Cross Guild, seeking a meeting. Meanwhile, in North Blue, Germa 66 made its way to Tato Land. Vinsmoke Judge arranged a meeting with Charlotte Linlin, and the Vinsmoke and Charlotte families agreed to an arranged marriage. The groom, Vinsmoke Judge's runaway fourth son, the Straw Hat Pirate's cook, and a member of the worst generation, Blackleg Sanji. The bride, Charlotte Linlin's 35th daughter and 76th child, the user of the memory fruit, Charlotte Pudding. Chapter 199. An invitation from the Whitebeard Pirates. The perfect work was produced in batches, and the artificial Zoan, phantom beast species, azure dragon form, and the bloodline factor of Bartholomew Kuma stored in the Warhead Island experimental base were studied. The liquid with paramecia and pawpaw fruit abilities was ready for mass production. In addition to his own devil fruit, Khan, who turns all perfect works into double fruit users, gained the abilities of the paramecia-type pawpaw fruit. After hearing Karina's words, he, buried in his work, paused slightly but didn't even glance at the invitation card. He continued his work with his head down. He scoffed, tear it up. Give them a message. I like Princess Shirahoshi very much, and I want her as my maid. Taking Shirahoshi without asking. The Cross family will secretly protect the Ryugu Kingdom to ensure that the sovereignty of the Dragon Palace Kingdom remains with Neptune's descendants or others chosen by Uputin. If Neptune isn't happy, or if Whitebeard wants to defend his brother, the Cross family will be ready. This year marked the beginning of troubled times, and Khan had no time to waste on the remnants of the old era. If Nami hadn't changed her fate on her own and developed a deep hatred for Jinbei, Khan wouldn't mind being more courteous, presenting the Cross family flag to Fishman Island and becoming its secret backer. After Whitebeard passed away and the Whitebeard pirates retreated from their dominant position in the New World, the Cross family naturally became the new backers of Fishman Island. But now, before Nami kills Jinbei, Khan would only show limited goodwill to Neptune, ensuring that the Ryugu Kingdom remained under Neptune's lineage. After Nami kills Jinbei, Khan plans to extend his goodwill further, making Fishman Island a subsidiary territory of the Cross family. For Khan, time was of the essence. The New World was destined to be the stage where the Child of Destiny would rise to the top. After entering the New World, the Child of Destiny, bearing the fate of saving the world, would grow at an unprecedented rate, defying reason and logic. A month ago, he had only just mastered Conqueror's Haki, but after a battle, his Haki could evolve into its most advanced form. If the battle was as significant as a global war, his Conqueror's Haki might even reach its ultimate level, and his Devil Fruit could awaken, boosting his overall strength from the level of a high-ranking officer with a 500 million berry bounty to one of the strongest individuals standing at the peak of the world. As the Liberator leading the charge, the Child of Destiny's strength would be overwhelmingly exaggerated. Even if he didn't desire to stand at the top, the world, fate, and the arrow itself would push him to that peak. Once the Child of Destiny stood at the summit, the villain opposing fate, his final opponent, would emerge, initiating their plan to serve as his ultimate challenge. Defeating this final villain would grant him the title of the Brave Dragon Slayer. If you lose to the final boss, then the dragon wins, and the world and the era will continue to wait, spending time until new children of destiny and liberation fighters are born. Now, before Luffy climbs to the highest peak in the world, only a few top-level battles remain. In other words, the mysterious Emo, who has lived for 800 years and is the true ruler of the world government, will soon reveal himself. A massive war that will sweep the world is inevitable. In order to become the strongest player in this colossal conflict, and to have the confidence to stay in control, Khan is racing against time, unwilling to waste even a second on Whitebeard. Even if the Whitebeard pirates do declare war on the Cross family, Khan wouldn't be concerned. Just as the original Summit War didn't require Fleet Admiral Sengoku's intervention, with Akinu almost killing Whitebeard alone, this would be no different. Dealing with Whitebeard, who is now 74 years old, and Boa Hancock, who has stood at the world's summit in recent years, would only be easier than Akinu's efforts back then. As long as Hancock holds Whitebeard back, Monet and the other girls, along with their perfect creations, plus an overwhelming number of artificial Zoan users, will easily crush the Whitebeard pirates. It would be a walk in the park. So it's fine if Whitebeard doesn't act impulsively. But if he dares to start a war with the Cross family, Khan, in the midst of these chaotic times, wouldn't hesitate to let the world see just how much power the Cross family has quietly built over the years. I understand, Master. Karina didn't feel ashamed or surprised by Khan's dismissive attitude toward the world's strongest man. Instead, she nodded in agreement, her expression showing deep approval. At 20 years old, Karina was no longer the young girl from her early teens. From a young age, she had aspired to be more than just a pretty face. She wanted to be a top executive. Now, as a Logia-type dark fruit user with access to the underground base at any time, Karina was one of the few maids who fully understood the master's strength and the depth of the family's power. Like Robin and Monet, Karina was a rational person with a strong interest in gathering information. Well-versed in the world's affairs, Karina knew that the Cross family was unique among the 5 emperors. The reason the Whitebeard pirates still held the title of the world's strongest pirate crew wasn't because Khan couldn't defeat Whitebeard. It was because Khan had no interest in fighting a man who was past his prime. That title of world's strongest was not something Khan coveted. So Karina had the perfect 5 teleport her to Amazon Lily, where she delivered Khan's reply to Robin and Hancock, his trusted lieutenants. While Law and Hancock might offer opinions on trivial matters, when it came to significant issues, they, as devoted maids and loyal companions, would unconditionally follow the master's orders. As a result, Hancock, who served as the second-in-command of the Cross family in the outside world, rejected Whitebeard's invitation on Khan's behalf. She relayed his exact words to the envoy, ensuring Whitebeard would hear them. This move did not sit well with the Whitebeard pirates. In fact, from the perspective of Whitebeard's crew, it was as if Hancock had personally slapped them. As the strongest pirate group in the world, and one of the only surviving pirate crews from the legendary era, apart from the Big Mom pirates, they saw most other pirate groups as beneath them. Even Charlotte Linlin and Kaido would show respect to any invitation sent by Whitebeard. But now, Cross Khan, who, although a powerful figure in the pirate world, was still a junior, had shown blatant disrespect by not giving Whitebeard any consideration. The Whitebeard pirates, used to enjoy the prestige of being the world's strongest crew and the superiority of being unchallenged, were furious. They immediately wanted to send their forces to attack the Cross family and teach Khan and his crew a harsh lesson. Chapter 200. Father, this guy is way too arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson and show him who really controls this sea? The Whitebeard pirates' members were furious, and even the captains bristled with frustration. Since the Rocks pirates disbanded and throughout decades of Whitebeard pirates' dominance, when had anyone dared to treat them with such disrespect? If the ones slighting them were Roger, Golden Lion, or Patrick Redfield, men of Whitebeard's generation, Marco and the others might have swallowed their pride. But this insult came from a younger upstart, which was a humiliating blow to the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone wanted their old man to declare war on Cross Khan. Goo rah rah rah. If a young man isn't arrogant, he isn't a young man. Whitebeard, however, was unbothered. He let out his signature laugh, ruffling Marco's hair beside him, and said with a smile, "Since that kid promised to treat Neptune's daughter well, we'll supervise him. After all, Neptune has no objection. If that kid breaks his word, we'll go to Wano country and help Neptune get his daughter back." He chose to stand down. The world's strongest man chose peace once again. Teach, sitting in the corner of the Moby Dick, couldn't hide his disappointment. As Whitebeard aged, the once invincible old man seemed increasingly powerless. If he were 10 years younger, would he have even sent an invitation to Cross Khan? No way. He'd have demanded that Cross Khan return Neptune's daughter to Fishman Island immediately. And if he refused, Cross's, world's best entertainment city, and the kingdom of Dressrosa would face endless tsunamis from the power of his tremor fruit. They could survive the first wave, maybe, but the second or third would be relentless. In his prime, Whitebeard could summon a tsunami with just a roar, matching even the Pirate King, Roger. But now, he was conceding left and right. Though Whitebeard still held his sons dear, and had avenged Kazuki Oden's death in his own way. These ongoing compromises didn't sit well with some of the crew. But in the end, Whitebeard knew these choices were for his son's safety. Teach knew, too, that his old man was backing down not out of fear, but because he didn't want to put his family in unnecessary danger. This Whitebeard isn't the same one I once admired. If it weren't for missing out on the Logia dark fruit and having to put his ambitions on hold, Teach might have already left the Whitebeard pirates. However, since Whitebeard chose to step back, Teach was content with it. In his mind, the Whitebeard pirates might still be the strongest among the 5 emperors. However, the most mysterious and influential crew isn't the Whitebeard pirates, the powerful Big Mom pirates, or even the Red Hair pirates with their impenetrable defenses. Every time there's news about them, it shakes the world, the Cross family. As for the Beast's pirates, they're the only crew among the 5 emperors who have been defeated by a crew of similar strength. If Kaido, the fearsome mythical Zoan, weren't their captain, they wouldn't even be among the 5 emperors. Starting from nothing, the current Beast's pirates, even with control over Onigashima, are a shadow of the former crew's power and influence. The former Beast's pirates, they were at their peak. The finest weapons on the market came from them. The supply of seastone, capable of nullifying devil fruit's powers, was also largely under their control. But now, these highly profitable assets are in the hands of the Cross family. With years of growth, the Cross family has built an empire around these resources and, with the support of a mysterious scientist, has become the leading force in weapon manufacturing, both cold and hot arms. Alongside the Joker, the world's top broker, the Cross family supplies weapons to factions across the Grand Line, the 4 Seas, the Underworld, the Pirate World, and even to the Marines. More than half of advanced medical care and medicines come from Cross family factories. The arms and pharmaceutical industries are incredibly profitable. And that's not all. The largest entertainment hubs in each sea zone, they're all run by the Cross family on massive island ships. These 3 industries alone bring astronomical wealth to the Cross family. But it's not just about money. Stationed in the waters of Wano country, a windless sea that's almost impenetrable, they also have a terrifying scientist with the technology to create clones and cyborgs. When the Cross family revealed this asset, countless people began to recognize the power of these clones, each valued at around 80 million berries, a force fully capable of standing alongside the 5 emperors. These clone warriors can be mass-produced as long as there's enough money. Teach suspects that after all these years, the Cross family's army is far beyond 20,000 or 30,000 clones. In those hidden waters, there's likely an enormous force of clones, perhaps even upgraded ones. This is why Teach stayed with the Whitebeard pirates, ultimately slipping into Wano to see if the Cross family had acquired the dark fruit. While Marco and others thought Cross Khan's refusal showed disrespect toward Whitebeard, Teach believed it was because Khan didn't consider the Whitebeard pirates worth his attention. The Cross family, after all, has amassed enough power to overwhelm the Whitebeard pirates. In a confrontation, Whitebeard's lower-ranking fighters would be completely outmatched. The Cross family's low-profile, secretive style suggests that beyond their notable leaders, the Pirate Queen and the Vampire, their servants likely hide extraordinary abilities. If the Cross family does have the dark fruit, it could very well have already been consumed by one of Khan's maids. Thinking of this, a pang of sorrow hit Teach. If that's true, then his only hope lies in getting the Paramecia tremor fruit from Whitebeard himself, his last chance to achieve his dream. But Khan doesn't know Whitebeard chose to back down because of him. Chapter 201. Just as Teach expected. If Whitebeard were 10 years younger, he would never have chosen to back down. He'd have given the Junior Cross Guild's Khan a lesson, showing him the respect a legend of the old era deserves. But now, Whitebeard can no longer do that. He doesn't know exactly when it happened, but his once dazzling golden hair is mostly gone now. He doesn't know when it started, but despite his towering height of 6.6 meters and his once powerful jumps and sprints, he can no longer move with the same force or speed, disappearing from sight. Somewhere along the line, his body began to tire as soon as night fell, making it impossible to keep up the endless energy he once had, fighting for days on end without rest. Now, he endures that awful needle every day and can't even enjoy his favorite wine. His once world-class haki isn't as freely unleashed as it was back then. At some point, he realized he was no longer invincible. Ever since the enhanced humans arrived on the scene and someone consumed the paramecia-type tremor fruit, one that requires extraordinary strength to master, Whitebeard hadn't lost in countless battles. Even during his youth, Rox himself had shown him respect. After Rox fell, even legends like Roger, who rose as the Pirate King, never managed to defeat him. For decades, Whitebeard had held the title of the world's strongest man. Yet, without realizing it, he had come up against the one enemy no warrior can escape, the most powerful foe that every strong soul inevitably faces, and one that 99.99% cannot conquer: time. Teach could see it all and knew that the Cross family was one of the most hidden and formidable forces among the 5 emperors. As one of the oldest figures in the world, and aside from Sengoku, the last legend of the old era still active on the front lines, Whitebeard understood Khan's refusal. Yet, like Kazuki Oden, who had to endure humiliation to save his retainers, Whitebeard swallowed his pride. Khan's refusal gave Whitebeard a way to retreat without compromising his dignity. Now he has taken away Neptune's daughter, making her his maid, and has promised to protect the Ryugu kingdom, ensuring that the throne of the Dragon Kingdom would be passed on to his descendants. Neptune hadn't asked Whitebeard for help. If the Whitebeard pirates kept meddling in affairs they didn't need to, causing needless trouble, it was likely that many of his sons would fall in the world's next great war. Without realizing it, Whitebeard's strength had gone from unmatched to comparable with his younger rivals. Now, his power was even beginning to lag behind emerging giants like Cross-Guild's Khan, Kaido, and Shanks. This reality forced him to think differently. Whitebeard had only one objective now: to train a successor for the Whitebeard pirates before he was entirely outmatched, so that after he passed, his sons wouldn't face persecution from other forces. Even if the Whitebeard pirates no longer held the title of the strongest crew, he wanted them to have a stable life in the new world. In the original story, Whitebeard intended Portgas D. Ace to inherit his legacy. With Ace's talent and background, he could have carried on the Whitebeard pirates well, if not for the Summit War. Ultimately, the tragic fate of Ace and Whitebeard marked the end of an era, as their deaths heralded a new age. However, in this reality, Ace never joined Whitebeard. Instead, he reunited with his amnesiac brother on an island ravaged by war. Ace kept a low profile for years, waiting for a reunion with his last remaining brother in the New World. This left Whitebeard to place his hopes on Marco and Teach. Despite Teach's shattered dream and recent surge in ambition, Whitebeard fondly remembered the young man who had fought loyally by his side. Though Teach was a long-standing member of the crew, he had the lowest profile, often overlooked even by the other veterans. He was, in fact, one of Whitebeard's sons who didn't even have a bounty. Since there'd been no internal conflict, Whitebeard had no reason to suspect that Teach's concealed strength might be for sinister reasons. As a father who loved his sons deeply, Whitebeard's heart was as vast as the sea. He embraced all their flaws without doubt. This generosity was one of the reasons so many, even hardened criminals, loved Whitebeard and were willing to die for him. To Whitebeard, Teach's recent show of strength seemed like strategic patience. In Marco and Teach, Whitebeard saw potential leaders for the Whitebeard pirates. With enough time, he believed they could grow into the captain and vice-captain of the crew. Jazu, Thatch, and Vista would support them, ensuring the crew could hold its ground, even if Whitebeard was gone. He felt confident that Linlin and Kaido wouldn't easily threaten them. As for the younger captains, Cross-Guild's Khan and Shanks, Whitebeard thought Shanks, who had inherited Roger's will, would likely become an ally rather than an enemy. But Khan was a different matter. He was an enigma Whitebeard couldn't fully read. It was precisely this unreadability that led Whitebeard to back down again. In all his decades of sailing, Whitebeard had never encountered a young pirate quite like Cross-Guild's Khan. This man had risen to fame as a teenager, yet became uncharacteristically quiet and reserved after reaching adulthood. Whitebeard suspected Khan's ambitions went beyond the pirate world itself, mirroring his former captain's aspirations to transcend the seas and reach the world itself. Could it be that the infamous Battle of the God Valley might repeat itself in this era? If so, Whitebeard wondered whether he would have the strength to stand through it. While Whitebeard masked his concerns with bravado, a quiet sadness lingered in his heart. As for Teach and Whitebeard's inner reflections, Khan, far away on a war-ravaged island 10,000 meters in the sky, had no idea. As time passed, Robin informed Khan that the Whitebeard pirates hadn't rallied their allied crews from across the world. Hearing this, Khan paid little mind to Whitebeard's group. If the strongest man in the world couldn't keep up with the changing times, Khan felt he'd have to show him that the old era was already over. Yet, since Whitebeard seemed willing to avoid a confrontation, Khan was content to keep the cross-guild's strength under wraps for a while longer. During this time, he'd created new artificial Zoan fruits, including models for the fish fruit, mythical beast, and azure dragon, hiding unprecedented powers within his perfect, number 1 and number 10 warriors. Chapter 202. When Khan defeated Kaido, he had Sanya and Monet join forces to land the final blow. Using the powers of the Paramecia-type Apop fruit, they bypassed Kaido's world-class defenses and implanted a subtle trick within his heart, ensuring that the strongest creature in the world would no longer pose a threat. In the process, they managed to draw a considerable amount of blood from Kaido. By combining Kaido's bloodline factor with Bell's, Khan succeeded in creating his ultimate weapon, a flawless, perfect number 1. Even after that, Khan still held a significant reserve of Kaido's blood. After gaining access to Vegapunk's knowledge of artificial devil fruits and the replication of bloodline factors, Khan successfully replicated Vegapunk's methods, creating a second artificial Zoan fruit of the fish, mythical beast, and azure dragon variety. However, like Vegapunk's original attempt, Khan's artificial azure dragon was also labeled a failure, not because of its abilities, but because of its appearance. Unlike Vegapunk's pink dragon form, Khan's creation was a different shade, resulting in a blue dragon with the same abilities as the original. With the remaining Kaido blood, Khan went on to create 9 more artificial azure dragons. Combined with earlier models from Punk Hazard and his own previous creations, Khan now possessed a total of 11 artificial azure dragons, each distinct in color but identical in ability. However, all were considered failures due to their colors diverging from the original blue shade. Khan decided that these 11 dragons should be consumed by his perfected warriors. Instead of granting the powers to his most powerful perfect creations, he designated them for Perfect 11 through Perfect 21. Specifically, he designed Perfect 11 as a male while selecting upgraded female warriors from Amazon Lily to create 10 perfect models. These models combine the bloodline factors of these warriors with Bell's to create a perfected line of female combatants. These newly perfected warriors, imbued with the powers of the artificial azure dragon, were given to Khan's top officers and his most loyal personal maids, transforming them into elite dragon knights who doubled as formidable bodyguards. Perfect 11, who had consumed the first blue dragon Khan created, was kept at Khan's side, partly as a tribute since Khan's favorite color is blue. However, the demands of Khan's maids kept growing. The 10 dragons were simply not enough to satisfy them, so Khan promised that he would obtain more of Kaido's blood when he had the chance, creating additional artificial dragons for them. Aside from perfects 1 through 10, each of the new perfects from 11 to 21 also had a unique dual devil fruit ability. Their second ability came from the Paramecia-type pawpaw fruit, originally wielded by Bartholomew Kuma, whose special physiology and unique race made him an ideal template. This second ability was not acquired through creating more artificial devil fruits, but rather through the bloodline factor replication technique, which allowed Khan to implant these powers directly into their bodies. The bloodline factor copy fruit is a special serum that grants devil fruit abilities. Every time a perfect creation uses the powers of the Paramecia-type pawpaw fruit, the implanted serum is partially consumed. Once this reserve is depleted, the perfect creation loses its ability and requires replenishment. This is the secret to how Khan's creations can wield dual devil fruit abilities. In addition to enhancing his perfect creations, Khan also managed to acquire Vegapunk's Seraphim series. Within the base on Slug Island, Khan discovered Seraphim, who was modeled after the 7 warlords of the sea. Since they were still incomplete, these Seraphim appeared in the child forms of the warlords. To become a warlord of the sea, each one had to provide a blood sample to the world government, a basic requirement for the role back then when technology was limited, and it was still the age of exploration. This allowed Khan to see child versions of figures like Hawkeye in these Seraphim, though a model of Boa Hancock was missing. Khan couldn't help but admire Vegapunk's work. While the Seraphim lacked the raw strength of his own double fruit, exoskeleton-enhanced perfect creations, they excelled in human-like qualities. A perfect creation could be commanded, but Seraphim were capable of acting with a lifelike autonomy that brought them closer to real humans. For instance, although Khan used the Golden Lion's bloodline factor to create Perfect 8, this creation could only match the Golden Lion's strength, not his unmatched dual sword style. In contrast, the Seraph modeled after a young Hawkeye was capable of executing slashes with the mastery of a true swordsman, an inheritance of Hawkeye's own skill. In bloodline factor research, Khan, despite his skill, was indeed a step behind Vegapunk. However, with Vegapunk's knowledge, Khan managed to upgrade Perfect 8, enabling it to wield the Golden Lion's iconic dual sword technique. With the enhancements to the perfect creations and the acquisition of the Seraphim series, the strength of the Cross family surged. In terms of elite combat power, not even an alliance of the 4 emperors would rival the Cross family. Now, the Cross family boasts 3 powerful groups: Khan's personal maid squad, the dual fruit-wielding perfect creations, and the Seraphim series of lifelike artificial humans. For lower-tier combat, the Cross family commands hundreds of thousands of soldiers, each with a bounty-equivalent strength level of 80 million berries, through cloning and modification. Additionally, they possess 2 of the ancient weapons, Pluton, hidden in Wano, and Poseidon, represented by Shirahoshi. With this power, Khan no longer feared a lack of firepower. Even in an era of chaos, where the entire world could become an enemy, the Cross family could hold their position without fear. Thus, after completing his perfect creations and Seraphim, Khan finally left the underground base to tend to his maids and assess the world's current events, particularly monitoring the Child of Destiny. The Straw Hat Pirates, having left Fishman Island, coincidentally arrived at an island of fire and ice, the current Punk Hazard. There, they defeated Caesar Clown, who was under Big Mom's protection. On Punk Hazard, they also encountered Momonosuke, who was en route to Zoo but had been separated and brought to Punk Hazard for experimentation. This marked the beginning of a new wave of change. Unlike in the original timeline, Momonosuke didn't eat an artificial azure dragon fruit. Instead, Caesar had him undergo giantification, transforming him into an oversized child. Now 5 or 6 meters tall, with a baby face and large head, Momonosuke earned the nickname given by Luffy, the big-headed baby dragon. Chapter 203. Khan hadn't anticipated that his actions would cause such a chain reaction, eventually leading to Luffy meeting Momonosuke. Now, it's uncertain if the stunned Luffy will still decide to help Momonosuke reclaim Wano. If Luffy helps Momonosuke take back Wano, it essentially means Khan has taken Kaido's place as the first Emperor Luffy will challenge head-on in the New World. Why first and not second? Well, it's simple. In the original story, Luffy's encounters with Charlotte Linlin were more to retrieve Sanji than to defeat her as a primary target. Kaido, however, was Luffy's first direct challenge, and no matter the number of setbacks, Kaido was the one he was determined to beat. Because of this, Luffy's strength skyrocketed as he clashed with monsters of the New World, reaching the peak of Yonko-level power and becoming the youngest emperor. If Khan indeed steps into Kaido's role, he'll become the target that Destiny's child, Luffy, must defeat. Will this battle push Luffy to master the highest level of armament haki, Conqueror's Infusion, and ultimately reach Gear 5 or Nika's Awakening? Pondering this, Khan sneered, dismissing the thought of Destiny's child. He hoped Luffy wouldn't foolishly challenge him for the sake of a near stranger like Momonosuke. But if he did, Khan had no qualms about ending this era of unrest before it even fully began. 800 years of waiting could simply roll into a new cycle. Khan wasn't too concerned about Destiny's Child coming after him. Even the protagonist's aura has limits. In the original, Luffy had the help of Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law to occupy Charlotte Linlin, plus the support of Marco, a capable ally, which set up his chance to confront Kaido one-on-one. Even then, it took Luffy losing twice and finally achieving Nika's form after extensive battles to win. But facing the Cross Guild and Khan, who is well aware of Nika's abilities, would be an entirely different challenge. Unless every member of the Straw Hat Pirates reaches Emperor-level power, they will struggle against the Cross Guild's resources. Khan himself wouldn't even need to step in. Boa Hancock could lead the perfect Legion and Seraphim to wipe out the alliance of the Straw Hats, the Mink Tribe, and the remaining 9 Red Scabbards. This is on a different level than any previous war Luffy has faced. Even if he achieves Nika's form, he might still struggle against the current Hancock. While his rubber powers give him some immunity to lightning and fire, this protection has its limits. Just as Akinu's magma left a cross-shaped scar on his chest in the original, Hancock's current strength as a Yonko-level fighter poses a threat even to Nika Luffy. With her incredible speed, Hancock could evade even Khan's grip. And if Khan tried to restrain her with telekinetic powers, she could teleport to break free, effortlessly escaping his grasp. Hancock's mastery of the Thunder Fruit has reached an impressive level, rivaling that of an admiral's development of their Devil Fruits. When 2 Devil Fruits are similarly advanced, the winner depends on whose elemental powers are superior and who holds the greater advantage in battle. On top of her Devil Fruit skills, Hancock's haki abilities are extraordinary. By 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, Hancock had already achieved mastery over the most advanced uses of Conqueror's haki. She could perform external and internal destruction through armament haki, predict the future with observation haki, and infuse Conqueror's haki into her attacks, abilities she'd honed 7 years prior. Yet due to the overwhelming power of the Cross Guild and the defeat of the Beast's pirates, no other force, not even those at the Yonko level, dared to challenge Hancock or the Guild. Thus, the world's view of her abilities remains rooted in the past, unaware of her growth. Hancock has risen to a level on par with legends like Ben Beckman, the right-hand man of red-haired Shanks, capable of rivaling her captain or trailing only slightly behind. Meanwhile, Khan has turned his focus away from Luffy, who, much like the original story, continues his journey after defeating Caesar with Momonosuke, still recovering from an experiment, and his protector, Kinemon. Their journey to find Reizo leads them, by either chance or fate, to Zu, the land atop the ancient elephant, Zanesha. For the Straw Hat Pirates, this first encounter with Zanesha, a massive prehistoric creature, was a revelation, reshaping their sense of scale. Even the enormous Noah and the Sea Kings of Fishman Island seemed minuscule by comparison. Unlike in the original story, where Zu suffered devastation from Jack of the Beast's pirates, this time, Kaido's forces have left Zu undisturbed. As a result, the Mink tribe had no need to hide or lie to protect Reizo from pirate attacks, allowing Kinemon and the crew to reunite with Reizo and obtain their first copy of the Poneglyph. Khan, being aware of the world's secrets, knows there's a road Poneglyph on Zu's island, on Zanesha's back. However, Khan has no interest in finding Raftel, the final island, and therefore hasn't pursued this Poneglyph. Besides, he already possesses a road Poneglyph, a prize from his battle with Kaido. As for why Kaido had a road Poneglyph, it originates from Wano. During Roger's era, the 4 Poneglyphs were hidden in Tato land under Charlotte Linlin's rule, on Zu in Wano, and finally on Fishman Island, next to Joy Boy's apology. After Roger's era, however, the Fishman Island Poneglyph disappeared, removed by unknown hands. Kaido was cast out from Onigashima by Khan without obtaining it. Now, if Luffy wishes to become the Pirate King, he'll need to confront Khan in Wano and obtain a copy of the Poneglyph from him. Khan holds the final key to reaching Raftel and unlocking the last piece of the puzzle. Chapter 204. After living in this world for over 30 years, Khan has unknowingly become one of the greatest obstacles that the Son of Destiny must confront. Khan realizes that unless he becomes an ally or protector of this destined individual or withdraws from the public eye entirely, sooner or later, he will end up clashing with them. Before Khan's arrival, the world-shaking war described in the original story had not yet erupted. Still, he can see that this great war signifies a confrontation involving all factions that cross paths with the Son of Destiny. This once-in-8 centuries liberator will challenge the dragons to become a hero. If Khan's influence had remained limited to a select few, like his personal maid Hancock, he might have stayed neutral, watching from the sidelines as the destined one reshaped the world. After all, even the strongest individual can't stand alone against the combined might of the ruling forces. However, Khan now has both the power and confidence to oppose anyone and any faction. To put it simply, if Luffy, as in the original story, insists on helping Momonosuke reclaim his country and aims to defeat Khan and the Cross family, Khan has no qualms about forcing this once-in-8 centuries liberator into yet another cycle of reincarnation. Yet this generation's Son of Destiny, Luffy, has no idea the world's strongest creature has given him a choice. Just like in the original story, Luffy, persuaded by Momonosuke's tears and Kinnaman's relentless pleas, decides to help Momonosuke regain control of his homeland. But Luffy has his own reasons, too. In this version of events, there is no Robin in the Straw Hat crew, leaving them without someone who can read the poneglyphs. Knowing that reaching Raftel requires deciphering the road poneglyphs, and with one already in Momonosuke's possession, Luffy decides to lend his aid. As Luffy and Ace said in the original tale, it doesn't matter who becomes the Pirate King as long as there's a chance to fight for it. To Luffy, it seems as if any conflict can be resolved through a good brawl. But in this harsh world, not everyone will indulge him in these pirate games. Getting back to the story. After obtaining the first road poneglyph from Zu, the crew of the Thousand Sunny gains 4 new members, aside from Momonosuke, Kinnaman, and Reizo. They are Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, the 2 members of the 9 Red Scabbards who survived unscathed thanks to the butterfly effect, along with Pedro and Carrot from the original story. To support Momonosuke in reclaiming Wano, the Mink tribe has allied with the Straw Hat Pirates, becoming the crew's 3rd major ally. And who are the other 2? Naturally, they're the revolutionary army led by Monkey D. Dragon and the red-haired pirates of the guide, Shanks. After finding Reizo, the next destination for the Straw Hat Pirates is the Kingdom of Dressrosa. The Kingdom of Dressrosa is already a powerful presence in the New World and is recognized by the world government. It ranks as the 3rd of the top 50 countries invited to the annual World Summit. Additionally, Dressrosa is now known as a key entrance to the land of Wano. Since the Cross family defeated the Beast's pirates and took control of Wano, the area around Wano has become even more mysterious than before, rivaling the secrecy of both the closed country and the calm belt. Previously, the Beast's pirates allowed their allied crews to freely access Wano's waters. However, under the Cross family's rule, only members of the Cross family are allowed to come and go from Wano, shutting out even figures like Doflamingo. Anyone who attempts to enter Wano by unconventional means, whether using pets or flight, is met with no way out. Now, with sisters Scarlet and Viola both married to Khan, Dressrosa has been entrusted to Doflamingo. Each month, Scarlet and others transport medicines and cold weapons crafted by Tontatta's and Wano's master swordsmiths, along with firearms produced by Asir, who now oversees the weapons base. These shipments arrive at Dressrosa's port, where Doflamingo arranges buyers and has Transport King's fleet distribute the goods worldwide. The Dressrosa Marina is one of the most famous in the world and serves as the only recognized entryway to Wano, though it denies entry to outsiders. Over the years, Doflamingo has transformed Dressrosa into one of the most popular resort islands in the New World, positioned close to Wano's highly coveted resources. Acting as an agent and with Granos as one of the top executives of the Cross family, Doflamingo has turned Dressrosa into a massive marketplace. It's now not only a famous and safe resort island, but also the world's leading intermediary market for powerful forces seeking to purchase cross-family goods, including medicines and weapons, at below-market prices. Only strong nations and organizations dare to buy directly from Dressrosa, as weaker forces often risk being robbed on the return journey. Many countries opt for the Cross family's door-to-door delivery service, which offers more security. As such, Dressrosa has become one of the most complex and chaotic islands in the New World. When the Straw Hat Pirates arrive, they're on the lookout for Kinjuro, but soon face a new challenge from an Emperor of the Sea. Surprisingly, this threat doesn't come from Khan, who's nearby, but from the Big Mom Pirates, now allied with the Vinsmoke family. While the crew splits up, Sanji and Chopper go shopping for ingredients. Just as Robin once encountered CP9 in the original story, Sanji encounters an envoy from Big Mom's crew. Under threat, and for Zeph's safety back in the East Blue, Sanji reluctantly binds Chopper for his safety and leaves Dressrosa with the envoy. Meanwhile, Luffy heads to Dressrosa's famous Colosseum, the Corrida Colosseum, where he reunites with Sabo, his sworn brother and a revolutionary who purchases weapons on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo also brings news of Ace, and after years apart, the three brothers are finally reunited in the New World. Chapter 205. When Luffy saw Sabo, who had regained his memory and sought him out just as Ace once had, he was in complete shock. His expression was just as exaggerated as in the original story, and he immediately burst into tears, hugging the brother he had believed dead for years. After their reunion, Sabo took Luffy to meet Ace, who had traveled with him to Dressrosa. After 5 long years, the two brothers were finally together again on one of the New World's chaotic, yet strangely peaceful intermediary islands. Unaware that Sanji had quietly left with Big Mom's envoy, the three sworn brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, sat together on a wooden barrel in a quiet alley, talking for hours. Through their conversation, Luffy learned why Sabo hadn't searched for them all those years. While he had survived the Celestial Dragon's attack, it had left him with memory loss. In the original story, Sabo regains his memory upon seeing news of Ace's death, which delivers a jolt to his mind. In this alternate timeline, Sabo also recovered his memories because of Ace. While leading the Revolutionary Army in liberating a country, Sabo encountered Ace, who was traveling in the New World with the Spade Pirates without a permanent base. Years had passed, and both had grown into adults, but Ace recognized Sabo instantly. Stunned, Sabo's memories of Ace and Luffy came flooding back. Once they reconnected, Ace was deeply grateful to Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon, for saving Sabo. Raised with Makino's guidance, Ace felt a sincere gratitude toward Dragon, even though they had never met. Taking advantage of some free time, Ace accompanied Sabo back to the Revolutionary Army's base, wanting to understand more about Sabo's life over the years. For the past few years, Ace had stayed with the Revolutionary Army, supporting Sabo while giving his crewmates valuable training. He even trained further under Monkey D. Dragon, honing his haki and physical abilities through sparring with Sabo. Ace's skill in armament and observation haki grew substantially, achieving mastery over future sight thanks to training with formidable opponents like Charlotte Katakuri. Sabo, often seen as the weaker of the three brothers, had nonetheless mastered both armament and observation haki as a teen, even learning advanced armament techniques. Ace's natural haki potential, however, was exceptional. Stories claim he learned armament haki in a single day. Already polished by Rayleigh, Ace's raw talent truly began to shine, mastering advanced observation haki with future sight and Conqueror's haki infusion in his 20s. The three brothers, each powerful in his own right, were finally reunited and stronger than ever, ready to face the challenges of the New World together. At 21, Yamato had also mastered Conqueror's infusion, proving her strength. Though her skill didn't match her brother-in-law Ace's, who had unlocked advanced Conqueror's haki and fruit awakening at just 19, mastering such advanced haki at 21 showed Ace's undeniable potential as the son of the Pirate King. While Ace's physical prowess and haki reserves might not match those of the super monsters, he has become a prime candidate for second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, even surpassing Sabo in some ways. In nearly any major faction besides the Cross Guild, World Government, or Naval Headquarters, Ace would hold the role of second-in-command by sheer power alone. Having inherited Roger's unyielding spirit instead of his voice of all things ability, Ace, who never ate the Mira Mira no Mi, has unlocked his full haki potential, embarking on an extraordinary path. Yet, despite his remarkable talent, Ace's haki still falls slightly behind that of Luffy and their father, Roger. As the two sons of destiny from successive generations, Luffy and Roger not only have astounding haki, but also possess the unique power to hear the voice of all things, a rare, natural ability akin to observation haki. Only those with this gift are truly considered the chosen ones. Even without this rare ability, Ace's strength has grown comparable to Sabo's in the original story, where Sabo ate the Mira no Mi and fought admirals on even terms for short bouts. With further development of his physical skills, resilience, and haki reserves, Ace is likely to reach admiral-level power without the need for a devil fruit. But if he were to eat a Zoan mythical devil fruit, his power would surge, placing him among the world's top fighters. In this timeline, the strength ranking of the three brothers is clear. Ace is the strongest, followed by Sabo, with Luffy trailing in third. Against Sabo's advanced haki mastery and his seasoned combat skills, Luffy, even in fourth gear, struggles to keep up. Just as Rayleigh overpowered fourth gear Luffy with ease, Sabo would only need a few well-placed advanced armament haki strikes to bring Luffy down. After the three brothers finished talking, Luffy planned to introduce his crew to his brothers. But as soon as he returned, he learned from Yuba, who had freed himself, that Sanji had left with Big Mom's crew. Discovering that Sanji was forced to go rather than leaving willingly, Luffy immediately set aside his plans to head for Wano and decided to go to Whole Cake Island to bring Sanji back. Knowing the dangers of facing one of the four emperors, neither Ace nor Sabo wanted Luffy to go alone. So, Ace rallied his Spade pirates while Sabo gathered his men, and both set off with Luffy for Whole Cake Island to rescue Sanji. The brothers had barely reunited, yet they were already about to invade the territory of the Pirate Queen, one of the New World's most powerful emperors. If they manage to escape Whole Cake Island unharmed, their reputations will skyrocket just as Luffy's did in the original story. Should they stir up chaos and escape unscathed, a part of Charlotte Linlin's decades-long prestige will undoubtedly be overshadowed by the feat. The world would have no choice but to focus on them. Chapter 206. On August 1, 1522, Sea Circle Calendar, the day started like any other. Across Shijingbao, the newsbirds were up early, picking up their deliveries before taking flight to distribute freshly printed newspapers from headquarters all over the world. For people accustomed to reading the Shijing Daily to stay informed about the latest events on the seas, today's edition was a shocker. Ever since the emergence of the worst generation, 2 years ago, nothing has stirred the world quite like today's headline. The story read, "The three sworn brothers make a scene on Whole Cake Island, and the surprising past of the Straw Hat Boy." The cover featured a photo montage of three familiar faces, Portgas D. Ace, Sabo, and Monkey D. Luffy. Next to it was an image of the enraged Charlotte Linlin and the chaotic scene on Whole Cake Island. Readers across the world, upon seeing these photos, quickly dove into the article, which spanned 2 entire pages. As they absorbed the details, shock gave way to even greater disbelief. For many, the sheer weight of the news left their hands trembling. The report revealed that the three sworn brothers had led their respective pirate crews, allies, and followers to Whole Cake Island, eventually clashing with the Big Mom pirates, the once strongest force among the 5 emperors, now in the number 2 spot. From the start, Luffy showed off the results of his 2 years of training, defeating Charlotte Cracker, the former Sweet Commander, who was now part of the Sweet 3 commanders. Cracker, known as the Minister of Biscuits, Cookie Knight, and Thousand Arms Cracker, had a bounty of 860 million berries. The brothers' attack on Whole Cake Island was driven by their mission to reclaim Sanji, the Straw Hat Pirates' chef. But as the story revealed, Sanji was also the black leg of the Vinsmoke family. The timing was perfect for chaos. Charlotte Linlin was in the midst of hosting her tea party, with attendees from all corners, including figures like Morgans and Doflamingo, as well as other underworld emperors. She had planned to announce the marriage alliance between the Charlotte and Vinsmoke families. However, Morgans, the world's newspaper tycoon, happened to witness the mayhem caused by the three sworn brothers on Whole Cake Island firsthand. In some parts of the article, additional photos taken by Morgans himself captured the action up close. Through these images and reports, the world saw the full might of the three sworn brothers and learned from Ace and Sabo's own words that they were indeed brothers to the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. Morgans, upon recognizing Sabo as the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, later heard from Doflamingo about the powerful connections between Monkey D. Luffy, his grandfather, Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, and his father, the notorious revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon. Naturally, some details were left out, like the explosive fact that Ace was actually the son of the Pirate King himself. Even without this, the news was so sensational it easily ranked among the top 5 stories in the pirate world. To think that 2 of the most infamous bloodlines, one from the previous generation and one from the current one, were bound by brotherhood was shocking to all. Luffy, however, ended up as the center of attention, making his 2 famous brothers part of the day's most popular headlines. As the world learned, the boy who destroyed Anai's lobby was actually Garp's grandson and Dragon's son. This backstory alone far outshone even figures like former Celestial Dragon Doflamingo and newly promoted Marine Supernova Trafalgar Law. Due to his growing notoriety, Luffy's bounty was raised to 1.6 billion berries by Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself, surpassing previous records. This was thanks not only to his clash with Charlotte Cracker, but also to his defeat of Charlotte Katakuri, who could see the future through advanced observation haki. Poor Katakuri was first overshadowed by Ace, who changed his fate by clashing with him, and now he had fallen to Ace's brother Luffy, the son of Destiny, who learned the pinnacle of observation haki in the process. The focus then shifted to why Ace and Sabo became central to the chaos on Whole Cake Island. Facing down Charlotte Linlin, the big mom of the pirate world, and a force of destruction on par with world's strongest creature, Kaido, the 2 brothers stood their ground. Fueled by rage over her missing cake, Big Mom went berserk, but Ace managed to knock her back to her senses with a single powerful punch, reminding the world of his once famous title as the top super rookie before the rise of the worst generation. Ace's skill drew the attention of the pirate emperors, the Marines, and the world government alike. At just 22, he had mastered Conqueror's Infusion, an advanced technique of the highest order among the world's elite. Alongside this, he demonstrated foresight through observation haki and the internal destruction capabilities of armament haki. His potential as the Marine hero's heir was undeniable. However, when Ace used Dragon Claw Fist, Sengoku and Garp, who knew Dragon's techniques well, immediately realized that Ace had inherited Dragon's legacy. Though he couldn't overpower the resilient, soul fruit-powered Big Mom, his mastery of Conqueror's Infusion allowed him to hold his ground. With Sabo's support and his own advanced armament haki, the 2 kept Big Mom occupied until Luffy's victory over Katakuri. The brothers, alongside Luffy, managed a narrow escape from Whole Cake Island, severing ties with both the Charlotte and Vinsmoke families in the process. After this battle, the 3 sworn brothers skyrocketed to fame and joined the ranks of the most notorious pirates. Ace, the strongest among them, now held a bounty of 2.255 billion berries. Luffy, who defeated 2 of Big Mom's top commanders, saw his bounty soar to 1.6 billion, while Sabo, who provided crucial support, reached 1.5 billion berries. Together, their combined bounties totaled a staggering 5.355 billion berries. In addition to their strength, the 3 brothers also had the support of the Revolutionary Army, a hidden force powerful enough to be considered the 6th emperor. With this power and heritage, the previous generation's worst generation paled in comparison. Chapter 207. In the Sea Circle calendar, the second half of 1522 marked a high point for the 3 sworn brothers, yet it might also have been their last moment of true brightness. After rescuing Sanji and clashing with the Vinsmoke judge and his family on Whole Cake Island, the brothers parted ways with the Vinsmokes. Leading their own crews, the 3 brothers then returned to Dressrosa. As mentioned earlier, Dressrosa is one of the top 50 nations eligible to attend the Reverie. While it's backed by the notorious Cross Guild, Dressrosa is famous not only as a prime resort island in the New World, but as the world's most renowned intermediary island. It is the only place where weapons and medicines can be bought cheaply, and it is known as both the safest and most chaotic island for trade. Represented by Doflamingo, Dressrosa is a hub for all kinds. At Dressrosa's port, it's common to see warships and pirate ships docked together, along with vessels of the Revolutionary Army and the world government side by side. Many other ships sail under flags of various kingdoms or those of the underworld emperors. Despite mutual hostilities, those arriving must either defer to Doflamingo or avoid provoking conflicts outright. Violating Dressrosa's laws incurs the wrath of elite enforcers, each valued at an average bounty of 80 million berries and equipped with seastone weaponry. If offenders surrender without a fight, they might escape with only a fine, less severe than punishments meted out in the wider New World. However, resistance and the destruction of property lead to confrontation with Doflamingo's top officers, Doflamingo himself, the nearby Scarlet of Wano, and even the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. With Sabo's goal of helping his younger brother retrieve his crew achieved, he now returns to Dressrosa to purchase weapons and supplies for the Revolutionary Army. However, this time, the arrival of the three brothers stirred up significant attention. Spies from various factions stationed in Dressrosa quickly reported their arrival to their superiors. Doflamingo, recognizing the significance of their presence, informed Hancock, Robin, and Scarlet, the highest-ranking maids of the Cross Guild, about the trio with bounties totaling over 5 billion berries. Though only Robin took a special interest, noting that two of the brothers bore the initial D, Hancock and Scarlet were unperturbed. Hancock, confident and prideful, knew her own strength, while Scarlet was aware of the Cross Guild's immense power, certain they had little to fear from even the most prominent figures, including the Revolutionary Army or Marine heroes. The Cross Guild is more than willing to do business as long as their partners play by the rules. But if anyone steps out of line, the Cross Guild won't hesitate to show them what true power means. When the three high-ranking maids of the Cross Guild discussed this with Doflamingo, they were so casual about the situation that they didn't even seek Cross Guild leader Khan's approval. The Den Mushy mimicked Doflamingo's slight, amused nod, yet deep down, he couldn't ignore the shiver that ran through him. While others might call their indifference toward the three brothers, with bounties totaling over 5 billion berries, arrogant, Doflamingo, as the guild's loyal lapdog, understood that this attitude wasn't arrogance but true confidence. With the Cross Guild's unmatched power behind him, Doflamingo knew he had nothing to fear. Without their backing, however, he'd likely be on edge, knowing three powerful pirates with such high bounties had entered his territory. This showed just how deeply rooted the Cross Guild's influence had become over the years. Reflecting on this power, Doflamingo mused aloud, even after the call ended. Could they have acquired the ultimate power of the Apop fruit? He recalled how Khan, Hancock, Robin, and the other top guild members hadn't physically changed over the years. It was beyond simple youthfulness. They seemed untouched by time, as if frozen at one age forever. As a former celestial dragon who knew about Mariewa's national treasure, he couldn't help but wonder if they had undergone the legendary ageless surgery. If the Cross Guild truly wielded that kind of power, Doflamingo realized, they would not only rival but potentially surpass the world government someday. His mind was already far from the threat of the three brothers, so he murmured to himself, "Luffy, are you really planning to enter Wano country?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, Ace and Sabo looked at their younger brother, Luffy, with serious expressions. Ace broke the silence, asking, "You're sure about going to Wano?" Luffy adjusted his straw hat, glancing over at the towering Momonosuke beside him, then grinned. "I promised the guys I'd help them reclaim their homeland. Besides, to become the Pirate King, I need to find the road poneglyphs. Counting the ones from Zoo and Whole Cake Island, I already have 2. The other 2, one of them is in Wano. Whether for my promise or my dream of becoming the Pirate King, I have to go to Wano." Ace and Sabo exchanged a look, understanding both Luffy's dream and his resolve. Smiling, they each put a hand on his shoulder. "Well, in that case, let us go with you." Chapter 208. The three sworn brothers, true men of action, set their sights on Wano. After acquiring weapons and medical supplies for the Revolutionary Army, they arranged for their subordinates to escort the goods back. Sabo then called headquarters, requesting additional support to safeguard the shipments. With these tasks complete, Sabo, Ace, and the members of the Spade Pirates joined Luffy and his crew aboard the Thousand Sunny. But why switch ships? Simply put, there are only two routes into Wano's waters. One is extremely dangerous, and the other is considered safe only by Wano's residents. To the Straw Hat Pirates, though, both options were deadly. The first involves navigating a whirlpool and scaling a waterfall, requiring tremendous skill. The second, known only to a few, is a secret entrance controlled by the Cross Guild, who have fortified it with an entire island and powerful defenses. Attempting to enter this way would mean braving the guild's relentless firepower. Even with the brothers' strength, the Cross Guild's advanced laser weaponry would put their crews and ships at serious risk. Given these choices, they opted for the waterfall route. Ace and the Spade Pirates boarded the Thousand Sunny to take advantage of its unique capabilities. Using Sunny's coup de burst, they propelled the ship up the waterfall and into Wano's waters. Once their decision was made, the Straw Hats set sail from Dressrosa that very day. Under Kinnaman's guidance, they skillfully navigated the whirlpools surrounding Wano, and with a powerful jet of air from the coup de burst, soared over the waterfall, landing successfully in Wano. Almost immediately upon their arrival, Boa Hancock, stationed on guard duty in Wano, sensed their presence with her observation haki. Alongside her was her sister Sandersonia, who hadn't yet returned to Amazon Lily. Hancock squinted at the flags on the Thousand Sunny, feeling they looked familiar but couldn't quite place them. Though Hancock's arrogance made her dismissive of most others outside her sisters and her master, Khan, she sensed that the ship's flag was tied to someone noteworthy. If she thought back carefully, she'd realize it was the Straw Hat Pirates, a crew that her master and Robin had discussed recently, and the famous three sworn brothers who had captured the world's attention. However, as the Cross Guild's head maid and someone with little interest in reading newspapers, Hancock hadn't followed the recent events. Apart from a recent trip to Fishman Island to retrieve Shirahoshi, she'd rarely left Wano, making her unfamiliarity with the Straw Hat Pirates and the three brothers understandable. After a long stretch of quiet in Wano's waters, Hancock, bored with her guard duty, perked up with interest upon detecting intruders. Eager for some excitement, she decided to welcome them with a show of force. The Thousand Sunny had just landed, and before Luffy, Ace, Sabo, the Spade Pirates, or Mamanasu could even disembark, a low rumbling echoed overhead. Suddenly, bright purple lightning crackled in the clear, cloudless sky, forming a massive glowing sphere of energy above the ship. What is that? Why is there thunder on a sunny day? Is this some feature of the island? First time seeing purple lightning like that. Are you all blind? This is obviously someone's ability. The Straw Hat and Spade Pirates looked up, feeling a mix of awe and anxiety. Only Ace and Sabo had serious expressions, realizing they'd been detected the moment they arrived. Impressive observation, haki, Sabo muttered as he eyed the incoming purple energy. This attack is probably from one of the Cross Guild's top fighters. Ace, with his usual calm confidence, adjusted his hat and sprang into the air just as the purple energy beam morphed into a focused column of destructive force, aiming directly at Sunny. The beam threatened to annihilate the ship, even though it was crafted from the rare atom wood. Just as the beam plummeted downward, it halted suddenly, unable to descend further. A layer of invisible energy, strong as the barrier fruit's protection, had formed beneath it, shielding the Thousand Sunny. Not only was it a perfect defense, but dark red lightning also crackled around it, indicating a powerful conqueror's haki infusion. Hancock, watching from her post, narrowed her eyes, impressed. "Conqueror's infusion, just like mine and the Master's," she murmured. "So young, yet already wielding such incredible power. When did such remarkable warriors emerge?" Suddenly, Hancock recognized the Straw Hat Pirate flag, connecting it to memories of the newspaper she'd seen in Khan's possession. With a dawning realization, she understood that these intruders were Luffy and his sworn brothers. Remembering Doflamingo's recent warning and the flag, everything clicked. The Straw Hat Pirates, the famous sworn brothers, and the presence of the Red Scabbards, the 9 heroes of the Kazuki clan who traveled through time with the Paramecia Time fruit. Fully aware of who had entered Wano, Hancock addressed her subordinate, Perfect 12. a stoic woman infused with the power of the artificial Zoan fish fruit, model, azure dragon, and augmented with paramecia flesh fruit capabilities. Perfect 12, go entertain our guests, Hancock ordered, her gaze unwavering. I'll report this to Master Khan. The moment she finished speaking, Perfect 12 transformed into a streak of purple lightning, setting off to confront the intruders. The ultimate weapon of the Cross Guild was officially on the move. Chapter 209. Is it still here? For nearly 10 seconds, Hancock, whose observation haki now extends unimaginably far, traveled from Wano country to Amazon Lily, phasing through every obstacle in her way. She arrived at the underground base, where she found Khan relaxing with Nami and Karina by his side, each attending to him. Hancock reported the latest intelligence from Wano. Hearing that the 3 sworn brothers had entered Wano with their crews and followers, Khan shook his head, sighing as he let Karina and Nami feed him peeled grapes. With a neutral expression, he replied, "If they seek death, let them be buried." "I understand, Master," Hancock replied obediently. She nodded in greeting to Nami and Karina before transforming into purple lightning and vanishing from the underground base. From the time she first greeted the 3 sworn brothers, Hancock's lightning has changed, from blue and white to a deep purple, her thunder fruit power now allowing her to teleport across vast distances. What does this mean? It means Hancock has ascended to a new dimension of power, standing on the world's highest peak. During her battle with the Beast's pirates, her purple lightning represented the thunder of destruction, her ultimate technique, comparable to Crocodile's dryness, a move saved only for desperate situations. At that time, the initial 500 million volt thunder of destruction would drain immense energy, similar to the awakened state of her devil fruit. But now, after years of honing her abilities, Hancock has fully mastered the thunder of destruction. Using it as a regular ability, Hancock's lightning naturally turned purple, even if she used only tens of millions or even just millions of volts. Every strike she now delivers, even at low voltages, radiates this destructive power. Similar to Crocodile's power to desiccate everything he touches, Hancock's attacks now embody pure destruction. As the wielder of the strongest Logia thunder fruit, Hancock, having mastered destruction, has risen to the world's peak, rivaling even marine admirals. Yet, in addition to her destructive power, Hancock has also perfected Conqueror's haki, mastering its most advanced techniques. Observation haki foresight, external and internal destruction through armament haki. These are the essentials for those reaching the world's highest ranks, achieved through Conqueror's infusion. Having reached the pinnacle in both haki and devil fruit ability, Hancock stands as a supreme force in the pirate world, with peak skill, strength, and mind. She embodies the kind of strength difference seen between Green Bull and Kaido. Though both marine admirals and pirate emperors are powerful, a vast gap separates them. This gap is simply that a marine admiral usually holds one less ticket to the world's highest echelon than a pirate emperor. That ticket to the world's highest peak, of course, is Conqueror's haki, especially Conqueror's infusion. Why then is it so rare among marines? It's simple. While most admirals are immensely powerful, only a few, like Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha, have achieved mastery in both devil fruit abilities and haki, on par with legends like Whitebeard, Kaido, and now Hancock. As a devil fruit user with an unparalleled ability, Hancock now ranks among the most invincible figures on the seas. The 3 sworn brothers are indeed powerful, but among them, Khan finds Luffy the most intriguing, specifically because of Luffy's recent awakening of his Zoan human fruit, model, Nika, a mythical transformation. Without awakening, it's just an ordinary paramecia-type rubber fruit. While rubber's natural insulation makes it resistant to electricity, there's a limit. Once lightning reaches Hancock's level, a transcendent, destructive force, rubber itself would need to evolve beyond its limits to withstand it. Unlike in the past, where rubber nullified Enel's lightning in Skypia, Luffy wouldn't fare so easily against Hancock's thunder of destruction. But Luffy, as the child of destiny, seems to defy reason itself. In a life-or-death moment, Luffy awakened Conqueror's infusion and his devil fruit, giving him 2 tickets to the world's summit, a feat that doesn't surprise Khan. With Hancock gone, Khan decided to witness this encounter personally. "Master, are you planning to defeat them yourself?" Nami asked in surprise, leaning against Khan's arm. She wore a maid outfit, her expression both excited and curious as she watched him rise. Nami had been part of the Cross family since she was 11, transforming from a village girl to one of the most influential figures in the world's top entertainment city. Over these 9 years, she'd come to know her master's power through stories and her sister's tales, but she'd never seen him in action. He was already the world's strongest creature when she joined. With Hancock's rise to the top and her sister Sonya's growing strength, the Cross family had become one of the 5 emperors, the most enigmatic and powerful of them all. Yet Khan, for years, hadn't needed to fight anyone. And now, her master was about to confront 3 emerging legends. Could the Sworn brothers, with a combined bounty of over 5 billion berries, be that serious a threat? "No, I just want to see how far Hancock's strength has come," Khan replied, shaking his head. Karina, agile and graceful as always, blinked in surprise. Are they really strong enough to push Sister Hancock to her limit? "With their talent and luck, they could very well be," Khan responded, a hint of respect in his tone. Just as Khan prepared to take Nami and Karina along to Wano for a closer look at the action, Hancock's specially assigned Perfect, number 12, had already located the 3 sworn brothers. Ruwar. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed, growing louder with every second. Then, a massive pillar of fire and heat erupted towards the Thousand Sunnies location. Kaido. Kinemon and his allies, recently thrust into the present from 20 years in the past, paled at the sight of the dragon's fire, almost collapsing in fear. Momonosuke, overwhelmed, fell to his knees, trembling. Seeing the dragon high in the clouds, they were reminded of the countless catastrophes Kaido had inflicted on them. Ace and the others, meanwhile, wore grim expressions. "Why is Kaido here?" Ace muttered, brows furrowed. "No, the dragon's color isn't right," Sabo pointed out, his face growing tense. "It's not Kaido, it's a copy." Sabo, well informed due to Bartholomew Kuma's undercover work with the world government, knew about artificial devil fruits. Although Vegapunk had deemed the early man-made fruits a failure, making them largely ignored by the Revolutionary Army, the arrival of a dragon so similar to Kaido in appearance shocked him. This wasn't another type of fish fruit, model, azure dragon like Kaido's. It was clearly an artificial recreation, suggesting the Cross family possessed technology capable of creating devil fruits. Even if this scenario seemed far more implausible than the first, Sabo felt that here, in the heart of the Cross family's territory, it was more likely they had achieved such a feat. And so, the Cross family, the most mysterious of the 5 great powers, revealed yet another fearsome piece of its arsenal. Chapter 210. As the scorching pillar of heat and fire roared towards them, it was Ace who stepped forward to block it. With a determined stride, he punched toward the incoming inferno. His advanced armament haki flowed outward from his fist, transforming into waves that looked like wind but carried the force of shock waves. The invisible, twisting air collided with the blazing pillar, shattering it in an instant. Flames exploded around them, filling the air before gradually fading away. Before the 3 sworn brothers and their crews could celebrate, those among them with advanced observation haki sensed something unsettling. A red glow flared in their eyes as they glimpsed a vision of what was to come, their expressions shifting from relief to dread. At some point, Perfect 12 had returned to her human form from her dragon state, and had teleported directly into the heart of the Sworn Brothers crew. Under orders from Hancock to eliminate her targets, Perfect 12 showed no mercy. Using the abilities of her Paramecia-type pawpaw fruit, she reappeared among the crowd, her right hand transforming into a razor-sharp blade, no less deadly than the famed sword Shusui. With swift, brutal precision, she cut down those around her without hesitation. Perfect 12's teleportation and attack speed were so swift that only the 3 sworn brothers, with their future sight abilities, could sense her coming. Yet, even they couldn't react in time. They could do nothing but watch as Perfect 12 slaughtered their crewmates who couldn't defend themselves. Tree. By cruel chance, the pirates targeted by Perfect 12 were from Ace's crew, the Spade Pirates. Seeing his comrades, who had journeyed with him all the way from East Blue to the New World, cut down mercilessly, Ace's mind snapped. Years at sea had tempered him, making him far more mature than the Ace of the past, but this was too much. With a furious roar, Ace unleashed a wave of conquerors' haki so intense that it rippled across the entire coastline of Wano. The shockwaves from his haki swept through the area. Within its range, even seasoned fighters felt its impact. Aside from Zoro and Sanji, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates went lightheaded, nearly collapsing from the pressure. The Revolutionary Army members who had come to Wano with Sabo, as well as the Spade Pirates who had long since grown used to their captain's conqueror's haki, were also shaken by the sheer force of Ace's unleashed fury. The sheer intensity of Ace's unleashed conqueror's haki was terrifying. Years ago, at the age of 10, Ace had first awakened this powerful haki due to Luffy and Sabo, but that burst paled in comparison to what he wielded now. This time, the conqueror's haki he unleashed was of an entirely different dimension. As his haki shockwaves swept across the coastline, nearby beasts rolled their eyes and collapsed instantly. Dark red lightning crackled around Ace, swirling with uncontrolled fury. Driven by rage, he charged at Perfect 12, fist wrapped in Conqueror's haki, intending to destroy her with a single punch. If Perfect 12 were merely a robot, a direct hit from Ace's Conqueror's infused fist would shatter her. However, she was a hybrid creation, 2/3 human, 1/3 machine. Perfect 12's body contained the resilience of Lunarian bloodline traits, an artificial Zoan fish fruit, model, azure dragon, and a germa-developed exoskeleton. Coupled with the paramecia pawpaw fruit, she was almost indestructible. Even if struck with advanced armament haki or Conqueror's infusion, Perfect 12 could instantly eject any damage she received. With the combination of her exoskeleton, Lunarian regenerative abilities, and the resilience of her mythical Zoan fruit, she could regenerate almost instantly, making her a pseudo-immortal weapon. The only limitation of Perfect 12 was her lack of mastery over advanced haki, leaving her vulnerable to haki-infused attacks from the highest level. Boom! Just as Ace closed in, Hancock, knowing that Perfect 12 would struggle against a haki clash of this magnitude, stepped in. Purple lightning flashed, and Hancock appeared in front of Ace in an instant. Her long leg, crackling with intense purple lightning and dark red arcs, swung down toward his face with supreme force. Reacting on instinct, Ace adjusted his punch to meet her kick head-on. The fist, infused with Conqueror's haki, collided with Hancock's lightning-clad leg, and an invisible barrier formed between them, amplifying the impact. In an instant, the force from their clash exploded outward in a shockwave far stronger than Ace's earlier release, sending a powerful airwave skyward. The sky over Wano tore, apart from the sheer intensity of their haki clash. My God, the sky is splitting. What's happening in Wano? What kind of power could cause this? Such terrifying haki, could it really be human? People across the Wano Sea area, as well as on the distant shores of Dressrosa, were stunned as the rift appeared in the heavens above Wano. While ordinary people marveled at the sight, those who could sense haki were horrified by the immense power rippling through the air. Some of the strongest individuals felt the overwhelming force, realizing how insignificant their own haki was in comparison to the powerful clash shaking the sky. Fufu, so a fight has broken out. Standing on the high plateau in Dressrosa, Doflamingo grinned wickedly as he looked at the massive rift stretching across the Wano Sea area. Purple lightning storming through the clouds. It seems the Empress has joined the fray. Those poor fools, he chuckled. Anyone who faces that arrogant yet incomparably powerful woman is in for a brutal awakening. Chapter 211. Visions of the sky tearing apart flash rapidly, appearing as quickly as they vanish. Sabo, seasoned in combat, prevents Ace and Hancock from getting a one-on-one chance to settle their scores. As Ace's and Hancock's conquerors haki collide and clash, Sabo seizes the opportunity, launching a dragon claw fist enveloped in advanced armament haki directly at Hancock. Yet, Hancock doesn't break her deadlock with Ace, nor does she even glance at Sabo. Clang! Sabo's dragon claw fist fails to reach Hancock. Instead, before closing the distance, his attack is intercepted by a blade with a piercing, metallic clang. Eagle, Hawkeye. Seeing the figure appear before him, blocking his attack, Sabo's eyes widen in shock. Standing before him is a figure no shorter than Sabo himself, possibly even a bit taller. Despite his height, this figure looks far from mature, sporting baby fat and a pair of piercing eagle eyes. In his hands, he holds two supreme-grade swords, one resembling the infamous Black Sword Yaru, the strongest black blade of this era. This child, barely 25 years old in appearance, is unmistakably a young version of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracul Mihawk. Though lacking a beard and bearing a youthful face, those iconic yellow, hawk-like eyes make his identity clear to Sabo in an instant. It's precisely because he recognizes this as a clone of Mihawk that Sabo feels a chill of disbelief. Seraphim, so the reason the world forgets Vegapunk as recorded in the files, is because of your cross-guild, right? Remembering the files he read, and the fact that he had entirely forgotten Vegapunk, whose genius was 5 centuries ahead of humanity, Sabo feels a sinking weight in his heart. He realizes he's glimpsing just the tip of the cross-guild iceberg. This isn't a good sign. After all, they are deep in a cross-guild stronghold. Swish! Hawkeye pays no mind to Sabo's thoughts. As the pinnacle of Vegapunk's Seraphim creations, little Hawkeye remains unaltered by Khan, unlike other Seraphim. His sudden arrival here is thanks to Seraphim Bartholomew Kuma's Paramecia-type pawpaw fruit ability. In a display of refined humanoid precision, little Hawkeye understands his mission completely. After deflecting Sabo's dragon claw fist, dispersing its haki and strength, he sheathes his sword momentarily before sweeping his dual blades toward Sabo. In an instant, a chilling slash threatens to cut Sabo in half, as if cleaving through anything in its path. Caught off guard and without time to counter, Sabo barely manages to evade by bending low, dodging with just a touch of desperation. Just like Luffy during the original Summit War, Sabo, crouching low, found himself face-to-face with the close-range slash. The icy, green light transformed into an immense, cyan wave, slicing a massive swath through the forest over 100 meters away. The attack's force was so great it even severed a hill in the forest's center. With just a simple swing, little Hawkeye replicated the infamous moment when Hawkeye Mihawk cleaved an iceberg with a single strike at Marineford. From this display, it was evident that the swordsmanship of the Seraphim Hawkeye clone wasn't just at the level of a great swordsman, but among the top 10 strongest swordsmen in the world. This was why Khan held Vegapunk in such high regard. Not only did Vegapunk perfect the Seraphim's human-like traits, but he also managed to clone Mihawk's swordsmanship, haki, and even the abilities of devil fruits. It's no wonder that once the angels were completed, the world government immediately seized the opportunity to disband the 7 warlords of the sea after Doflamingo's downfall. The Seraphim's power nearly rivals their original counterparts. But unlike them, Seraphim can be mass-produced using blood factors and funding, making them an even greater threat than the warlords. While the warlords balanced the power among the Marines, Yonko, and the world government, the Seraphim, obedient and without history, were now a powerful weapon exclusively under the government's control. Pachichi. The fierce clash between Hancock and Ace's conqueror's haki, alongside the encounter between Hawkeye and Sabo, marked the beginning of a chaotic battle. Among the Seraphim, Perfect 12 initiated its attack mode. With a swipe of its sharp blade, it cut down nearby targets and set its sights on Momonosuke, who was just 5 meters away, observing experiments conducted by Caesar. It moved to kill the young target immediately. "My lord, retreat at once," shouted Kinemon, reacting quickly. He drew his sword and imbued it with haki, skillfully blocking Perfect 12's advance. I can't move," Momonosuke stammered, paralyzed with fear. Witnessing such a high-stakes clash up close left him trembling and unable to stand. In this life, Momonosuke wasn't the wielder of an artificial dragon-type Zoan like in the original story, but merely a child with the ability to transform into a small titan. A known coward, his reaction in danger was even worse than before. Kenjiro Reizo, Take Lord Momonosuke and get him out of here," Kinemon ordered, fending off Perfect 12. Despite Kinemon's resistance, Perfect 12 suddenly leapt back and evaded an incoming punch from Luffy, who had already entered gear second. Swish! Perfect 12 jumped back, vanishing midair, only to reappear hundreds of meters away. Using the Pawpaw Fruit's teleportation ability, she reset her bladed arm, clapped her hands, and formed a large, transparent shockwave in her palms, shaped precisely like a bear's paw. As soon as the shockwave appeared, it expanded like an inflating balloon, transforming into a massive bear paw, nearly 10 meters high. "Everyone, get out of here now?" Luffy's eyes flashed red as his observation Haki sensed the impending danger. Though his warning was vague, he sensed enough to shout out, urging his allies to flee. However, the warning was too broad to convey the specific danger. Despite Zoro and others reacting quickly, some members of the Spade Pirates and the Revolutionary Army couldn't move in time. Before they fully grasped the threat, they saw the bear paw shockwave appear before them, eyes widening as they realized what Luffy meant. But it was already too late. Boom! The bear paw shockwave burst like a massive balloon. Blinding white light flooded the area, instantly overwhelming everyone nearby. A deafening explosion shook the skies, echoing across half of Wano. Even the dogs howled at the distant thunder. Chapter 212. Looks like the battle over there is getting intense. Sister Hancock is out, poor guys don't stand a chance. Of all the emperors they could have picked a fight with, they had to choose us. They're really asking for trouble. The impact of Kuma's Ursa shock echoed across half of Wano. Even Robin and the others in the Flower Capital could hear the deafening explosion. Those who had mastered armament and observation Haki could clearly sense the massive surge of energy from the explosion's direction. Perona and the others couldn't help but feel sorry for the three sworn brothers, unaware of their true intentions. The brothers hadn't come to Wano simply to challenge a sea emperor for fame in the New World. They were here to help Momonosuke reclaim Wano's throne and find the road to the last island, Raftel's Road Poneglyph. Knowing the power of their own allies, the women could only pity these outsiders. The truth was, the three sworn brothers were indeed outmatched. Had Wano still been the Beast's pirates' territory, the brothers and their crew could likely have challenged Kaido's forces. After all, with Luffy's help, they were certain of victory over the Beast's pirates. Among everyone, no one had luck and talent as unparalleled as these three. But unfortunately for them, they'd chosen to face the only person in this world capable of countering the Child of Destiny. A Destiny villain would typically be a stepping stone for the Child of Destiny. But this wasn't the case for a time traveler with knowledge of the plot. With his knowledge and his head start of over 10 years, Khan saw through their intentions. If the three brothers could defeat him, Khan figured he might as well end it himself. In truth, Khan didn't see them as a threat. If he'd truly wanted to, he could have teamed up with Hancock to ensure his victory. But instead, he simply sent Hancock, a perfected warrior and a seraphim, to finish the job. When the dust from the Ursa shock settled, the coast was a wreck. The explosion had left an enormous crater stretching out into the sea. The shockwave was so strong it pushed the Thousand Sunny back a considerable distance. If it hadn't been made from atom wood, the world's hardest and most prized timber, the Sunny would have been reduced to ashes by that blast. While the Sunny held up, several of the pirates caught in the Ursa shock center weren't so lucky. Many, especially those from the Spade Pirates and Sabo's weaker subordinates, were reduced to ashes. It's uncertain if he inherited his father's resilience, or if he was subjected to some giant experiment that granted him unusually high defense. At the center of the explosion, Momonosuke survived, shielded by Reizo and Kinemon. But the shockwave pierced his body, much like how Marines were struck by Whitebeard's tremor fruit at Marineford. Blood seeped from his eyes, ears, and nose as he rolled his eyes and collapsed, barely hanging onto life. Similarly, Chopper, Usopp, and Brook, three of the weakest members of the Straw Hat Pirates, were knocked out by the impact, unable to withstand Kuma's Ursa shock. Chopper, Usopp, Brook, everyone. Seeing their fallen crewmates, the three sworn brothers who had narrowly avoided the impact, along with Zoro and Sanji, shouted in fury. Glaring at Hancock, Perfect 12, and Little Hawkeye, they ground their teeth and cursed. Hancock, cold and unbothered, scoffed at their anger. Why so upset? With her usual disdain, she continued, "Did you come to the New World without asking about Wano and the Cross family? If you knew the Cross family, you'd understand the laws of Wano's waters. Anyone entering without permission is considered an intruder. If you're willing to trespass, you'd better be prepared to die." Ace, Sabo, Zoro, and Sanji fell silent. Only Luffy, ever defiant, shouted, "Wano belongs to Momonosuke." Hancock sneered. "And yet, with that brain of yours, the Marines put a bounty of 1.6 billion berries on your head. It's laughable." She narrowed her eyes, a mocking smile on her lips. "Do you even realize your bounty is that high because of your heritage?" She pressed on. "By your logic, wasn't Wano stolen by the Kazuki family? Or does this island's rightful owner have to be the first creature born here? Humans are just thieves." "Why you?" Luffy stammered, caught off guard by her reasoning. Hancock, now bored, put a hand on her hip. "The Cross family has seen plenty of hot-blooded rookies like you. If you're here for our treasures, spare me the self-righteous speeches. If you want revenge, prove it with strength. Otherwise, this sea will become your grave." As she finished speaking, Hancock's figure flashed, transforming into a streak of purple lightning. In an instant, she appeared behind Luffy, her leg gleaming with a dangerous violet light as she swung a devastating kick. Boom! She moved so quickly that even Luffy, with his ability to glimpse the future, couldn't react in time. He barely managed to cross his arms and coat them with armament Haki to brace for impact. But Hancock's kick, infused with powerful violet lightning, was too overwhelming. The force pierced his rubber defenses, sending waves of pain through his arms as the energy broke through his guard. Within moments, Luffy's arms went numb, paralyzed by the impact. Hancock's kick, akin to Kizaru's light speed kick, unleashed a shockwave that sent him flying back like an arrow, a brilliant purple beam trailing behind him. Boom! Luffy soared a great distance, finally crashing into the ground, a mushroom cloud of purple light rising in his wake. When the dust settled, Luffy, worth a bounty of 1.6 billion berries, lay unconscious, eyes rolled back from a single kick. It was like Kaido's Thunder Bagua all over again. Chapter 213. Luffy. Using observation, Haki, Ace, Sabo, Zoro, and Sanji sensed Luffy's aura fade from full strength to a flickering ember. Their faces twisted in shock as they shouted his name. Hancock, equally surprised, frowned. A pirate with a bounty of 1.6 billion, unable to handle a single kick. She couldn't believe that someone supposedly this strong had been so easily overpowered. In her mind, bounties had clearly lost value in this era if this was all it took to reach 1.6 billion berries. Her expression darkened with disdain. "If that's truly the extent of your strength, then prepare to be buried here, all of you." In an instant, Hancock vanished in a streak of purple lightning. She reappeared behind Sabo, aiming a devastating kick, just as she had used to knock out Luffy, determined to eliminate the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command in a single blow. Boom! But Sabo was no Luffy. Although he didn't possess Conqueror's Haki, his skill in both armament and observation Haki was exceptional. Unlike Luffy, Sabo had been closely observing Hancock's moves, remaining on high alert. He reacted in time, turning around and channeling advanced armament Haki to block her strike, strong enough to fend off even the fiercest New World fighters. The resulting impact sent shockwaves across the coast. The massive force of their clash created a unique sight. The waves that had been crashing against the shore seemed to reverse as though an invisible barrier had been erected, bouncing them back into the ocean. Rumble. Seeing her attack blocked, Hancock quickly assessed the strength ranking among the three sworn brothers. She decided not to continue grappling with Sabo. Instead, she withdrew her leg and with another flash of purple lightning, disappeared. Ace and Sabo, fully on guard, spread their observation Haki to track her movements. But this time, Hancock didn't reappear behind them or any of the others. She was in the sky. Crackling with blinding purple lightning, Hancock summoned a massive surge of energy, spreading it over the entire coast like a storm front. Thunder rumbled, echoing like Kuma's Ursa shock, reverberating through most of Wano. Not good, Sabo, grab Luffy and get out of here. I'll hold her off. With a quick glance at the ominous display of lightning covering the sky, Ace glimpsed a potential future, and his expression turned grim. He barked an order to Sabo, who nodded with equal seriousness. Then, using the shockwave generated by armament Haki, Ace propelled himself upward, leaping into the air to intercept Hancock before her lightning attack could devastate the area. Ace launched himself into the air, using armament Haki to create a shockwave that propelled him, just like Rayleigh did when rescuing Luffy. But such flight consumes a significant amount of Haki, showing just how desperate Ace is to stop Hancock's attack. Unfortunately, his effort was in vain. Thunder, one of the top 3 fastest elemental attacks alongside light, doesn't need a casting delay. If there were any buildup, it would only mean an even more devastating attack was coming. Be reduced to ashes in the thunder, 1,000 thunders of destruction. Hancock, hovering above, raised her hand and swept it down. Rumble. In an instant, the thunder roared louder than ever. Countless bolts of purple lightning filled the sky, suddenly drawn downward, striking toward the coast at a terrifying speed. The lightning bolts fell in mere milliseconds, faster than anyone could react. No, Ace shouted, having glimpsed a tragic future. But despite his strength, he couldn't protect everyone from this overwhelming, widespread attack. If he were a swordsman, perhaps he could have deflected some lightning with flying slashes. But Ace was a close combat fighter. He could protect himself and even use Conqueror's Haki infusion to block some lightning in his immediate area, but he couldn't cover everyone on the coast. As the countless bolts descended, the entire coastline crumbled, and a massive section of Wano itself was carved away. Everything within the strike zone was instantly reduced to ash as if touched by Crocodile's erosion cycle, which drains life from anything it touches. But here, lightning carrying the power of destruction scorched everything to ashes at 500 million volts. Trees, flowers, seawater, and even the 1,000 sunny, made from the indestructible atom wood, were all obliterated, leaving only dust. Alongside these fallen things were the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Spade Pirates, and Revolutionary Army forces, who were already injured from Kuma's Ursa shock and unable to escape. When the lightning finally ceased, Hancock looked down from above to find that the coastline had been erased, leaving only ocean where land once was. Almost every life in the area had vanished. A few had managed to flee. Among the survivors were those evacuated by the Seraphim and Perfect 12, who used the powers of the pawpaw fruit to escape. They, along with Hancock, were unharmed. The only other survivors were Sanji, who had carried Chopper and Usopp to safety, Zoro, who managed to save Luffy, Kinemon, who shielded Momonosuke with his superior defense, and finally Ace and Sabo, who hadn't been able to save anyone else but had protected themselves. Thus, the forces of the 3 sworn brothers were nearly annihilated. Even the 1,000 Sunny was reduced to ashes. In mere moments, Hancock and her 2 artificial allies had decimated a group with a combined bounty of over 5 billion berries. This was the true power of the Pirate Empress. Chapter 214. Dodged it, impressive observation Haki. Hancock's eyes remained blank as she watched Ace, and the others escaped the thunder prison created by her 10,000 thunders of destruction. Her voice held a faint note of approval. But her beautiful dark blue eyes quickly flashed with cold resolve. Well, enough warming up. Zizizi. As she spoke, crackling dark red lightning, not the usual blue or purple, began to surround her body, signaling she was tapping into her full Haki powers. In addition to her Conqueror's infusion, Hancock prepared to use observation of Haki's future sight and armament of Haki's internal and external destructive power. With her thunder of destruction attack starting at 500 million volts, this was Hancock's full power mode. Everything before this had only been a warm-up, a mere test of Ace's and the others' abilities. Now, things were serious. Just as Hancock was about to use her electric field teleportation to finish off Ace and the others, her movement halted abruptly. She nodded slightly, murmuring, "Understood, Master." Clearly, Hancock had just received a remote communication from Khan. Due to their mastery of observation, Haki, Khan, Hancock, and Sanya could communicate with each other over great distances within each other's perception range. It seemed Khan had given Hancock specific orders, prompting her to withdraw from her all-out attack mode. Calmly, she took out the den mushi she carried and dialed someone's number. Swish. After issuing instructions over the den mushi, Hancock transformed into a flash of purple lightning and vanished from midair. The moment her aura disappeared, Ace and his crew tensed up, anxiously scanning the area as if expecting her to reappear at any moment. Instead of re-engaging with them, Hancock left the shore to rendezvous with Khan. Squeak, barrier, four-sided barrier. Just as Ace and Sabo noticed Hancock's aura fade, a sound like a door opening reached their ears. Their senses heightened as the unexpected sound echoed from the coast. Before they could locate its source, a young girl's voice suddenly cut through the silence. In the blink of an eye, 4 barriers materialized, enclosing Ace and his companions in a way reminiscent of the 4 purple flame formation and 4 red yang formation from the Naruto world. Stagnation light wave. Simultaneously, pink waves, similar to the effects of the paramecia-type sweet fruit, emanated from the air door. They expanded in wide circles, rippling through Ace and the others trapped within the barrier. They instinctively tried to dodge, but with no escape route, they froze mid-movement as if time itself had paused. Since Ace and the others didn't activate Armament Haki or Conqueror's Haki in time, they fell into a 30-second stupor. This sluggishness affected not only their bodies, but also their minds. Even if they tried to use Haki to break out of it, they would need at least 10 seconds, maybe more, to recover. For any powerful enemy, this window of time would be enough to end their lives countless times over. Then came another attack. Room cut. A wave resembling a fusion of the barrier fruit and the slow fruit expanded and swept over Ace and his comrades, stretching across half of Wano country. Puff kai kai. A cold female voice echoed from the air door, and flashes of light sliced through the frozen forms of Ace and the others, cutting their bodies into dozens of pieces. Strangely, they felt no pain, and the sliced body parts floated weightlessly in midair. Monet, dressed in a maid outfit and holding a scalpel, emerged from the air door. As she appeared, Ace and the others' surroundings shifted dramatically. Their vision returned, and they found themselves standing before a group of figures. Leading them was the enigmatic Cross Khan, who had become notoriously secretive after reaching the peak of power. "Thank you for your efforts." Khan nodded at the women who had transported Ace and the others, led by Monet, and then approached Sabo. Placing his hand on Sabo's head, which floated in midair, Khan activated his advanced observation Haki to read Sabo's memories. Khan had ordered Hancock to spare Ace, Sabo, and Luffy's lives to gather information. Khan wasn't concerned about the Revolutionary Army or Monkey D. Garp's inevitable anger. His real interest was in uncovering the strength and abilities of Monkey D. Dragon, the infamous revolutionary leader who hadn't yet revealed his full power. In the pirate era, 3 figures stood as legends of mystery and strength. Shanks was renowned for his powerful haki and swordsmanship, though his true limits were still unknown. Monkey D. Dragon, the mysterious protector of Luffy, with strength likely among the highest in the One Piece world. Emu is the elusive figure who, like Blackbeard, had the potential to be the ultimate antagonist. Many speculated that Dragon's devil fruit was a mythical Zoan, granting him the form of a dragon. However, based on Kaido's dragon fruit, the likelihood was higher that Dragon possessed a Logia-type devil fruit. Khan's speculation was based on his knowledge of natural disasters, where the 3 most feared were earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and hurricanes, 3 abilities attributed to top-tier fighters: Fleet Admiral Akinu, Whitebeard, and Dragon. Confirming Sabo's memories, Khan learned the truth. Dragon's devil fruit was indeed the Logia-class wind fruit. Amused, Khan recognized the immense power of this fruit. Its maneuverability and destructive potential were on par with the Rumble fruit, which is said to be the strongest Logia type. The only possible downside was its limited versatility compared to the Thunder fruit. But even this powerful wind fruit would meet its match against Khan's telekinetic abilities, which could counter storms, making him Dragon's ultimate nemesis. Just as Hancock was the perfect counter to a user of the paramecia-type gold fruit. Chapter 215. After confirming that Monkey D. Dragon's devil fruit is indeed the Logia-class wind fruit, just as many had speculated, Khan feels less concerned about Luffy's two major sources of protection. Shanks is undeniably strong, but his power advantage only allows him to dominate those slightly weaker than himself. Against opponents at his level, or stronger, Shanks' loss of an arm has diminished his potential to reach the absolute top of this world. As officially acknowledged in a Vivre card from the past, Dracul Mihawk's swordsmanship surpasses that of red-haired Shanks, currently ranking him as the world's top swordsman. Even after losing his position as a warlord of the sea, Mihawk's reputation and solo strength warranted a bounty of 3.59 billion berries. In contrast, Shanks, with an entire crew of elite fighters, including a right-hand man nearly as strong as he is, holds a bounty of only 4.0489 billion berries. This small difference, less than 500 million berries, highlights how much of an impact losing an arm has had on Shanks' standing. With Shanks' impressive haki, if he still had both arms, he'd arguably be on par with the legendary Gall D. Roger, lacking only the ability to hear the voice of all things. His mastery over all three forms of haki, paired with his formidable swordsmanship, would make him a prime candidate for the title of Pirate King. However, Shanks himself once said he gambled his arm and his world-class swordsmanship talent on the new era, expecting that a new generation would rise after 800 years, the son of prophecy, the child of destiny, and the warrior of liberation. If not for Khan, Shanks might indeed have won this gamble. But Khan's arrival has shifted the balance, rendering Shanks the losing party in this wager. With only one arm, Shanks' haki is still extraordinary, making him one of the world's strongest, but Khan doubts that Shanks would be able to defeat him in a head-to-head fight. The claim that haki is supreme overall sounds more like something that inspires young minds. When two warriors with similar levels of haki, swordsmanship, and physical skills clash, they're likely to be evenly matched. However, if one of them holds an additional advantage, an ability as potent as haki or a superior skill, the odds will inevitably tip in their favor. Roger's life didn't prove that haki is above all else. Rather, it showed that Roger's haki was stronger than anyone else's. With Shanks missing an arm, he can only hope to approach his captain's strength. However, in terms of swordsmanship, he'll never match his former captain, Gall D. Roger. In Khan's eyes, Shanks is actually less intriguing than Kaido. Only relying on haki and swordsmanship, Shanks stands no chance against him. The same goes for Monkey D. Dragon, who possesses the Logia-class wind fruit. Like the once powerful Golden Lion, who would be vulnerable if he clashed with Dragon at his peak, certain abilities naturally counter each other. The Lion fruit, a paramecia ability, is incredibly powerful, capable of rivaling Whitebeard's Tremor fruit for the strongest paramecia devil fruit. However, there is one major weakness: storms. The Golden Lion didn't lose to Roger. He lost to a rare, intense storm, an unpredictable force that even the Grand Line's wild seas couldn't contain. This environmental nemesis would completely neutralize the Golden Lion's power, just as Dragon's wind fruit would counter him. Likewise, Khan's telekinetic power directly counters Dragon's wind fruit. No matter how powerful Dragon storms, unless his physical strength surpasses Khan's, those winds would only end up serving Khan's advantage. Khan, blessed with monstrous physical strength and the abilities of mythical Zoans, has an unmatched level of power. In a fight between the two, Dragon's chances of victory wouldn't even reach 30%. This estimate is generous, only considering that, outside his devil fruit, Dragon is also a top-tier fighter in terms of physical prowess and stamina. Otherwise, his chances would be even slimmer. After reading Sabo's memories, Khan was filled with supreme confidence. Now in his 30s, at his peak, Khan believes that only the mysterious Emu might pose a threat. To him, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, the most haki-driven, Shanks, the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon, and even the so-called Son of Destiny are barely worth his attention. Back to the task at hand. After reading Sabo's memories, Khan withdrew his hand and pointed to the three sworn brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, along with Momonosuke and Sanji. He instructed Monet, "Take them to the underground base. I'll be using them for experiments." "Yes, master," Monet replied and obediently escorted the three brothers, Momonosuke, Kinemon, and the others to separate cells. Kinemon and Zoro were imprisoned in Wano's cells, while the three brothers, Momonosuke and Sanji, were taken to the underground base on Amazon Lily. Held in a chamber with their bodies still sliced into multiple sections, each remained intact in stasis, awaiting Khan's next orders. That night, after a long absence, Khan took time to address the needs of the discontented prisoners. Without taking a break, he then changed into a white coat and went down to the underground base on Amazon Lily. Upon arriving, Khan reassembled all of Luffy's body parts, except for his head, back to their original positions. Thanks to the powers of the Apop fruit, a person's body, once cut, can be reattached perfectly as long as the correct positions are aligned. However, if an Apop fruit user reattaches parts to incorrect positions, only the same user can restore it to normal. This ability is particularly terrifying, as it allows grotesque fusions, like attaching a person's head to a chair, permanently merging them. With Luffy reassembled, minus the head, Khan began drawing his blood while Luffy's floating eyes watched. Khan intended to study Luffy's genetic lineage, examining his bloodline factors to see if he could artificially recreate the Zoan human-human fruit model. Nika. Chapter 216. Khan's ambition is truly bold. He aims to create an artificial version of the Paramecia-class gum-gum fruit, which is, in reality, the Zoan-class human-human fruit model. Nika. This task is undoubtedly a monumental challenge, but in Khan's mind, manufacturing a Zoan-type human-human fruit with the Nika form is actually more feasible than replicating the abilities of the Paramecia-class Apop fruit. With Vegapunk's breakthrough knowledge on bloodline factors and devil fruit replication technology, the first devil fruit Khan targeted wasn't Kaido's artificial mythical Zoan Azure dragon form, nor Bartholomew Kuma's Paramecia-class Pawpaw fruit. Instead, it was Monet's Paramecia Apop fruit. In this world, two devil fruits stand out as the most sought after. The gum-gum fruit, valued at 5.6 billion berries by the world government due to its true identity as the Nika fruit, and the Apop fruit, previously given a bounty of 5 billion berries by the government. When the Nika fruit's true nature was revealed, it was recognized as a powerful mythical entity. Yet to Khan, even the Nika fruit doesn't quite compare to the versatility of the Apop fruit. The Nika fruit, with its life-draining powers, forces the user to expend lifespan when utilizing its advanced abilities, like Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. Upon awakening, this lifespan depletion accelerates even more. If he had to choose between the Nika fruit and the Azure Dragon form, Khan would pick the Azure Dragon form for its raw power and durability. The Apop fruit, however, is different. It is truly worthy of being called the ultimate devil fruit because of its wide-ranging abilities, which include powers based on rules and even abstract concepts. Its only drawback is its stamina demand. If Khan hadn't already consumed the Zoan-class Dragon fruit model, Phantom Beast, he would have chosen the Apop fruit without hesitation. With his innate observation haki, Khan can easily read minds, quickly mastering knowledge and skills across fields. If he were to venture to the Drum Kingdom, he could rise to world-class prominence in no time. Thanks to his monstrous natural strength, Khan would be able to maximize the potential of the Apop fruit, especially if he managed to awaken it. Of course, the Apop fruit's most notorious power is its immortality surgery, an ability that solidifies its status as the ultimate devil fruit. Before his time travel journey, Khan learned about the life-draining effects of the Nika fruit and quickly connected it with Trafalgar Law's immortality-granting powers in the Apop fruit, understanding how it could potentially counterbalance the risks of the Nika form. If Trafalgar Law performed the immortality surgery on Luffy, it could indeed make Luffy nearly invincible. His awakened Nika form would become his permanent state, potentially giving him unmatched strength. And if it were possible to copy both the Apop fruit and the Nika form abilities, then transferring them into a perfected clone or a seraphim could create a truly unstoppable weapon. Driven by this idea, Khan wasted no time after acquiring Vegapunk's technology for bloodline factors and devil fruit duplication. He immediately took samples of Monet's blood, aiming to replicate her Apop fruit. However, he quickly hit a roadblock. Though he now had the bloodline factor and the duplication fruit, the complex nature of paramecia fruits, especially one as powerful as the Apop fruit, meant the replication process was still elusive. It seems that replicating paramecia class abilities, particularly the concept-based powers of the Apop fruit, might be far harder than recreating Zoan-type fruits. For now, Khan decided to focus on a different target, replicating the mythical Zoan Nika fruit. Vegapunk had previously managed to create a man-made version of Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit, another mythical Zoan. Given that success, replicating the Nika form might be a more achievable goal than the Apop fruit. However, just as Khan began preparations to replicate the Nika form, news of the capture of the three sworn brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, spread rapidly across the major factions. With bounties totaling over 5 billion berries, the trio's movements were constantly monitored, especially with the massive number of informants scattered across places like Dressrosa, one of the New World's most chaotic trade hubs. Due to its size and influence, Dressrosa was a key intermediary island, with a concentration of mercenaries and traders rivaling even Sabyati Archipelago. When Sabo entered Wano's waters with the Straw Hat and Spade pirates, he sent some of his men back to Revolutionary Army headquarters with newly acquired weapons. He ordered them to contact the army in case of trouble. However, as days passed without any sign of the three brothers, other factions began suspecting that the brothers had met a grim fate. The Revolutionary Army's behavior confirmed their suspicions, especially when Sabo's Vivre card started to burn, reflecting his life in peril. The Vivre card, a miraculous paper linked to one's life force, left only a small corner when its owner was near death. After observing Sabo's Vivre card flicker between burning and restoration for over a week, Monkey D. Dragon realized that his chief of staff had been captured. He breathed a sigh of relief as the Vivre card's partial burning indicated Sabo was still alive. With both his son and Sabo in Wano, Dragon held on to hope that they might be rescued. Determined to act, Dragon called upon the Revolutionary Army's forces stationed in the New World, and then used his connections to obtain a way to contact Doflamingo. Since Khan's rise to the top, the previous head of the black market had lost direct contact with him. Now, only Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and West Blue's Capone Bijeh had Khan's contact information. Even allies in the Grand Line, such as Margaret and the island overseers across the four seas, had contact only through Hancock's and Chuan Jian's intermediaries. For Dragon and the Revolutionary Army, this bottleneck meant Doflamingo was now their sole link to Khan, a position Doflamingo had earned over years of loyalty to Khan's cross-family operations. This was the ultimate reward Khan bestowed on Doflamingo for his relentless dedication to the family's goals. Chapter 217. Zixixixi, well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect someone as important as you to call me personally. When Doflamingo, far away in the kingdom of Dressrosa, received a call from Monkey D. Dragon, he couldn't help but smirk and make a teasing remark. It had been some time since the three sworn brothers were defeated, and Doflamingo was well aware that they had ended up as prisoners. So, a call from Monkey D. Dragon didn't really shock him. "Joker, I need Cross-Khan's contact information," Dragon said directly, skipping any pleasantries. Doflamingo wasn't actually someone Dragon would normally call directly. As the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon typically sent Sabo, his second-in-command, to handle dealings in Dressrosa when they needed weapons or medical supplies. But today, Dragon had come himself for his son, his chief of staff, and their mutual ally. Still, Dragon's tone made it clear he didn't hold Doflamingo in high regard. For someone of Dragon's power and influence, Doflamingo was just another New World player, not much different from the rest of the trash fish around. The title of Warlord of the Sea meant little to Dragon, especially compared to Doflamingo's self-styled role as the underworld king of Dressrosa. If he didn't need something urgently, Dragon wouldn't even have bothered speaking to him. Haha, for our big customer? A small request like this is no problem at all, Doflamingo replied, unfazed by Dragon's condescension. He knew well enough his standing here, so he simply gave Dragon Cross Khan's Den Mushy number. Blue. Not long after, at an underground facility on Amazon Lily, Cross Khan was busy with his research on lineage factors and the replication of devil fruits, especially focused on the artificial Zoan fruits. Hearing his Den Mushy ring, Khan put his work aside. Recognizing this wasn't a casual call, very few people had his direct contact information. Dragon, first time speaking, Cross Khan, I am Monkey D. Dragon. As Khan picked up, the Den Mushy morphed into Dragon's stern expression, even mimicking the tattoos across his face as he introduced himself in a low, serious tone. The leader of the Revolutionary Army? Khan grinned with mild amusement and asked, feigning innocence. You, who are always so busy trying to overthrow the world government, calling me personally, what might you need from me? Cross Khan, I'll get straight to the point, Dragon replied bluntly. What will it take for you to release my son? Hearing Dragon's direct, almost demanding tone, Khan's grin faded, replaced with a steely look in his eyes. So then, what are you prepared to offer to buy back your son and the lives of his sworn brothers from me, the world's richest man? Khan's words left Monkey D. Dragon speechless. Yes. The man on the other end of the line had been the wealthiest person in the world for over a decade. The Cross family had a vast empire spanning weapons, pharmaceuticals, and entertainment. For them, berries were just numbers. By contrast, Dragon's Revolutionary Army couldn't even buy weapons directly from the black market. They were forced to rely on the Cross family, rushing to Dressrosa for supplies. Could he really buy Luffy's freedom with money? And if so, what kind of debt would he owe? These thoughts made Dragon's confidence waver. His earlier arrogance on the call was all but extinguished as he realized he had to hand over control. What do you want? He asked. HMPH, smart of you, Khan replied, satisfied that Dragon had backed down without trying to buy his way out. I'm looking for something specific. There are 4 road poneglyphs in this world. 3 are accounted for, with Charlotte Linlin on Zoo's elephant and in my possession. He paused, then continued. The 4th road poneglyph was once on Fishman Island, but it's been missing for years. If you can find it and deliver it to me, then I'll release your son and his sworn brothers. As he spoke, Khan's gaze drifted to a table nearby, where a row of pulsing objects lay. On closer inspection, they were human hearts, beating rhythmically. For those who crossed Khan, fate was sealed. Their hearts were his leverage. Initially, Khan had intended to dispose of Luffy and his brothers, but the thought of combining the artificial mythical Zoan, Nika form, with the replicated Apop fruit held irresistible potential. Such a combination would secure the Cross family's power over the world, so he spared the brothers. Now that he'd obtained Luffy's lineage factor, the boy's value was nearly depleted. However, if Dragon brought him the 4th road poneglyph, Khan would consider letting them go. Of course, he'd implant a failsafe, much like he did with Kaido. No one could underestimate the unpredictability of Children of Destiny, so he held their hearts as a final measure. Understood, Dragon replied, shaken by Khan's terms but determined to maintain composure. As Dragon listened, an idea dawned on him. Nico Robin, O'Hara's last survivor and now Cross family's 3rd in command, could mean Khan intended to become the Pirate King himself. The thought stirred him but then sparked a new strategy. If Khan's rise distracted the world government, maybe the Revolutionary Army could capitalize on it. With this in mind, Dragon suppressed his shock and replied calmly. Across the Den Mushy, Khan, despite his natural observation haki, couldn't read Dragon's thoughts, but if he could, he'd be laughing. The irony was rich. both men had similar schemes. One aimed to let the other become pirate king, drawing the world government's fury. The other hoped Dragon's son would do the same, taking on the wrath of the government, and even Imu buying time for his own plans. Chapter 218. Khan had no interest in becoming the pirate king. His offer to Monkey D. Dragon was merely to dangle hope that the three sworn brothers could be saved. If not for the potential fusion of the artificial mythical Zoan Nika form and the artificial paramecia Apop fruit, Khan would have simply scoffed at Dragon's arrogance and ended the call immediately. Even before capturing Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, the Cross family's perfect work and Seraphim projects had reached a formidable level. Against the Marines, the world government's strongest military arm, the Cross family held no fear. In fact, their forces, even at the lower levels, could overpower Marine troops with ease. Yet, with the three brothers now in his grasp, the potential to combine Nika's mythical Zoan powers with the Apop fruit took the perfect work and Seraphim projects to a new level. Khan now saw a path for his creations to evolve from powerful, complete bodies to something far beyond, ultimate bodies, capable of world-shaking power. This progression would elevate him from vice admiral level, a mere silver medalist, to one of the true heavyweights at the world's peak, achieving a power akin to an admiral like Aramaki, Green Bull, marking a new level of supremacy. With a superpower-level masterpiece or Seraphim at his command, the Cross family would be unshakable, even against the combined forces of the world. However, bringing this vision to life would take time. During that period, Khan needed a distraction, someone to draw the world government's focus. The fame of the three sworn brothers had already put them squarely on the Marines' radar, and especially on the world government's watch list. With two members of the D clan among them, they represented a profound threat to the celestial dragons, who saw the D clan as the gods' natural enemies. For now, with the brothers captured, the five elders were likely relieved. If Khan truly eliminated them, attention would shift back to the Revolutionary Army and the five emperors, placing the enigmatic Cross family back in the world government sights. Khan, holding the hearts of the three sworn brothers, no longer feared any so-called children of destiny. Should they rebel, he needed only to crush their hearts to end them. His plan was to let the Son of Destiny continue to stir up trouble on the seas, challenging the world government and drawing out the mysterious IM and Pangaea castle's hidden trump cards. Then, when the time was ripe, the Cross family would step in to reap the rewards. Just as Khan and Monkey D. Dragon ended their conversation, Kuina, who had been away on missions in other seas, finally returned to the waters of Wano. Upon hearing the news, Robin and Hancock quickly set aside their work and gathered the other sisters to welcome her back. This level of reception was reserved only for the highest-ranking cadres. Yes, after all these years, Kuina had become another top officer within the Cross family. Unlike Robin, Karina, and Granos, who became top cadres of the Cross family by assisting with specialized skills, Kuina earned her position through sheer strength. Her power within the Cross family ranks just below Hancock and Sanya, making her one of the organization's most formidable fighters. Even Yamato, who has mastered Conqueror's infusion and possesses a powerful mythical Zoan devil fruit, can only match Kuina in strength. If it weren't for Sanya's unique ability, which drains a target's lifespan upon physical contact, Kuina, Sanya, and Yamato would all sit comfortably within the Cross family's second echelon. At the pinnacle, however, are Khan and Hancock, who have mastered advanced Conqueror's haki and pushed their devil fruit abilities to the ultimate level. Sanya, Kuina, and Yamato are strong, but they remain silver medalists with limitations. Sanya and Kuina lack Conqueror's haki, which keeps them from achieving the highest level, while Yamato has yet to master the most advanced forms of armament and observation haki, despite her Conqueror's haki proficiency. Still, each has powerful devil fruits. Kuina and Yamato wield two mythical Zoans, while Sanya's paramecia-type lion fruit rivals even the destructive paramecia shock fruit. Within the Cross family's Big Three elites, their strength is likely matched only by the Marines' admirals. Above the Big Three are the gold medalists, Khan and Hancock, whose power compares to legends like Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. Beyond these giants, every maid in the Cross family is an extraordinary and powerful fighter, wielding rare abilities. The Perfect Work and Seraphim series alone give them a level of combat strength that surpasses Marine headquarters, leaving only the world government itself as a true threat. Returning to the story. After reuniting with her sisters, Kuina flew to Amazon Lily, reporting her mission details to Khan at the underground base. When she emerged, her face bore a new radiance, her features more refined, cheeks flushed, and her gaze carrying a trace of fascination. Once her mind was clear again, Kuina returned to Wano, using her lion fruit ability to carry a floating box of sake, and headed to a prison cell in the flower capital. Yo, Zoro, long time no see. Inside the cell sat Zoro, unrestrained but missing his 3 swords, showing no attempt to escape. Kuina chuckled, teasing him. I never expected we'd meet again like this. Kuina. Half asleep, Zoro jolted awake, immediately recognizing her. His eyes widened as he took in the sight of Kuina, now dressed in a black and white maid outfit. Why are you here? Isn't it obvious? Kuina rolled her eyes. I'm Master's maid, of course I'd be here. With a flick of her hand, she floated a bottle of sake through the bars and set it before Zoro. I may not have a bounty, but my reputation in the New World is nothing to scoff at. Before you came to Wano, why didn't you check on the Cross family first? She crossed her arms, smirking. The person I left with back then, my master, is none other than Cross Khan, the world's strongest creature. Didn't my father tell you? Zoro fell silent. He hadn't expected that the enemies he'd be facing were aligned with Kuina's loyalties. Shame began to creep over him, not from regret, but from feeling unworthy. He hadn't even gotten the chance to face Kuina before ending up here as a prisoner. How could he claim to be worthy of challenging her now? Chapter 219. Seeing Zoro's embarrassed expression, Kuina seemed to understand his thoughts. She smirked slightly, and with a flick of her fingers, she unlocked the cell door. The lock dissolved, almost as if it were melting, and fell to the ground. Kuina then manipulated the remaining wine in the air, letting it float as she turned to leave the cell. Her parting words snapped Zoro back to reality. Wait. Watching Kuina open the cell door and walk away, Zoro stood there momentarily, stunned. He rushed out, face flushed with confusion, and asked, You're letting me go just like that? Aren't you worried your captain might punish you for this? Zoro would rather return to his cell than risk Kuina being punished because of him. Technically, Zoro could leave any time he wanted. The Cross family hadn't cuffed him when they captured him, they'd only confiscated his 3 swords. With his strength and hacky skills, escaping would be no problem, but he chose not to. Their careless imprisonment only highlighted the immense confidence they had in handling him. Zoro knew that if he escaped, he'd likely be recaptured quickly unless he could reunite with all his crewmates immediately. Worse, his escape might even bring harm to them. So just like when Luffy recruited him, Zoro stayed put, waiting for the right time to act. He wasn't aware, though, that the real reason for his comfortable treatment here was because of Kuina, and because Khan admired him. Out of the original Straw Hat Pirates, the 3 people Khan respected most were Robin, Nami, and Zoro. These 3 were the backbone of the crew. Without Robin, Luffy wouldn't be able to pursue the One Piece unless he found another who could read the poneglyphs. Without Nami's unmatched navigation skills, the crew's journey would have been far more perilous. And without Zoro, the crew would lack a steadfast presence. Knowing Zoro's loyalty and commitment, Khan had often considered recruiting him, confident that once Zoro made up his mind, he'd never switch sides, even at the cost of his life. Punish me. Kuina, unaware of Zoro's thoughts, turned back with a smirk. Zoro, are you underestimating the Cross family? I don't mean to put you down, but you should understand the food chain here in the New World. Even if I were to let you go completely, no one would blame me, Kuina said calmly. For the Cross family, rookies like you, who have only just entered the New World, simply aren't worth serious attention, she added. If it weren't for the strict laws in the waters of Wano, where trespassers are sentenced to death or forced into permanent labor, my sister wouldn't have even bothered leaving town to deal with you. Zoro fell silent, sensing the Cross family's immense pride and disregard. Just how powerful were they to dismiss an alliance fleet with a total bounty of over 5 billion berries? Including their subordinates, the total bounty hovered near 10 billion. This realization made Zoro's heart sink. Imprisoned by such a formidable force, could Luffy and the others ever hope to escape? Looking at Kuina, he hesitantly asked, "Kuina, Luffy, my captain, is he alive?" "The Straw Hat," Kuina replied without hesitation. "He and his sworn brothers are still alive. The Revolutionary Army's leader, called the Master, negotiated with us. The Master offered certain conditions. If the Revolutionary Army fulfills them, the Cross family has agreed to release you all." Relieved, Zoro sighed, but sadness crept in as he thought of his fallen friends, taken by Hancock's lightning attack. He felt a deep conflict. If Luffy ever sought vengeance against the Cross family, what would that mean for Kuina, whose companions had harmed his own? Would that mean he'd have to face her as an enemy? Kuina had no idea of Zoro's turmoil. If she did, she might have laughed at him, mockingly, like when they were kids. She knew that the Straw Hat Pirates taking on the Cross family would be harder than even defeating the Whitebeard Pirates. And if it came to that, Kuina wouldn't hold back. Having trained with the Cross family since childhood, Kuina had grown to embody Khan's ideals, both mentally and physically. If Zoro hadn't been such a formative part of her past, her brightest opponent and her father's favorite student, she wouldn't have bothered visiting him or helping him. After freeing him from his cell, Kuina treated Zoro to food and drink in the flower capital. She joined him in drinking sake, reminiscing about the past and sharing stories from their separate journeys. Once Zoro had eaten and drunk his fill, he asked to return to his cell, but Kuina only smiled and led him somewhere unexpected. Suddenly, his surroundings twisted, and when his vision cleared, he realized he was no longer in Wano or even the New World. He was back in East Blue. This was the reward Kuina had requested from Khan. Now transformed in both body and spirit under Khan's influence, he'd granted her wish. Kuina had spoken with Zoro, but hadn't challenged him to a duel. Since becoming the user of the lion fruit to help the Cross family, she'd let go of her original dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. She was no longer a pure swordsman and saw no need to test her skills against Zoro. Having safely returned Zoro to East Blue, Kuina returned to Khan, her face reddening slightly as she went to plead guilty for her actions. Chapter 220. Just days after Kuina's guilty plea, the New World erupted in turmoil once again. But this time, the chaos wasn't sparked by the infamous beast Kaido, the most frequently challenged and often underestimated of the Yonko. Nor was it ignited by the infamous might of the Whitebeard Pirates, still regarded as the strongest, or by the Big Mom Pirates. Instead, the force shaking the New World was the Revolutionary Army, the sixth hidden power looming over the seas. Then there was the youngest of the 5 emperors, with a force smaller than any of the others, the red-haired pirates and their captain, the legendary red-haired Shanks. The Revolutionary Army, with its 5 formidable legions, remains a constant threat to the world government, which would stop at nothing to see them eliminated. Yet, despite his vast forces, Monkey D. Dragon dared not lead a massive assault on Wano to rescue his son, Luffy. Instead, he clung to the faint hope of locating the 4th road poneglyph somewhere on the endless sea. As a seasoned warrior, Dragon knew all too well the steep price of war against the world's most dominant and powerful factions. Wano itself stands as one of the most fortified regions in the New World, with a reputation for being impenetrable. Hundreds of years of history had seen pirates, kingdoms, and even the world government fail to claim it. In the days of old, Wano's might rest with a single powerhouse, the legendary sword god Ryuma. Today, however, it is fiercely defended by the strongest creature in the world, Cross Khan, and the pirate king, Boa Hancock. Adding to this defense are the mighty haki masters of Wano and Amazon Lily, as well as a powerful mercenary army of cloned warriors that can be endlessly produced, given enough money. For the Revolutionary Army, whose ranks lack even the strength of many Marine soldiers, the idea of waging war against the Cross family would be a massacre. Monkey D. Dragon would avoid such a confrontation unless absolutely unavoidable. His primary enemy remains the world government, a regime fortified by an 800-year legacy. Only after toppling their rule would Dragon consider dealing with these lesser foes. For now, he does what any strategic underdog must: he waits. Meanwhile, Shanks remains unaware of Dragon's plans or motives. However, he does receive word of the defeat of Luffy and his two sworn brothers. As Luffy's guide and mentor from afar, Shanks had waited patiently for news of the Straw Hats' escape from Wano. But as soon as he learned that Luffy had emerged safely, he decided it was finally time to take action. Every member of the red-haired pirates stood behind Shanks in his decision, supporting their captain wholeheartedly. After all, it wasn't just about Luffy. Among the Straw Hats was another deeply personal connection for the crew, the sniper Usopp, son of their own Yasopp. Shanks, who believed that Luffy had the potential to change the world, and Yasopp, who carried the weight of his absence in his son's life, were stirred to act when they heard of Luffy's sworn brother's capture. For the first time since their arrival in the New World, the red-haired pirates set their sights on the Cross family. Aboard their trusted ship, the Red Force, a two-masted vessel modified from a swift sloop, they steered toward Dressrosa, the kingdom that now served as a gateway to anyone who sought an audience with the feared Cross family. To gain an audience with Khan, the leader of the Cross family, one had first to seek out Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo had solidified his role as the intermediary, or joker, of the underworld. The notion had become widespread in the New World. If you wanted to speak with Khan, you started with Joker. Even the powerful Yonko, including Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, lacked a direct means of contacting Khan. Only the 5 elders of the world government had that privilege. Monkey D. Dragon had understood this process when he sought Doflamingo first. Now, Shanks intended to do the same, but with a bold approach that matched his own reputation. As Shanks neared the intermediary island of Dressrosa, he unleashed his overwhelming conqueror's haki, blanketing the entire island. His sheer willpower cascaded across Dressrosa, forcing everyone on the small kingdom's shores to recognize his presence. Such a feat, projecting Conqueror's haki across an entire island, was an extraordinary display of haki mastery, a show of strength that few in the world could rival. The effect was immediate and devastating. Civilians, pirates, and emissaries from kingdoms around the world, all scattered across Dressrosa, felt the crushing weight of Shanks' Conqueror's haki. Within moments, they dropped to the ground, eyes rolled back, entirely overcome. In less than 15 minutes, only the most resilient warriors of the New World, those with their own mastery of haki, remained standing. When the Red Force docked at Dressrosa's eerily silent port, Shanks' greeting was clear. The once bustling harbor, filled with ships and trade, had fallen into an unnatural hush. This was Shanks' message, loud and unmistakable. Dressrosa was no longer the peaceful kingdom it had once been. Now, it was notorious as a gathering ground for warlords, pirates, and even kingdoms torn apart by conflict. To Shanks, who had once followed Roger's example of fighting for a friend, the island's reputation made restraint unnecessary. He saw no reason to hold back, and to him, this was simply a bold gesture. However, this greeting did more than announce his arrival. It was a direct affront to the Cross family. By incapacitating those who depended on the Cross family for protection and business, Shanks had not only broken Dressrosa's unspoken laws, but also damaged the Cross family's reputation. As if in response to this audacious act, the once clear skies over Dressrosa quickly darkened, a gathering storm forming ominously above the island. The tension in the air suggested a confrontation on the horizon. Shanks had delivered his message. Now, the Cross family would surely respond. Chapter 221. Such haki. At the heights of Dressrosa, Doflamingo reclined on a sun lounger, watching the beauties swim in the pool. Despite the serene scene, he could sense an ominous presence. He activated his observation haki, and immediately a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Masking his unease with an unsettling grin, he murmured to himself, "Cha-cha-cha? Looks like a terrifying guest has arrived." Without hesitation, he reached for the den mushi beside him, dialing a number to report his discovery. Then, with a sinister gleam in his eye, he lifted himself into the sky, ready to greet his honored guest. "Boss, that heavenly yaksha is here." The powerful aura Doflamingo emitted didn't go unnoticed by the red hair pirates who were making their way through Dressrosa's capital. Yassop, the crew's expert sniper and a master of observation Haki, quickly sensed his approach. Turning to Shanks, he confirmed Doflamingo's presence. Before Shanks could respond, Ben Beckman, the pirate's intelligence strategist, exhaled a thin line of smoke and observed. "It seems this Shichibukai wants to prevent us from moving further in. He doesn't want to lose the upper hand in negotiations." Shanks nodded and replied calmly, "In that case, let's wait for him here. Our goal isn't him. To reach the true powers in this world, we'll need his cooperation." "Hey, hey, hey. Welcome to Dressrosa, the island of intermediaries," red-haired Shanks. Doflamingo's voice reached them before he did as he descended from the sky, his pink feathered coat fluttering. Landing before the formidable red hair pirates, he scanned the powerful crew, each member exuding a strength that outclassed many. Some among them were even mightier than he was, and Doflamingo felt a heavy weight settle over him. Yet he hid his anxiety beneath a wicked grin, as was his custom. If it weren't for his backers, he wouldn't have felt just tense. He'd have been outright fearful. Though Doflamingo possessed the rare potential of a conqueror, he had compromised his talents over years of bargaining and alliances with the world's elite. Against the top officers of the Big Mom and Beasts pirates, he might hold his own against one or two, but faced with an emperor's second-in-command, he'd be outmatched. Among the red hair pirates, more than one or two individuals could easily defeat him. Standing here in front of these giants, whose combined strength seemed unassailable, required nerves of steel. After all, even the likes of Green Bull and Wano had retreated upon sensing Shanks' Haki alone. Doflamingo's talent for concealing his emotions behind a mask of sinister composure was already impressive. Even in the presence of the red-haired Shanks, he maintained his signature, chilling grin. "Sorry to intrude on your business," Shanks said, his tone polite despite his earlier show of force. He cut to the chase. "Heavenly Yaksha, I need a favor. Could you call Cross Khan? I have something urgent to discuss with him." "Zixixixi, such Haki, truly the most resolute man on the seas," Doflamingo replied, his evil smile growing. "But there's no need. I've already reported the situation here ahead of time." At this, several of the red hair pirates' expressions shifted sharply. Those with advanced observation Haki sensed something unusual, eyes turning upward to the darkening clouds overhead. "What is that coming down?" one of them exclaimed, feeling the sheer weight of an impending threat. Boom! In a tremendous crash, the dark clouds seemed to split apart, shattered by the massive silhouette of an island plummeting from the sky. As the red hair pirates braced themselves, the eerie sound of a door creaking open reached their ears. Confusion flickered on Shanks and Ben Beckman's faces. A door opening? On a coast surrounded only by rocky cliffs and sky. Realizing the strangeness of the situation, Shanks and Beckman simultaneously activated Future Sight, their visions leaping ahead to glimpse the events unfolding in the next few seconds. But even with this power, they were a fraction too late. Room transfer. A delicate, jade-white hand emerged from an unseen door in midair, casting a translucent sphere that expanded in the blink of an eye, enveloping Dressrosa and the descending island in the sky. In an instant, Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the entire red hair pirates vanished from the coast, reappearing on the ground of the falling island above. The one responsible, a woman named Monet, possessing the powers of the Apop fruit, stood calmly, her hand extended as the enormous sphere completed its task. Her mastery of her devil fruit had grown to the point of covering islands, a scale vast enough to envelop half of Wano. "Kuina, I'll leave the next part to you," Monet said without turning, her voice cool. "Consider it done, Sister Monet." Kuina, clad in a white Wano-style kimono, her hair bound tightly, gave a determined nod. She shot upward into the sky, moving in a direction opposite to Wano, guiding the floating island along with her as it moved to face its adversaries. Turning to Doflamingo, Monet issued a quick instruction. "Joker, I'll need your help with the client's condition." "Hey, hey, hey. A simple task," he replied with a devilish grin, adopting an almost deferential tone. Doflamingo's demeanor reflected his respect for Monet, the third pillar of the Cross family, following only behind the infamous Devil's Child and the Pirate Empress. Though other family members, like the fearsome Boa Sandersonia, had joined earlier, Monet's standing was unique. Not only did she wield the coveted Opop fruit, but she was also central to the family's rise to power. Room transfer. Monet nodded, casting her ability once more. She and her entourage disappeared, reappearing on the distant island high above the seas of Dressrosa and Wano. The final preparations were complete. The stage was set. After years of rivalries and tenuous alliances, the war among the emperors of the sea was about to erupt. Chapter 222. Time shifted back just a few minutes prior. This was the moment when Doflamingo placed his call to report in. Khan, deeply engrossed in his scientific pursuits, often left the responsibility of handling important messages to Robin and Hancock, who would relay anything critical to him. This situation was no different. Upon hearing about the unfolding situation in the kingdom of Dressrosa from Hancock, who had teleported in to deliver the news, Khan didn't pause in his work. He simply commented coldly, since he decided to act, he must already be prepared for a reckoning. Our family has kept a low profile for too long, giving people the false impression that we're weak. It's time to show them why the Cross family is the most powerful in the world. Hancock, this time you and Monet will lead the team. I'll join you soon. Yes, master, Hancock replied obediently, her dark blue eyes flashing with a flash of cold purple lightning. In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of violet energy, vanishing from the underground base. Outside, the pirate empress, known as Sister Sama by the maids, excluding Robin, gathered all the combat maids. This included Mancheri, Oro, Gia, and Perona, who are primarily support types and served as both life maids and younger sister figures among the fighters. Even Mary joined the fray, tasked with deploying the Perfect Work and Seraphim units. The personnel assembled for this mission were as follows. The Perfect Work and Seraphim series, along with nearly all of Khan's specialized maids. This lineup included Battle Maid Chief Boa Hancock, top cadre of battle maids Yamato, Monet, Kuina, and Sanya, support maids with auxiliary devil fruits Mancheri, Oro, Gia, Perona, and Mary. This was the roster for the operation. Robin, Koala, Barbara, Carla, Nami, and Karina were held back on Khan's orders. 9 elite maids, combined with the Perfect Work and Seraphim series, plus Khan, who might join at any moment. This force represented the mightiest lineup the Cross family had deployed since rising to prominence. Despite numbering fewer than 100, their power rivaled that of the Red Hair Pirates, and in sheer strength, they arguably surpassed them. Were it not for the fact that the Red Hair Pirates boasted 2 of the 5 Emperor's supreme powers, Khan might not have mobilized such an impressive force. The scene shifts to the Sky Islands, hovering far above Dressrosa and the waters of Wano country. Over time, Kuina had relocated several uninhabited islands from across the world, each tested and confirmed to hold rich mineral deposits. These islands now floated above Wano and Dressrosa, awaiting the moment to serve the Cross family's purpose. These uninhabited islands, elevated to altitudes of 7,000 and even 10,000 meters, were launched skyward by Kuina using the powers of her Paramecia-type lion fruit. After depleting the resources of islands in the Wano Sea region, Kuina would bring down these floating islands as fresh resource hubs. And when an island's resources were exhausted, it became a powerful weapon in her arsenal. With her ability to send entire islands plummeting from the sky, Kuina could devastate any target she deemed an enemy. Few would survive the onslaught of an island crashing down upon them, proof of her standing as a top cadre in the Cross family. In addition to her rank, Kuina held a special role as one of the 3 strategic assets of the Cross family. The other 2 were Sugar, with her Paramecia-type Hobby fruit, and Karina, who wielded the Logia-type dark fruit. Among the 3, Kuina alone possessed power-focused abilities. Thanks to genetic modifications she underwent years ago, Kuina had become a female counterpart to the legendary Golden Lion. Her physical abilities now even surpassed his, though her conqueror's haki and swordsmanship were not yet on par with his. Even so, Kuina's strength ranked among the highest cadres of the 5 emperors' forces, comparable to deputies like Katakuri, Marco, and King. "Hey, are my eyes playing tricks on me?" someone murmured. "Isn't that one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Wait, why do they look like children?" The red hair pirates, teleported from Dressrosa to the Sky Island by Monet's space manipulation, faced this unexpected sight. Despite the sudden move, the crew kept their composure, a result of years under their vice-captain Yamato's lead. Yet when they looked at the rows of Seraphim soldiers behind the Cross family's powerful maid fighters, shock rippled through the ranks. Every member of the Red Hair Pirates, from new recruits to top cadres, felt a sense of unease. Some even gasped in surprise, and a few trembled as they took in the formidable lineup. Yasopp, a master of observation haki, stepped forward and murmured to Shanks, "Boss, there's an overwhelming aura emanating from those soldiers. They're nothing like the robots the Cross family is famous for. These are more advanced, more dangerous." Ben Beckman, standing beside Shanks, narrowed his eyes. "I've seen reports," he muttered. The head of Germa 66 was once part of a highly advanced scientific team focused on cloning and lineage factors, and the head scientist of that team was a genius 500 years ahead of his time, Dr. Vegapunk. "But that scientist has been working with the world government for years now," Beckman continued, his tone serious. "He disappeared recently, though. If not for a secret report, I wouldn't even know he existed. And if my suspicions are correct, the Cross family is responsible for his disappearance." Shanks, unfazed, drew his famous sword, Griffin, and with a slight smile, replied, "So this is the true power of the Cross family, finally unveiled. They honor us by sending a force like this to greet us." A deep rumble echoed in the sky as if in response to Shanks' words. Just like the atmosphere over Dressrosa, the sky above the islands darkened, thunderclouds gathering ominously overhead. Lightning cracked across the heavens, and then, in a flash of purple light, Hancock appeared before Monet and the assembled maids. Her gaze fixed coldly on the red hair pirates, a disdainful sneer on her face. In her usual imperious tone, she declared, "Yes, consider it an honor. Now die with this privilege." Chapter 223. Room Transfer. The moment her older sister Hancock appeared, Monet wasted no time activating her surgical ability. Her room field enveloped the battlefield, selectively teleporting the weaker red hair pirates out of position. How did she determine who was weak? Simple. Anyone who couldn't resist the transfer was deemed unworthy of staying. In an instant, dozens of the red hair pirates' crew vanished from their ranks, leaving a noticeable gap in Shanks' forces. Bangs, bangs, bang. Realizing the situation, Yasopp and Ben Beckman immediately fired upon the enemy. Each bullet was charged with powerful armament haki, packing the destructive force of small cannon shells. However, no matter how precise or fast their attacks, they couldn't prevent their weaker comrades from being taken away. Suddenly, a girl with a mischievous smile darted out from behind Hancock and Monet. With both hands raised, she called out, "Barrier wall." A transparent barrier materialized in the air, intercepting the bullets mid-flight. Boom, boom, the bullets exploded against the barrier, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Yet, despite the sheer force, the barrier remained unshaken. Whoosh! Just as the perfect work in Seraphim series closed in to eliminate the teleported red hair pirates, Shanks, foreseeing the danger through his advanced observation haki, moved. He transformed into a ghostly blur, weaving through the dust clouds stirred up by Yasopp and Ben Beckman's gunfire. His aim was to reach his stranded crew in time. Swish! But Hancock intercepted him. In a flash of purple lightning, she appeared before him, her long, alabaster leg crackling with destructive energy as she launched a powerful kick toward Shanks. With no choice but to abandon his rescue attempt, Shanks quickly wrapped Griffin in armament haki, bracing to counter her strike. Boom! Their clash unleashed a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves cascading across the battlefield. Shanks' face hardened as he felt the full impact of Hancock's attack. He immediately increased the output of his haki, forcing her to back off. In a commanding voice, he called out toward the dust-covered maid fighters, "Night Field." On Monet's side, a swirling black mist began to rise, a mist distinct from the powers of Karina's dark fruit. The dark fog expanded, forming an ominous sphere that enclosed the red hair pirates who had been transferred over. In the next moment, as Shanks and Ben Beckman focused their observation haki on the dark sphere, they sensed countless presences, each one emitting the faint sound of blades slashing through the air, the unmistakable clash of steel entering flesh reverberating within the pitch-black void. If one had the gift of night vision or the power of clairvoyance, one would see within the dark sphere a scene of carnage. Sonya transformed into a vampire, moved at an unfathomable speed, creating what seemed like countless clones, each as solid and deadly as the original. Her copies lunged at the teleported red hair pirates, shredding them apart with razor-sharp claws, siphoning their life force in a horrific display. In mere moments, Sonya had eradicated the weakest third of the red hair pirates. Boom! As the lives of his crew slipped away, a surge of fury erupted from Shanks, his conqueror's haki spreading across the floating island like an inferno, crackling with power and shaking the very air. Lowering his head, he muttered bitterly, "I'm sorry, I've failed you." "Sorry," Hancock sneered. "You attacked the kingdom of Dressrosa unprovoked, shattering the island's reputation for absolute safety. Now you'll pay with your life." Unaware of the bonds between Luffy, Shanks, and Usopp's father, Yasopp, Hancock saw only a group of pirates bent on destruction. To her, the red hair pirates were troublemakers needing to be stamped out. "For no reason?" Shanks echoed, his remorse mingling with anger. He realized he had been reckless, charging in without first reaching out to the Cross family or explaining his connection to the Straw Hat Pirates. Had he done so, perhaps he could have secured Luffy's and Yasopp's son's safety through negotiation rather than force. But he had underestimated both the importance of Dressrosa to Khan and the latent strength of the Cross family. He was furious at the cold ruthlessness of the Cross family. He had merely stunned the citizens of Dressrosa without hurting anyone, yet they had already slain his comrades without hesitation or mercy. If Khan had been privy to Shanks' thoughts, he would have been unimpressed. In his view, Shanks' moral double standard was as blatant as ever. While Shanks, Roger, and Luffy believed in nonchalance, laughing off slights as long as no one was hurt, Khan adhered to an entirely different philosophy. In his eyes, anyone who dared strike the Cross family should be prepared to pay in blood. And Khan harbored a deep disdain for those he saw as hypocrites in the pirate world, especially Shanks and Garp, the kings of double standards. Hancock, sensing Shanks' growing anger, mocked, "Enough talk. If you want revenge, come and kill us." But her taunt was cut short by a sudden realization. Shanks' overwhelming conqueror's haki had somehow disrupted her future sight, an uncanny power that stopped her from foreseeing his moves. This rare skill, known as knowledge killing, was Shanks' ace. His mastery of conqueror's haki allowed him to suppress others' observation haki to the point of blocking future sight, letting him perceive his opponent's future without them being able to do the same. It was a devastating ability, countered only by another with the same skill or those with an innate power like the voice of all things. Recognizing her disadvantage, Hancock retreated, teleporting with a flash of lightning to reposition herself. Concentrating her strength, she transformed her electric field into a purple longbow. Drawing back the bowstring, she summoned arrows of violet lightning, each crackling with deadly energy. With a steady aim, she unleashed her attack, calling forth the move Khan had once perfected for her. Arrow of Indra. The electrified bolts shot toward the red hair pirates with devastating force, a merciless barrage from the Cross family's formidable general. Chapter 224. Arrow of Indra. As Hancock condensed her energy into blazing purple lightning arrows, she unleashed them with terrifying force toward the red hair pirates. Boom! The arrows cut through the air with astonishing speed, crackling with raw power that could make anyone feel despair. Just as the electrified arrow, Indra, shot forward, a gunshot rang out from the red hair pirates. A single black bullet, encased in dark red lightning, ripped through the air and collided with Hancock's arrow, its sheer speed and intensity distorting the space around it. Boom! The collision was deafening, but instead of a massive explosion, there was only a tremendous shockwave, like the clash of conquerors' haki. The air itself trembled, cyclones spinning out from the point of impact, covering the lower half of Tianjang Island. This guy. Seeing her Indra arrow blocked so effectively, Hancock's gaze narrowed, drawn to Ben Beckman, who held his smoking gun steady. For the first time, Hancock felt compelled to take Shanks' second-in-command seriously. Her observation haki pulsed with insight, and her deep blue eyes narrowed. So that's it, she thought. No wonder Master sent a stronger lineup than for the Onigashima raid. It turns out the Red Hair Pirates, like the Cross family, possess two wielders of supreme power. Ben Beckman, oblivious to Hancock's internal realization, called out, his voice low and commanding, "Don't underestimate us." Blocking your attack was no small feat, but that's what our captain can do. So let your captain step forward. As you wish. Just as Ben Beckman finished speaking, a calm male voice echoed around the Red Hair Pirates. A figure emerged, one whose presence immediately commanded respect. The man, Khan, had shed the white coat he'd worn for a century, now standing in a crisp white suit and blue tie. He appeared beside Hancock and her comrades, casting a serene smile toward the Red Hair Pirates. Master. Seeing Khan arrive, Hancock and the others felt their spirits soar, their fighting resolve reinvigorated. Nijiko, take Perona's body into the alternate space, Khan instructed, so she's safe from the coming clash. Then, turning to Monet, she continued, protect Mary with a barrier. The rest of you choose your opponents. With a final look at the Red Hair Pirates, Khan's eyes gleamed as he spoke. This Sky Island is as good a place as any to bury you. SHHA. Not giving Shanks a moment to respond, Khan enveloped himself in a powerful blue aura, its intensity covering his entire body. Stones around Khan began to float, as if gravity itself had been momentarily suspended. With a simple forward motion, Khan sent a dozen stones, each cloaked in a blue aura, slicing through the air with a piercing, high-pitched sound. These stones, faster than any sniper bullet, hurtled straight toward the Red Hair Pirates. Swish! The stones were incredibly fast, and there were too many of them. Even Yassop, the flotilla's renowned sharpshooter, couldn't match their speed to intercept them all. Realizing this, Shanks, as the Captain Beckman had spoken of, raised his legendary sword, Griffin. He swung it with a massive blue slash to pulverize the incoming stones, hoping to shield his crew. But Khan was a step ahead, a subtle smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth as he moved his fingers once more. It's not good, everyone scatter. Ben Beckman and Shanks, sensing the danger with their advanced observation haki, shouted warnings. But it was already too late. Pache pache pache. From the ground, hundreds of blue light beams erupted, faster than bullets, tearing upward. Pirates, caught off guard or unable to dodge fast enough, found themselves struck down by these deadly lights. The weaker members of Shanks' crew were riddled with holes, their bodies collapsing with barely a sound amidst cries of pain. In an instant, another third of the Red Hair Pirates had fallen. Between Khan's ruthless assault and the efforts of Monet and Sanya, only a third of Shanks' crew remained. The strongest, elite members, known as the Iron Wall of the New World. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Shanks' eyes blazed with fury as he watched Khan and his companions slain by what he saw as cowardly tactics. Dark red lightning crackled around him as his killing intent surged, the air itself seeming to shake under his rage. Shanks had never felt such hatred. Khan looked on, his expression bemused. "Why so angry?" he asked. "If I recall correctly, you were a pirate long before me. You sailed the Grand Line with the Roger Pirates while I was still a thug in West Blue." Khan's tone dripped with scorn. "As a senior pirate, you must have taken countless lives. Why the outrage now? You initiated the assault on Dressrosa, and by doing so, shattered the balance among the 5 emperors. War isn't a game, death is inevitable." His mocking gaze cut into Shanks. "So tell me, who are you putting on the show for?" Shanks didn't respond with words. He moved, transforming into a red blur as he charged at Khan with deadly intent. This time, the rest of the Red Hair Pirates surged forward with him, no one willing to let their captain face the Cross family alone. Their expressions betrayed a singular resolve. They wouldn't hold back, regardless of who stood before them. Driven by vengeance, they were ready to strike down Hancock and her allies without mercy. Hancock and her allies sprang into action. Nijiko opened an air door, taking her soul out of her body and whisking Perona to safety in an alternate dimension. Monet deployed a protective barrier around Mary, shielding her completely. Meanwhile, Hancock, Yamato, Kuina, and the rest of the Cross family, including the perfected Pacifista and Seraphim, charged into battle. At last, the war among emperors of the One Piece world had broken out in full force. Chapter 225. Room cut. As the clash of captains, vice-captains, and the crew erupted across the battlefield, the first to make a move was Monet, wielding her spatial abilities with deadly precision. Unlike Yamato and Kuina, who charged head-on, Monet hung back, seemingly disinterested in close combat. Instead, she subtly expanded her operating field, activating it without alerting her opponents. The red hair pirates felt an unsettling sensation as her spatial power brushed against them, sending a jolt through their nerves. Instinctively, they fortified themselves with armament haki, each one bracing to resist Monet's infamous spatial transferability. Her earlier feat, transporting a third of the fleet in an instant, was too staggering to forget. Without haki as a shield, the crew would be left vulnerable to her unnervingly precise, rule-bending power. Yet they had overlooked a crucial detail. Haki may be a formidable defense, but it's only effective when stronger than the user's own. And in Monet's eyes, their attempts at resistance were futile, barely stronger than the previous third she had already moved. But Monet wasn't simply expanding her room for another transfer. This time, she aimed to strike. Channeling the rules of her spatial power into a small scalpel, she infused it with a refined armament haki of remarkable potency. With a swift flick of her hand through the air, a dozen armed pirates staggered, dropping heavily to the ground as their bodies failed them, immobilized by her attack. Monet looked at the results, displeased by her own performance. Only Khan, her closest ally, knew the true power behind that single cut. Years of training under his guidance had pushed Monet's mastery of the Opop fruit beyond anything Trafalgar Law had achieved. Enhanced by genetic modifications similar to Kuina's, Monet's physical strength, devil fruit development, and medical expertise were now leagues above Law's original abilities. This expertise, and her loyalty, had earned her a place of great importance at Khan's side, only second to figures like Hancock and Robin. With a room large enough to cover half of Wano, Monet could easily expand her surgical field over 2 small islands. And now, the island in the sky lay beneath the shadow of her domain. If she had intended to, Monet could have replicated Law's massive slash from Punk Hazard, dividing the entire floating island beneath her feet with a single downward stroke. Her spatial cuts, bypassing material limitations and distance, rivaled even the powerful strikes of a great swordsman. The only drawback was that her slashes, however powerful, couldn't actually kill. Yet, even with a slash capable of splitting the island, she'd only managed to take down a dozen pirates, merely half of the remaining third. This shortfall left her visibly frustrated. Transfer finished them, perfect work. Candlestick, your turn. After splitting a dozen pirates in half, Monet used her spatial ability to transfer them directly to her position, issuing swift commands to Perfect Work and the Seraphim. Pache, chicha. Without delay, Perfect Work transformed its arm into a brutal weapon, and the Seraphim moved in, effortlessly dispatching the dozen immobilized pirates who lay at their feet. In moments, the formidable red hair pirates, once over 100 strong and feared across the seas, were whittled down to fewer than 20. Among the survivors were 10 key figures and a monkey, Shanks, his core crew, and loyal allies. This meant that, outside of their captain and senior officers, there were only a few who could even stand on equal ground with the Cross family cadres, famed as an impregnable force. Shanks could barely contain his rage at the loss of 2/3 of his crew before the real battle had even begun. His fury burned hot, but he held onto his composure. Seeing this, a glint of appreciation flashed in Khan's eyes. Had Shanks truly lost his mind, Khan would have thought even less of him, knowing that a loss of control would only diminish his strength. After all, one must remain calm to access the most potent observation haki techniques, such as future sight. In total rage, a fighter can't even use observation haki. In the past, during the battle at Tato Land, Luffy had been utterly outmatched by Charlotte Katakuri, who exploited future sight and his devil fruit mastery to full effect. But when Katakuri's cool was broken, exposing his frustration and his true nature, he lost the ability to predict Luffy's movements, allowing Luffy to turn the tables and win. Observation haki, especially future sight, depends on an absolute calm, and Shanks knew this well. He didn't allow his fury to control him, making him a worthy adversary in Khan's eyes. To kill a mindless berserker would give Khan no satisfaction, but to challenge a captain with Shanks' level of composure and skill, that was a battle he desired. Thunder Bagua. At that moment, a flash of lightning marked the entrance, who had eagerly selected her opponent. She charged forward, her mace, Takaru, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, bringing it down with force on Ben Beckman's ally, Lucky Roo, who stood with a monkey on his shoulder. Conqueror's infusion. Seeing her technique, Roo and the monkey, named Monchida, were stunned. The sudden appearance of a maid in the Cross family, wielding Conqueror's haki, was a shocking development, especially to seasoned fighters like Roo, Ben Beckman, and Yasop, who looked on with disbelief. Though shaken, Roo and Monchida quickly gathered themselves, drawing on their experience from countless battles. Together, they unleashed advanced armament haki to withstand Yamato's devastating strike, aimed to down even New World legends in an instant. Incredibly, the monkey, like its human partner, demonstrated advanced armament haki, a feat rare even among the most powerful in the New World. Not even Charlotte Katakuri, with his billionberry bounty, had mastered this advanced form of armament. This was a moment that seemed to rewrite the limits of the New World's reality. Beyond the kung fu dugongs of Alabasta and the mink's natural fighting abilities, here was an ordinary-looking monkey-wielding, advanced haki that most fighters spend a lifetime trying to master. It was little wonder that this battle-worn monkey bore no scars. Its skill level was just that high. But even with such power, facing Yamato was no ordinary challenge. If they thought it would be enough to bring her down, they were sorely mistaken. Chapter 226. Not bad strength, try to catch me again. Seeing Ben Beckman and Monster take her strike head-on, Yamato's face broke into a grin filled with fighting spirit. In an instant, her appearance began to shift visibly. Yamato, initially sporting only 2 horns, transformed into her hybrid form, exuding a biting, icy air as she took on the form of the mythical beast, the great Daikoku true form. A mythical Zoan. Sensing the sudden surge of cold air, Ben Beckman and Monster, both possessing sharp intelligence, widened their eyes in shock. Ice Slash. Now fully transformed, Yamato infused her Conqueror's haki into her club, layering it with a freezing aura that seemed to chill everything it touched before swinging it down on Ben Beckman and Monster. Boom! Although Ben Beckman and Monster, still reeling from the shock, managed to counter quickly by unleashing advanced armament haki to defend themselves, Yamato's blow sent them flying backwards. Cold air invaded their bodies, encasing them in ice. The icy imprisonment didn't last long, however. Ben Beckman and Monster shattered the ice with bursts of armament haki. Yet, the cold had already left visible frostbite on their bodies, weakening their strength. Having landed a successful strike, Yamato pressed on, swinging her club again, relentlessly attacking her opponents. Despite their 2-on-1 advantage, Ben Beckman and Monster found themselves at a clear disadvantage. Elsewhere, the other elites of the red-haired pirates had their hands full, unable to assist. After Monet and Khan wiped out over 2/3 of the red-haired crew, the Cross Guild had flipped the fight from being outnumbered to having the upper hand. Especially in terms of top-tier combat power, the red-haired pirates were struggling. On Shanks' crew, only Shanks and Ben Beckman held true superpower status. However, on the Cross Guild side, in addition to Khan and Hancock, 2 of the strongest warriors, they had Yamato, a powerhouse comparable to Kaido and Admiral Green Bull. If measured by pure strength, the Cross Guild boasted 3 true heavyweights, 2 at the highest level and 1 at an advanced or intermediate level. Against such power, even red-haired pirates' top officers couldn't hold up. From the moment Yamato set her sights on Ben Beckman and Monster, their defeat was all but assured. The rest of Shanks' crew fared no better. Monet and Kuina, having undergone genetic enhancements, had physiques akin to human monsters. Each wielded extraordinary abilities, with Monet possessing the Snow fruit and Kuina the Float fruit. Additionally, both had honed their skills in advanced armament and observation haki, placing them on the level of the elite. Even so, Monet and Kuina stood as the strongest among the top ranks of the Cross Guild. The haki specialists among the red-haired pirates, despite their skills, found themselves outmatched against opponents who possessed such exceptional abilities and devil fruits. In addition to Monet and Kuina, the Cross Guild had 2 other formidable allies providing support, Perona and Arachi. Their powers combined the perfected abilities of scientific innovation and seraphim-level strength, monsters of the New World in their own right. As the battle raged on, a one-sided picture began to emerge, with the red-haired pirates gradually overwhelmed. Only one fight remained balanced, the intense clash between Ben Beckman and Boa Hancock. A true superpower represents the peak of mind, skill, and physical prowess. When one has reached the pinnacle of will, flaws are nearly non-existent. In battles at this level, finding a weakness in an opponent becomes nearly impossible. Victory depends on skillful wear-down tactics, forcing flaws to surface through prolonged engagement. This is why fights between superpowers often stretch on endlessly. Of course, Luffy and Kaido's battle doesn't fit the norm. By the time Kaido fought Luffy one-on-one, he had already endured numerous battles and was carrying an entire island, both of which drained him of significant energy. Even then, Luffy had to summon every ounce of strength he had to finally topple Kaido. Without allies, a superpower confrontation becomes a war of attrition, just like the one between Hancock and Ben Beckman, who tested each other's strengths while relying on their battle IQ to create an edge. To avoid accidental damage to nearby allies, Ben Beckman and Hancock tacitly withdrew from the main battlefield. There, they engaged in ranged attacks, sending bullets and lightning crackling with high-level armament haki and clashing with different dimensional forces. Sometimes, they closed the distance, engaging in close combat while both continuously foresaw each other's moves, consuming Conqueror's haki in intense bursts. But whether at range or close quarters, neither could exploit a flaw in the other's defense, making it a battle of equals. However, Hancock still held a subtle advantage. Hancock's devil fruit granted her an edge over Ben Beckman. With just one slip in Ben's haki defenses, she could strike with over 500 million volts of energy, potentially devastating his cells and cutting his strength in half. Meanwhile, Ben Beckman struggled to break through Hancock's near-limitless mobility and ability to evade. Though her advantage wasn't yet decisive, it was there. On the other hand, the fight between Shanks and Khan showed a clearer contrast in power. Clang boom! On a battlefield deliberately cleared by both the red-haired pirates and the Cross Guild, the clash of metal rang out. But this wasn't the sound of weapons merely meeting. It was the sound of something indestructible absorbing the strike of a legendary blade. The scene rewinds a few seconds to reveal Shanks, who had refocused his energy, swinging his sword with a single arm toward Khan. Griffin, one of the 12 supreme grade blades, crackled with a terrifying haki as it cut through the air, aiming for Khan, whose presence emanated an oppressive aura that even distant swordsmen could feel. If Shanks missed, his slash would tear through the air, creating a massive blue arc that could slice the island clean through mountains and all. But Khan didn't respond with a punch. Instead, he casually kept his hands in his pockets, remaining rooted to the spot. Just as Griffin closed within a mere 10 centimeters of Khan, a transparent blue barrier materialized in front of him. This energy shield, akin to barrier fruit ability, stopped Shanks' strike dead in its tracks and even reflected it back. The combined force of Shanks' haki and the ricocheted air pressure blasted the battlefield, momentarily sending Shanks himself backwards. "Is that all you've got?" Khan sneered, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Inside his barrier, he looked utterly unfazed. It's just mediocre. Chapter 227. How can this be? Shanks, usually unfazed even in the most intense situations, couldn't hide his shock. Watching Khan effortlessly deflect his haki-imbued slash with just his devil fruit ability, Shanks' eyes widened, his face registering disbelief. They say only haki reigns supreme, but I don't buy into that notion, Khan remarked, hands still casually in his pockets. Slowly, he lifted the psychic barrier that enveloped him, looking down at Shanks with a calm indifference. To me, only the strength of the body can stand above all else. With that, Khan struck out with a powerful kick. The speed of his attack was blinding, leaving Shanks with no time to evade. Instinctively, he raised his sword, Griffin, to defend himself. Boom! Khan's kick, devoid of any haki, clashed with Griffin, one of the 12 supreme grade swords. Yet, the impact was so tremendous that Shanks himself became a blur, flung backwards in an instant. The sonic boom echoed sharply through the air, and as he tumbled, Shanks' face betrayed a rare expression of pain. Had he not immediately channeled haki into his arm to reinforce it, Khan's kick might very well have shattered his bones on the spot. The impact felt like he'd been hit by a mountain in mid-flight, an overwhelming weight that his one-armed stance struggled to resist, even with his physical might. Against that force, only advanced haki could hope to hold out. As he steadied himself, memories of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido flashed in Shanks' mind. He knew with certainty that even Big Mom and Kaido lacked the sheer physical force Khan had just displayed. Indeed, there was truth to this thought. After defeating Kaido and claiming the title of the world's strongest creature, Khan had shifted his focus, spending the last decade more as a scientist than a warrior. His 10 years of silence left him shrouded in mystery among the world's powers. Yet, even though Khan had refrained from battle for over a decade, his reputation remained untarnished. He was the only one among the 5 emperors who had defeated other pirate emperors outright. If Kaido hadn't clawed his way back to strength and reclaimed his status among the pirate emperors, Khan's fearsome reputation might have dulled with time. But Kaido's relentless rise, his battles for territory across the New World, and his unyielding strength in one-on-one fights only served to enhance Khan's legend further. After all, who else but Khan had ever defeated Kaido? As long as Kaido cannot defeat Khan and the Cross Guild head-on, reclaiming Wano and Onigashima for himself, he will continue to serve as Khan's unintentional hype machine. With the rise of 2 powerhouse warriors, Hancock and her sister Sandersonia, over the past decade, combined with an army of highly capable replicants, the Cross Guild has amassed both influence and strength. Hidden assets and a formidable reputation have secured their position as the world's acknowledged number 2. In the last 10 years, any threats to the Cross Guild rarely required Khan's personal intervention. As a result, even those within the organization have little understanding of the terrifying power their master and boss have reached. Only Khan himself knows the magnitude of his transformation over the years. As he had declared moments before, he rejects the notion that only haki can surpass all else. To him, only the body truly reigns supreme. Swordsmanship is a physical art. Martial skills stem from physical prowess. Haki is an expression of the body's will, and even devil fruit powers rely on the body's strength and stamina. For Khan, the last 10 years of improvement have not come through his mythical Zoan form, his martial skills, or even haki, but rather through his body itself. Among the 5 emperors, Khan holds Kaido in particular regard, recognizing his resilience and determination. Conversely, the one he disdains the most is Charlotte Linlin. How wasteful of her, he often thinks, to squander the gifts she's been granted by nature and fate. At 30-something, Khan stands at his true peak, his natural-born physique having matured to near perfection. His raw physical talent has been refined and amplified by his mythical Zoan abilities, elevating him to the apex. In short, Khan has become, without exaggeration, the strongest creature in the world. His physical durability has reached such an unimaginable level that if Shanks had struck him without Khan's psychic shield and without Conqueror's haki, it would have barely torn his clothes. let alone scarred his body. But pain still exists, and Khan has no inclination to tolerate it. Unlike Kaido, he isn't a glutton for punishment. He won't give Shanks even the slimmest chance to inflict it. His endurance has climbed to incalculable heights. Psychic power is a unique skill with immense potential for both high and low extremes. In the hands of the weak, it can barely lift small objects. But for the powerful, it can move mountains. Similarly, when weak fighters use a psychic shield, it might barely stop a bullet. In contrast, Khan's shield functions much like the barrier fruit, capable of defending against 99% of the world's attacks. However, this power comes at a cost. Defending against stronger attacks requires significantly more stamina. In battle against top-tier opponents, a psychic shield can be impractical, as it drains energy quickly when facing equal forces. But now, for the first time in years, Khan found it useful against an opponent like Shanks. His improved psychic mask, which he hadn't fully relied on in a decade, could now block and reflect even Shanks' strongest strike. This isn't just Khan being flashy. Rather, he simply no longer has to worry about the drain on his stamina. Khan's physical prowess has reached such an astonishing level that the psychic shield's energy cost is barely noticeable. With only a small expenditure of energy, he was able to deflect and reflect Shanks' powerful blow with ease. This is why Khan confidently asserts that only the body can surpass all else. His physical evolution over the last 10 years has made his transformations unnecessary. His raw psychic power alone has become overwhelming. This is the strength of Khan. Chapter 228. After sending Shanks flying with a single kick, Khan didn't press his advantage to show the full force of the world's strongest creature. Instead, he stood calmly with one hand in his pocket, letting a faint blue aura surround his entire body. A pebble on the ground, as if defying gravity itself, began to float, covered by a soft, glowing blue light. The stone rose steadily until it hovered in front of Khan. With a casual motion, he lifted his free hand, touched the stone with his index finger, and flicked it in Shanks' direction. Instantly, the pebble transformed, now cloaked in a layer of pitch-black armament haki with shimmering golden energy flowing along its surface. With the blue aura still around it, the stone had become a three-color stone, emanating an overwhelming force. Under the control of Khan's telekinesis, which eliminated air resistance, the stone vanished from sight, moving faster than any sniper bullet. Its path was barely visible to the naked eye, but those skilled in observation haki could faintly track the deadly arc as it hurtled toward Shanks. Seeing this, Shanks' expression grew tense. Without hesitation, he enveloped Griffin in advanced armament haki, his eyes flashing as he glimpsed into the future, preparing to deflect the stone with a precise strike. But then... what? A sudden, blinding red light flared in Shanks' eyes as his vision of the future shifted. Forced to stop mid-swing, he hastily dodged to the side, barely evading the projectile. Boom crack. Just as Shanks nearly swung his sword, Khan's fingers twitched, redirecting the three-color stone. It arced high into the air, only to come crashing down at a speed invisible to the naked eye, aiming straight for Shanks from above. The precision of the stone's trajectory and Khan's eerie, remote control left even Shanks, with his future sight, struggling to react. Instinctively, Shanks abandoned any attempt to counter and focused on evasion. When the three-color stone hit the ground, it detonated with a force that dwarfed even a cannon blast. But the sound and shockwave were mere echoes of its true power. The stone's impact unleashed a shockwave that splintered the ground, creating cracks that extended for hundreds of meters. And yet, this was only the aftermath of its descent. From a bird's-eye view, one would see that, within seconds, the stone continued to burrow down, piercing straight through the floating island. In a matter of moments, it broke through the island's bottom, plunging down into the sea below. The sheer power needed to drill through an island from top to bottom was staggering. If this devastating force had landed on a person, one could only imagine the obliterating result. Nobody could have imagined that Shanks, a legendary figure, would be pushed to such a state. Using the force of the shockwave, he rolled across the ground several times before quickly springing back up, creating distance between himself and Khan. Whoosh! But if Shanks was fast, Khan was faster. The moment Shanks steadied himself, Khan appeared at his side, almost as if he'd teleported. His left hand, wrapped in armament haki, seized Shanks' right arm in a vice-like grip. In a flash, Khan raised his right hand, also encased in haki, and swung it towards Shanks with brutal force. The punch struck at the precise moment when Shanks was still reeling from the sheer power of Khan's three-color, stone attack, rendering him unable to use his defensive haki in time. This single lapse gave Khan the opening he needed, turning the tide fully in his favor and marking what could be the downfall of the red-haired pirates. The reality was brutal. Losing an arm had left Shanks with a critical weakness. Though Shanks had grown stronger over time, tapping into latent potential, the absence of his left arm had made him vulnerable. Without it, he couldn't fully match Khan's two-handed assaults, leaving him at a disadvantage in direct hand-to-hand combat. As Khan's punch barreled towards him, Shanks reflexively tried to unleash haki to deflect the attack. But Khan wasn't about to let him off so easily. For every ounce of haki Shanks summoned, Khan matched it, nullifying his defenses with relentless force. With Khan's strength and speed in complete dominance, Shanks couldn't even use his legs to deflect the incoming punch, leaving him no choice but to brace himself with all the haki he could muster. But it was all for naught. Khan's fist crashed directly into Shanks' chest, unleashing a shockwave of devastating power that burst from his back like a jet stream. The advanced armament haki, using the technique of internal destruction, pierced through Shanks' defenses. Boom! Urgh! Blood sprayed from Shanks' mouth as the shockwave tore through his chest. The impact left him gasping, his breath reduced to a faint whisper, his life force flickering under the watchful perception of Khan's observation haki. Seeing Shanks' battered state, Khan moved to finish him off, lifting his fist once more to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, "Let go of the boss." A voice rang out from the other side of the battlefield, growing louder as an afterimage hurtled towards them. Cloaked in formidable haki, the figure launched itself desperately at Khan, closing the distance at incredible speed. For most, such a ferocious assault would be a cause for evasion or defense. But Khan, undaunted, simply raised his foot to meet it. The forceful afterimage, which seemed powerful enough to shatter a mountain, came to an abrupt halt against Khan's raised leg, stopping instantly. It was a sight to behold, a moment reminiscent of Whitebeard himself, halting a massive ship with a single hand. Chapter 229. How can this be? Lucky Roo, the stout and formidable chef of the red-haired pirates, stared in shock as Khan effortlessly blocked his full-force blow with a mere lift of his foot. Eyes wide, he shouted in disbelief, the impossibility of the situation reflected on his face. "I didn't expect a fat guy like you to move so fast. Looks can be deceiving, it seems," Khan replied, a trace of genuine surprise in his voice. Despite his imposing frame, Lucky Roo had incredible speed. As one of the red-haired pirates' top fighters, he could go toe-to-toe with Sonya, one of Khan's fastest lieutenants. The fact that Lucky Roo had managed to break free from Sonya and arrive in time to try to save Shanks was a testament to his skill, something even Khan could respect. Khan raised a hand to halt Sonya, who looked ready to intercept Lucky Roo again, wanting to settle this matter himself. Just then, "Stop!" A hoarse shout rang out. Shanks, with blood trickling from his mouth, strained against his injuries, trying to summon all his remaining haki to stop Khan's next move. His future sight had shown him something dire, but he was too slow. Boom! Khan vanished with such speed that even Lucky Roo, skilled as he was, could barely register it. One moment, Khan's foot blocked his charge. The next, Khan had disappeared as if into thin air. Before Lucky Roo could use observation haki to track him, a sharp, overwhelming pain bloomed in his stomach. His vision tilted, and in an instant, he was rocketing upwards. He soared past the battlefield, past the floating island itself. In his final moments of awareness, Lucky Roo's sight was filled with a dizzying image of the entire island below him, connected by a glimmering, translucent white beam of light. It took only 10 seconds. From the moment Khan struck to the instant Lucky Roo's consciousness faded, the sequence unfolded with terrifying speed. The force that had launched him, the hero's cannon, a devastating kick unleashed from Khan's foot, had hurled Lucky Roo from the island to the skies, much like a legendary swordsman's devastating slash. Over a decade ago, Khan had often fought in his full dragon form, launching such attacks regardless of his opponent's strength. Today, that brutal power had sent Lucky Roo soaring out of sight, ending his consciousness in mere moments. Shanks, helpless and out of reach, could only watch as the weight of Khan's assault left another comrade fallen. When Khan transformed into his dragon form, his physical power surged to terrifying levels. However, since defeating Kaido, he had seldom taken on this form over the past decade. With Karina now wielding the teleport fruit, Khan no longer needed his dragon form for swift travel across the seas. More than a strategic asset, Khan's dragon form had become a legendary trump card. Known as a natural destroyer, his unique physique was as rare as the mightiest Zoan devil fruits. Now, with his powers at their peak, his dragon form no longer brought the massive boosts it once did. Any increase was marginal, his strength largely maxed out. As Khan's abilities matured, his fighting style shifted. No longer relying solely on raw power, he now embodied a masterful and refined style, resembling a paramecia or even an ordinary martial artist in appearance, yet devastatingly potent. This evolution marked his ultimate mastery, striking with the simplicity of a true champion. Just as Mihawk's effortless slashes carried monumental force, Khan's minimal yet perfected movements spoke of his complete mastery. Against Lucky Roo, a top cadre of the red-haired pirates, Khan's punch had been as lethal as Kaido's initial Thunder Bagua strike against Luffy. Shanks, too, despite his mastery of haki, had been nearly incapacitated by a single blow from Khan. Shanks relied on unparalleled haki and swordsmanship to elevate himself among the world's greatest, yet even his strength and resilience had limits when faced with Khan's unique combination of natural strength and powerful abilities. Clang boom! Despite this staggering difference in power, Shanks didn't waver. Instead, he lifted Griffin, infused with Conqueror's haki, and swung his sword at Khan with all the fury and resolve he could muster. Although his haki managed to obscure Khan's ability to see into the future, Shanks' emotions were laid bare in Khan's sharp observation of haki. Khan, sensing Shanks' intent, turned and calmly raised his hand. His blue aura shifted into a transparent shield that absorbed the force of Shanks' attack. Dark red lightning from Conqueror's haki crackled as Khan unleashed his own, clashing against Shanks in a battle of sheer willpower. The two potent forces met, forming an invisible substance between them, thick with tangible intensity. Gritting his teeth, Shanks pushed his Conqueror's haki further, trying to destabilize Khan's mind shield and unleash a dimensional shockwave. But Khan's own Conqueror's haki was just as potent, if not greater. He smirked, sensing Shanks' desperation, and responded by amplifying his own haki, flooding the clash with his own indomitable will. Boom! The collision of their haki caused the invisible substance to swell, building pressure like an overinflated balloon until, crack! It erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. Spiderweb fractures ripped through the ground, spreading out in all directions across half the island. Rubble shot up from the cracks, and the reverberations forced everyone, red-haired pirates and cross-guild alike, to halt their battle. All eyes turned skyward as a powerful shockwave cleared the clouds, scattering the darkness to reveal a brilliant, clear sky. While it didn't split the heavens outright, the impact of this clash had altered the weather, a testament to the power of two haki wielders at the peak of their abilities. Chapter 230. The strongest haki user in the world, and this is all? Khan sneered, his voice laced with disdain as he stared at Shanks, who had just unleashed every ounce of his Conqueror's haki. With a flash of blue light in his eyes, Khan's power flared. In an instant, a layer of intense, blue aura, materialized around Shanks, seizing control of his body. Boom crack! Although Shanks managed to break free from Khan's telekinetic hold, that fleeting moment was more than enough. His eyes widened as Khan's powerful whip kick came hurtling towards him. Desperately, Shanks lifted his blade, Griffin wrapping it in his strongest haki to block the blow. But even with the world's top-tier haki reinforcing the blade, he couldn't withstand Khan's ferocious attack. The force of Khan's kick blasted Shanks backwards. Khan's haki, infused with destructive energy akin to armament haki's internal destruction, surged through Griffin and penetrated Shanks' right arm. A faint crack echoed as Shanks' wrist gave way under the pressure, pain flickering across his face. When haki levels are close, it's often physical strength, devil fruit abilities, and combat experience that determine victory. And in these aspects, Khan held the upper hand. Shanks, with no devil fruit powers to rely on, was an ordinary man facing an extraordinary opponent. His vast combat experience was rendered ineffective against Khan's innate observation haki, which allowed him to read Shanks' moves with ease. In this one-sided battle, Shanks found himself outmatched in every way. If not for that initial blow from Khan, Shanks might have held his ground. But that strike had already cost him dearly, damaging his internal organs and leaving him with crippling injuries. The relentless pain weakened his haki, leaving the world's strongest haki user vulnerable. Like Whitebeard before him, who had been ravaged by wounds and Akinu's relentless assault, Shanks appeared uncharacteristically fragile. And now, on this brutal battlefield, a strange sight unfolded. Before his crew could fall, their leader was already broken. Khan's observation haki sensed Shanks' weakness. Without hesitation, he exerted his telekinetic power, yanking Griffin from Shanks' hand and pulling the supreme grade sword, one of the 12 legendary blades, toward himself. Griffin hurtled through the air, only to spin and barrel back at Shanks with the force of a sniper bullet. Alarm flashed across Shanks' face as he raised his remaining arm, channeling haki to intercept the oncoming blade. Clang boom! The blade collided with his arm, ringing out with a harsh metallic sound. In that instant, another layer of blue energy encased Shanks, immobilizing him once more. He struggled, summoning his haki to break the restraint, but before he could act, an immense force slammed into him from behind. A powerful impact pierced his body, blasting out in a transparent white column of force, leaving Shanks reeling. Shanks roared forward, defiant, but the impact of Khan's final blow was too much. Submerged in the shock wave, his already damaged organs finally ruptured beyond repair. In that instant, the aura of the second youngest pirate emperor faded, now barely as strong as a flickering candle. Shanks. Boss. The sudden change in Shanks' life force was instantly sensed by the red hair pirates. Like the Whitebeard pirates, who had lost hope after their own captain's mortal blow, the morale of Shanks' crew crumbled. Against the might of the Cross Guild, it was now a one-sided tragedy. Ice Slash. Seizing on the crew's distraction, Yamato, now in her hybrid human-beast form, swung her mace, Takaru, wrapped in Conqueror's haki and a biting chill. This time, the strike landed squarely on Ben Beckman, knocking him back with overwhelming force. Boom! The impact resonated, sending them flying, racked with serious internal injuries surpassing even what armament haki could withstand. The bone-chilling cold seeped into their bodies, and within seconds, the two froze into solid blocks of ice. The ice statues didn't last long. The pair shattered into countless fragments upon hitting the ground, leaving nothing but broken remains where they once had been formidable fighters. With their defeat, Ben Beckman joined Lucky Roo in death, marking another devastating loss for the Red Hair Pirates. Soon, elite crew members and high-ranking officers fell one by one, and Sonya and Monet cut them down. With Lucky Roo, the crew's swiftest fighter, already slain by Khan, the Red Hair Pirates found themselves helpless. Khan and Hancock held off their strongest combatants, while Sonya and Monet, a terrifying duo of strength close to the four emperors themselves, picked off the remaining officers with deadly efficiency. Perona supported from the sidelines, her haunting abilities weakening the pirates further. Perhaps they could have held their ground if morale had stayed high. But with spirits shattered and resolve wavering, even the elite could no longer resist. Like Ben Beckman, many Red Hair Pirates found themselves blindsided and defeated. Amidst the devastation, Ben Beckman, the last of Shanks' senior officers standing, was locked in combat with Hancock. After defeating Yasopp and draining his remaining life force, Sonya joined her sister in assaulting Beckman. Realizing the inevitable, Ben Beckman ceased resisting, his gaze drifting to Shanks' fallen form in the distance. He lowered his head, lighting a cigarette with a sad smile. "What a wild adventure. Wouldn't you agree, Captain?" Boom! A column of violet flames answered Ben Beckman, swallowing him whole. The Red Hair Pirates, once one of the most powerful forces in the New World, had been eradicated. Chapter 231. As one of the top 3 intellectuals in the One Piece world, Ben Beckman met his end in a way no one expected. He died not just from physical defeat, but from his own resignation, and most of all, his arrogance. Yes, arrogance. It wasn't just Ben Beckman. Even Shanks, the mighty emperor of the sea, fell victim to this same arrogance. As Shanks' trusted strategist, Ben Beckman miscalculated. His cautious overestimation of the Cross family proved to be an egregious underestimation. After the fall of the Beast's pirates, the Cross family, with a decade of accumulated power and experience, made the Red Hair Pirates their prime target. The complete annihilation of Shanks' crew was inevitable, as if written in the stars. None of them, not even Ben Beckman, could have anticipated that such a force existed. In just a dozen years, the Cross family's military might and influence had surged to unprecedented heights, growing hundreds, if not thousands, of times stronger. What was the Cross family's power like over a decade ago? According to Ben Beckman's research, the Cross family then comprised only a handful of notable figures: the world's strongest creature, Cross Khan, the pirate queen Boa Hancock, and the vampiric beauty Boa Sandersonia. They were joined by affiliated forces like Gecko Moria and Don Quixote Doflamingo, Shichibukai allies who contributed considerable might to the Cross family's reach. Altogether, this crew boasted 2 superpowers, 3 top commanders, and support from the Orochi clan of Amazon Lily. Such a coalition rivaled the power of an emperor. Even the Marines would require 2 full-scale buster calls, led by admirals, to have any hope of facing them. Only with the combined strength of all 3 admirals could the Cross family be taken down with certainty. No wonder the Beast's pirates under Kaido fell to such a force. It was a power beyond the imagination of even the most hardened emperors of the sea. But even then, the Cross family did not reign supreme. Back then, the Red Hair Pirates could stand on equal ground with them, with superior elite combat strength. Yet, in the past decade, the Cross family's army of cloned and modified soldiers exposed to the world has grown into legions, now numbering close to 6 figures. However, even with their extensive power, the Red Hair Pirates saw no threat in the Cross family's clone soldiers. Ben Beckman knew that the strength of these modified troops peaked at around 80 million berries, a level he dismissed as little more than cannon fodder. To him, they were the kind of trash that could be swept away with a single bullet. Yet, over the past 10 years, Khan had hidden several powerful allies: Granos, Monet, and Kuina. These individuals carried combat uniforms and relied on stealth, often completing missions undetected. They utilized Nukigao's Dordor fruit and a perfect paramecia teleportation fruit to evade notice. Even the ever-vigilant CP organization and Morgans, who sent flocks of newsbirds over the waters of Wano, failed to grasp the full extent of the Cross family's power. Thus, neither the Red Hair Pirates nor the Marines and world government truly understood the depths of the Cross family's strength. In facing such an enigmatic and formidable crew, the wisest strategy would have been to gather intelligence through careful probing and gradually increase the pressure. Instead, the Red Hair Pirates, still holding an outdated impression of the Cross family from a decade ago, charged in full force, following the all-or-nothing approach common among emperors of the sea. To make matters worse, Shanks approached Khan to negotiate, aiming to rescue Luffy and Yasopp's son. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong approach. Had Shanks negotiated in the calm, practical style of Monkey D. Dragon, Khan might have been willing to listen and perhaps only placed steep conditions. But Shanks, proud and confident, relied on his reputation and face to push his point, expecting Khan to yield to his prestige. Such an approach might have worked with other emperors of the sea, but the Cross family was an exception. Thus, the Red Hair Pirates' bold challenge led only to their annihilation. In the ensuing one-sided battle, not a single member of Shanks' crew escaped. One by one, Shanks' comrades fell before Ben Beckman, seeing no hope of survival, surrendered and allowed himself to be struck down by the 500 million-volt thunder of destruction. With that, the Red Hair Pirates, one of the 5 emperors of the sea, were no more. Take their blood, then display their heads in the port of Dressrosa for all to see. Our guests deserve an explanation, Khan commanded. Before Shanks died, Khan had read his memories, learning the secrets of his powerful observation haki. Casually tossing Shanks' body to Sanya, he gave her orders and had his men use the teleportation fruit to transport him back to Amazon Lily. With the cleanup left, Robin and the others joined in managing the aftermath, aware that Khan's research had reached a critical point and refrained from interruptions. Soon after, as the civilians in Dressrosa, who had been stunned by Shanks' conqueror's haki, regained consciousness, broadcasts blared throughout the city, explaining what had transpired. Awestruck, the people quickly learned why they had fainted, and those with sharp minds were stricken with horror at the broadcast's content. Was it true that the Cross family had actually taken down the Red Hair Pirates and killed Shanks himself? They anxiously checked their pocket watches, stunned by how little time had passed, and raced to the port. There, they saw the severed heads of the fallen pirates on display. Representatives from various forces stationed in Dressrosa, along with agents in the Wano Sea and weapon buyers, quickly relayed these events through Den Den Mushi, spreading the shocking news far and wide. By dawn, newsbirds sent from the World Economy newspaper flew across the seas, delivering freshly printed papers to every corner of the world. Just after the sworn brotherhood of the Monkey D, Portgas D, and Marshall D brothers had sent waves through the seas, yet another tempest began to rise, this time far more intense than the last. Chapter 232. Is this really the current strength of the Cross family? They've grown this powerful. In the first half of the Grand Line, unchanged from where it was before its New World relocation, Sengoku sat in the Marineford Marshal's office, poring over today's World Economy newspaper. A deep apprehension clouded his face as he muttered, "The assets they've revealed aren't just cloned humans, like Germa 66. Over these 10 years, the Cross family has shown their true might. What kind of force can wipe out the Red Hair Pirates, an emperor's crew with a combined bounty in the tens of billions, without alerting the world? The Red Hair Pirates are like an iron fortress." He pondered, worry evident in his voice. Nearby, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up in a serious tone. "The Red Hair Pirates may have the smallest crew and least territory among the 5 emperors, but their overall strength is among the top 3. After all, aside from Shanks himself, his first mate, Ben Beckman, is a combatant on par with the crew's captain, much like Silver's Rayleigh was for the Roger Pirates. Beckman is nearly as strong as Shanks himself. Not a single member of the Red Force crew is mediocre. Each one is a new world-level fighter. Only the best of the best can even serve as deckhands, with bounties of 80 million or more on that ship. Without 2 admirals leading a full buster call, fighting them would be a challenge. And to win, we'd need to send 3 admirals at once. But despite this, an emperor-level force like the Red Hair Pirates was quietly annihilated, without the CP0 or even Big News Morgans having the slightest hint. Tsuru's tone grew darker. The Cross family, once brazen in their rise to power, became increasingly low-profile over the past decade, transforming from pirates to something more akin to dark-world merchants after cementing themselves as a force in arms, medicine, and entertainment. After seizing the safest and most secretive waters of Wano, they developed into this level of strength in just over 10 years. And if not for them hanging the Red Hair Pirates' heads at Dressrosa's port, we might still not know they were wiped out. Even with the Red Hair Pirates' defeat confirmed, Sengoku and Tsuru still couldn't fathom the Cross family's full capabilities, or what hidden strengths they might have used to achieve this. But one thing is certain, Tsuru continued. The Cross family isn't just the most mysterious of the 5 emperors, They're likely the most powerful as well, surpassing even the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku let out a sigh, nodding in agreement, though his concern only grew. Yes, Tsuru, your analysis is spot on. But the Cross family today is no longer what it was a decade ago when we could consider wiping them out with an army. Now, the Cross family is the wealthiest syndicate in the world, the unrivaled kingpin of the underworld, dominating arms, medicine, and entertainment. In medicine, they control most of the island clinics worldwide, and their drugs' efficacy is unparalleled. Their munitions make up 80% of the global market, used not only by the kingdoms, but by our marines. Even the sea stone we use to traverse the comm belt is sourced from them via the world government. Sengoku clenched his fist, frustration is evident in his eyes. The cooperation between the Cross family and the world government runs so deep that we can't simply target them like the other warlords of the sea. Unless they break the world government's laws, our hands are tied. Tsuru nodded solemnly, a tinge of helplessness in her voice. This is the power of economic restraint. Although the Marines are the ruling force on the seas, neither the 5 emperors nor even the Revolutionary Army can match the size and scale of their influence. But now, even as overlords of the seas, the Marines face a power they haven't seen before. The Cross family is no longer just one of the 5 emperors. They've risen far beyond the shadow they cast a decade ago. Without the world government's interference, the Marines would have the strength to take down the 5 emperors of the New World one by one, even if vastly outnumbered. But despite possessing the world's most powerful military, the Marines lack the means to fund themselves. The cost of maintaining their forces depends entirely on the world government, binding them under its control and preventing them from acting independently. This dependency forces them to betray their sense of justice, turning a blind eye to the atrocities committed by the celestial dragons, the so-called nobles of the world, and even cleaning up their messes. Now, even as they recognize the Cross family's strength has surpassed Whitebeard's, and that it stands as the most dangerous pirate family in the world, they have received no orders from the world government. Even if a Cross family ship were spotted at sea, the Marines would be powerless to attack it. The very force that represents justice is unable to act against the world's #1 evil. How humiliating is that? Such is the absurdity of this world. New world, long ring long land. Hey, is this real? You're joking, Red Hair Shanks, dead. When did this even happen? How could the Red Hair pirates just vanish? And when did they ever cross paths with the Cross family? As the Whitebeard pirates read today's World Economy newspaper, they, like the rest of the world, were stunned. Some even rubbed their eyes, struggling to believe what they were reading. It was unthinkable. Although they'd hate to admit it, as the great pirate era has worn on, their pops has grown older. The world's mightiest pirate crew at the beginning of the era has gradually declined. Despite still being hailed as the strongest man in the world, and holding this title for decades, Whitebeard's aging body limits his endurance in prolonged battles. Against 2 enemies of equal strength, he would surely be at a disadvantage. Among the 5 emperors, there were only 2 other emperor forces that Whitebeard's crew truly feared. The first was the Cross family, whose strength had forced their pops to retreat time and time again. The second was the Red Hair pirates, who were on equal footing with them only a few years ago. By all logic, the Red Hair pirates should have been able to rival the Cross family. And yet, now this crew, once thought equal to the Cross family, had been completely annihilated, their heads hung at the port of Dressrosa's capital for all to see. What in the world happened? A shiver ran down the spines of many pirates who read the news, especially those with weaker nerves. After lying low for over a decade, just how far has the Cross family developed? How much power is Cross Khan hiding? This guy is terrifying. In a secluded corner, Teach's hands trembled as he gripped the newspaper, shadows obscuring his face as he tried to hide the twisted, maddened expression of envy. It's confirmed. The Logia dark fruit must be in his possession, and he knows the secret of devil fruit rebirth, Teach muttered, teeth clenched. For years, Teach had been uncertain whether the world government or the Cross family held the dark fruit, but now he was sure. Cross Khan possessed it. There was no other way to explain how the Cross family wiped out the Red Hair Pirates' fortress without raising suspicions. In the entire world, the 5 emperors stand at the pinnacle. Even the true overlords of the seas, the Marines, wouldn't dare to attack an emperor's crew without caution. The balance of power was too delicate. To wipe out an emperor's crew in its entirety requires resources beyond imagination, something that only the 800-year legacy of the world government could hope to wield. But if not the world government, then how did the Cross family manage it? The answer could only be that they achieved the impossible through a miracle, or perhaps a power long hidden. After all, in over a decade, the most the Red Hair Pirates could do was remain on par with the Cross family, with both sides having 2 superpowers. To eliminate the Red Hair Pirates entirely, the Cross family must possess a level of combat power far exceeding Shank's crew. According to Teach, the Cross family has both the strength and the numbers. And considering the number of powerful New World pirates who had disappeared mysteriously over the years, with their bodies sometimes found drifting in the sea, Teach was certain this was the work of the Cross family. They must have been secretly hunting devil fruit users all along. Who knows how many powerful cards they've hidden now? It's likely they've cultivated several powerful fighters in secret, maybe even created superpowers. Teach's own plan had involved obtaining the dark fruit and rapidly hunting powerful foes to reach emperor-level status within a couple of years. With 5 years, he'd be strong enough to rival other emperor crews, maybe even challenge the government itself. So just how many years has the Cross family held the dark fruit? No one understands the power and terror of the Cross family better than Teach. And that knowledge drove him mad with jealousy. Had fate not dealt him such a poor hand, everything the Cross family held would have been his. Elsewhere, the news rocked other emperor crews, including Charlotte Linland's Big Mom Pirates and Kaido's Beasts Pirates. An emperor-level crew being entirely wiped out by another of equal standing. It was even more shocking than when the Cross family had ousted Kaido from Wano a decade ago. Now, the Cross family had achieved something unprecedented. They were the only crew to have completely defeated an emperor's crew twice, a feat that had left the other emperors reeling. When Kaido read the news, he felt his eyes sting with bitterness. The gap between himself and the Cross family hadn't closed at all in the last decade, it had only widened. His dream of revenge now seemed further away than ever. Chapter 233. Khan didn't know how the world would react. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. To Khan, the destruction of the Red Hair Pirates was a trivial matter. It didn't hold nearly as much importance as the downfall of the Beasts Pirates more than a decade ago. The Red Hair Pirates, apart from Shank's knowledge and bloodline factors, held no real value for him. In contrast, the Beasts Pirates were a different story. Bell's racial talent and Kaido's bloodline factors had been extraordinarily valuable assets. Thus, after his crew annihilated the Red Hair Pirates, Khan ordered Hancock and the other women to decapitate them and display their heads at the port of Dressrosa for all to see. Having accomplished this, Khan returned to the underground base on Amazon Lily to continue his scientific research. Time flew by, and before anyone realized it, a massive storm was brewing across the world. The sea circle calendar had flipped to 1522. Yes, the new year had brought the world to 1523 on the sea circle calendar. It may seem like just a date change, but it marked a major shift in history, a true butterfly effect. Why? The period from May of 1520 to the end of 1522 was pivotal, 2.5 years. At that time, Joy Boy, reborn after 800 years, had set sail with a mission to change the world. During those 2.5 years, Joy Boy, once merely the top dog of the East Blue but a small fish in the vast Grand Line, had rapidly ascended to one of the world's most formidable forces. The support of powerful allies had set the stage for a chaotic era, one that would ignite a revolutionary war spanning the globe. It was a time poised to mirror the achievements of the liberation fighters of ancient history. This is what should have happened if Khan hadn't crossed over. But now, in what was meant to be a legendary year, the world-shaking Great 500 Wars didn't happen. Khan's presence had stopped it from ever beginning. Because the Son of Destiny was lying in pieces in a cultivation chamber, soaked in green nutrient solution, his body cut into countless sections, but still very much alive. With no food to eat and no water to drink, he remained unable to die of hunger or thirst. Every day he awoke to the sight of endless green before his eyes, unable to speak, trapped in silence. Occasionally, a man in a white coat would draw blood from him. Such was the life of Luffy, and the fate shared by his sworn brothers. After ordering Monet to seize their hearts, Khan didn't kill them outright. He was curious. He wanted to see if, with the Son of Destiny blocked by a traveler, Dragon, Luffy's father, might inherit the destiny meant for his son. Would Monkey D. Dragon be lucky enough to find the fourth road poneglyph? Of course, Khan wasn't particularly concerned either way. Photos of the heads of the Red Hair Pirates displayed in the port have spread across the world, leaving a wake of shock. Those who believed the Cross family was merely a group enriched by money, lacking real strength over the past decade, were now wide awake. A huge question mark loomed over the Cross family in the hearts of onlookers. Using the downfall of the Red Hair Pirates as an example, Khan knew that even with 100 times the courage, Monkey D. Dragon wouldn't dare storm Amazon Lily to save his captured allies or bring his forces against the Cross family. For Dragon, the only possible rescue would lie in finding the fourth road poneglyph. Because of this, Khan held little concern over whether or not Dragon actually succeeded in finding it. If Dragon did find it, Khan would return the 3 sworn brothers, now no longer valuable to him, allowing the Man of Destiny to once again take the world government's wrath upon himself. But if Dragon failed, Khan would continue to draw from the 3 brothers as they languished in his grasp. Back to the main point. In the latter half of 1522, Khan's own power and the influence of the Cross family had increased considerably. First, there was Khan himself. Reaching the world's pinnacle in mind, skill, and body, Khan stood at the top, a ceiling-level player in the world. Given his level of strength, breaking past human and devil fruit limits was now the only way to improve further. Even a tiny step beyond his current strength would be an immense feat. To attain this, Khan needed a truly rare power, and it was one Shanks had possessed: the ability to block future sight, the advanced observation haki capable of predicting an opponent's moves. Through Shanks' memories, Khan managed to grasp this ability within the second half of the year. Now, Khan's observation haki was flawless. Much like Roger's, Khan's haki now surpassed that of other world-class players. In addition to his advanced use of Conqueror's haki and mastery over future sight, Khan also possessed the rarest of observation haki talents, the 1 in a billion natural gift of instinctive observation. In short, Khan was more unstoppable than ever. Moreover, the Cross family's power had grown thanks to the bloodline factors harvested from the Red Hair Pirates. This was the most valuable gain from their annihilation of Shanks' crew. As for the territory once held by the Red Hair Pirates, the Cross family showed no interest. It was far too poor for their liking. Nonetheless, with the Cross family's sudden display of power and their nearly mythical strength, many forces dared not challenge them for the territory. Only when they realized that the Cross family had no intention of claiming the Red Hair Pirates' lands did factions throughout the New World scramble madly for the 5 newly vacated pieces of prime territory. After acquiring the bloodline factors from the Red Hair Pirates, wealth became a mere number to the Cross family. Now, with resources beyond count, they rapidly produced a Seraphim version of the Red Hair Pirates. Yes, a Seraphim modeled after Shanks and his crew. In just half a year, Khan had fully assimilated Vegapunk's knowledge, mastering man-made devil fruit technology, bloodline factor replication, and Seraphim creation. Unlike Khan's perfect creations, impeccable yet lacking independent consciousness, the Seraphim were more anthropomorphic, albeit with limitations. While Seraphim lacked the strength of Khan's perfected works, their cost-effectiveness and enhanced haki abilities made them formidable. The Seraph Shanks could wield the power of a great swordsman and use haki at a level just shy of the original Shanks, a world-class force in its own right. In the field of artificial life, Khan was confident he'd reached the ultimate level of achievement, with little room for further advancement. So, he decided it was time to eliminate Vegapunk. But before executing his plan, Khan sent Hancock, along with a perfected work imbued with the Paramecia teleport fruit and Mary, who wielded the Paramecia castle fruit, to infiltrate Tato land. There, they captured Charlotte Pudding, a wielder of the Memo fruit, taking her life and seizing her devil fruit. Khan then entrusted the Memo fruit to a Kyuja warrior and ordered her to extract Vegapunk's memories. Once completed, Khan killed Vegapunk, claiming his Paramecia brain fruit. With this, Khan created a new perfected work, no longer named by numbers but, like the Seraphim, personally named Perfect Work Vegapunk. This new creation devoured the brain fruit, and with all of Vegapunk's memories implanted in its mind, it became a humanoid, self-propelled scientist and living computer. With his first scientist-type perfected work born, Khan began joint research with it to unlock the mysteries of the Paramecia Apop fruit and the Zoan human fruit model, Nika. These achievements marked Khan's progress over the last 6 months. When the new year dawned, whether due to shifting fate or other unknown forces, Khan's long-dormant luck surged. After a series of failed attempts, Khan and the perfected Vegapunk finally unlocked the secrets of 2 ultimate devil fruits, the Gamu no Mi and the Apop fruit. At last, Khan's team successfully produced artificial versions, the artificial Paramecia Apop fruit and the artificial Zoan human fruit model, Nika. As he looked upon these 2 unique fruits, Khan felt an unusual surge of accomplishment. With success in man-made devil fruits achieved, he was ready to begin his immortality project. If successful, his perfected works would break through their current limits, ascending to a super strong series akin to a living ancient weapon. Khan then set about creating a new perfected work intended to consume the artificial Apop fruit. He also tasked the Kyuja warrior with extracting Monet's memories, intending to replicate her knowledge of medicine and implant it into the newly perfected work. Indeed, Monet was already skilled enough to perform the Apop fruit's ultimate surgery, yet Khan would never demand such a sacrifice for his own immortality. If the project failed and immortality proved unattainable, Khan could still live for several centuries, plenty of time to grow weary of the world. However, if the immortality project succeeded, Khan certainly wouldn't object to an endless life. Meanwhile, Khan used Monet's bloodline factors to create a seraphim version of her. If the perfected work failed to carry out the ageless surgery, this seraphim Monet, with her anthropomorphic form and enhanced brain capabilities, could attempt it. Should both methods fail, Khan would simply continue his research until he achieved success. After all, with his perfected Vegapunk and Aixi, the scientist who once crafted pure gold, Khan refused to believe they couldn't conquer the ageless surgery. And so, Khan began another period of seclusion. Hancock and the others, fully aware of Khan's reasons, bore no resentment toward his time in the underground base. Instead, they felt pride, happiness, and a deep gratitude for his care. Even as his maid, she felt that being so cherished by her master made her life truly worth living. At the end,